long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced, and with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.
And hello, good evening, everyone. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, in honor of the presidential election, I'm super duper excited to present a Trump v. Harris debate. So it should be a little bit different in terms of the context. I didn't want to put a specific prompt or knock it down to subcategories. I'm just going to kind of leave it open to the panel to go into whatever depths they want to go into on this one. This evening, we have the lovely Ghosty. She is a newbie here on YouTube. Please be sure to send over some love, like, subscribe, share, all of that fun stuff. She is restreaming as well this evening. We also have the Prawncess. When he's not debating, he's hosting wonderful, amazing speed dates that are quite comical. Please be sure to go check him out. He is as well restreaming this. And then Flow State, my brother from another mother and father, and also a regular here on the show. And of course, last but certainly not least, we have Andrew Wilson, the D-Gen Slayer, the hero we all didn't know we needed. You know him. I don't have to tell you. Panelists, thank you for joining this evening. So far, the funniest comment of the night is coming in from old Sarge Finkel, who's voting for Kamala Harris. Chat, feel free to knock him down for a little bit of those, throwing his love out. Don't forget to super chat. We love you very much. And I will only be reading when we get to the panelist portion of the super chats. I will only have to read the 20 and up. I said this last time as well, only because they come flying in towards the end. And then I do have one rule, please. Yell, scream, call each other names, whatever you want. Just don't do it over each other. It hurts my ears and they are tender. Please stay on topic. Keep the personal lives out of it. And also, please mind the TOS. I got knocked the other day for one. I don't want it anymore. This panel will go for 2 hours. We're going to have 3-minute opening and closing. Ghosty is going to open for us this evening. We will not have a hot seat. However, I will do an open panel at the end. Panelists are welcome to stay on for that, but they are not obligated. All right. Any final questions from the panel? Okay. No. All right. Ghosty, to you.
All right. So I didn't really prepare an opening statement or anything, but From what I've been hearing from voters this election, the main issues are the economy and immigration. And I think Trump's immigration plans are not only not going to help our country, but they're also going to contribute to the current inflation and downfall of the economy. So I'm going to be getting into that a lot tonight. Trump's tariffs are something I really want to focus on, that I think are going to be devastating. So yeah, that's all I'm just going to start with.
Fair enough. Thank you, Ghosty. Prawncess to you.
I think we're looking at these two different candidates, kind of looking at two different visions of the future of America. And I'm definitely on the side of Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. I think have a new way forward, looking that's going to be addressing a lot of the issues I think are more relevant to like the average American. I think issues for the middle class, I think are going to be handled. Talk about some specifics. There's a lot of part of the campaign. They've already created over 700,000 new manufacturing jobs. Comparing that to a lot of the manufacturing jobs that are lost under Trump. There's going to lower prescription drug costs. I think that's going to be a big impact for the average American. Sorry, there's some background sound. They're also going to be cutting taxes for over 100 million middle class workers. I think when you just look at all the policies that they're both proposing, I think one of them is going to be have way better results for the middle class. And so I'm on the side of them, and that's kind of driving my vote.
Thank you so much, Prawncess. Flow state to you.
And I'm on nobody's side. I don't vote. I think that voting is a placebo activity, and what we're allowed to have is two crappy candidates who are both actors, and that debate is allowed to rage fiercely, but just within a narrow margin. And I think that the voting system entirely is it keeps people mind locked, and it gives them a placebo activity, so they feel like they're engaging and making change and doing something when really they're just watching made-for-TV drama and wasting their time while the world around them moves without them.
Thank you so much. Andrew, to you.
Yeah, so thanks, by the way, to the entire panel for coming on and engaging in this debate. I appreciate it. It's day before an election. I think that these conversations and these debates are super important. Of course, thank you to Sarah the Tomato for having me on. I would advise the Crucible crew, as is usual, to support the people who support us. Make sure you go over and generously donate for her channel. Very kind for her to put these panels on. With that said, I am voting for Donald J. Trump because he's awesome, and Harris is a piece of shit, lying scumbag, prostitute, by the way, complete. They call her Heels Up Harris for a reason. She blew her way to the top. She's a worthless piece of human filth. I can't wait to see DJT knock her out tomorrow and watch all of you progressives cry rivers, which all of you deserve, by the way. Can't wait to get into the tariff policy, which you guys will cry about. Oh, it's going to raise prices. Oh my God, it's going to raise prices. I can't wait to shove that down your throat too in 5 seconds. By the way, I just wanted to point out that you're exactly what most people would envision the normal progressive voter looks like, right? Which is exactly what we're voting against. We're like, oh, well, the thing is that I'm really committed to Harris because why? Why? Nobody's excited about her policies. What is she going to do? Oh, we're going to build some fucking houses. Oh, yay. That's going to really invigorate the economy. I can't wait for that. You're not going to be able to point to anything you're even excited about. You just don't like the orange man because he's bad. I don't like the orange man because he's bad. So you're going to bring up that Donald J. Trump is immoral. Oh, yeah, it fares on his wife. Can't wait for the moral arguments, too. Shove those down your throats. Be a bunch of people who don't give a shit, have no standard for morals. But suddenly, they're going to clutch their pearls when Donald J. Trump is coming into office. Didn't give a shit when Clinton was getting a blowjob in the Oval Office, stuffing cigars up one of his interns' vaginas and then smoking them. Democrats couldn't wait to defend that guy. But suddenly, with Donald J. Trump, he's a monster. It's all ridiculous. And it's all derangement, and it's all designed around one thing. I don't like Donald Trump, and I don't like Donald Trump, and the orange man is bad, And that's it. That's all you got. And I guarantee you, as we get into policy, you guys are not going to be able to defend Harris. There's no fucking way. She's a loser, worthless loser, always has been a political loser. Nobody likes this chick. By the way, for people who love democracy so much, you can't wait to go and vote for a chick who was never democratically put there. She was literally not democratically put there. Nobody voted for this chick to be the president for the Democrat Party. Nobody. She just happened to get installed there because the president you did vote for, that you lied to us about for years, saying that, oh, this guy's faculties are there. DJT came out and completely wrecked him in a debate, and he barely had to say anything. This guy shit his depends live on stage. We got to see it. And finally, the Democrats were like, well, perhaps after all of that, it's time for old Joe to go, even though we all knew he was senile. None of you gave a shit. You were willing to have a deep state run the entire government for this guy who you claimed wasn't senile and put in a woman who nobody even wanted there. So, yeah, I'm happy to get into this debate. I can't wait.
I'm going to jump right into if it's okay.
Go ahead.
Yes.
The floor is open.
I love how it's starting off. Very good faith. Andrew, are the progressives in the room with you right now? Because I think you're kind of seeing some same
Yes,
things.
progressives
I'm
are
not,
in.
I'm not progressive, so I don't know who you're really addressing already.
Now,
I'm a
yes.
panel of people here.
Yes,
I'm not about Ghosty.
yes, they're in the virtual room with
do you
me
say
right
you-
now. Yes,
You're
that's
a
correct.
progressive?
No, I don't
Oh,
consider myself progressive.
So,
Where do you guys
that's
stand on
good.
abortion?
You don't consider yourself progressive? I guess you're not then. All you have to do is just not consider yourself a murderer, and I guess you're not then. How
Do you like
great.
UBI?
You got me.
Do you like UBI, and are you pro-choice?
I am pro-choice.
I think we need more research on UBI, so I don't have a strong opinion yet.
Pro-choice as well.
Yeah.
Would we like to go down the rabbit hole of progressive and the definition, or do we want to move
Let's start
forward?
with tariffs, right? Because
I think that's probably a
Ghosty,
good idea.
Sure, let's
he
do
wants to
that.
get into tariffs. Let's get into tariffs, Ghosty.
Let's do it.
Let's start with this question. How would Ghosty, president of the United States tomorrow, possibly defend us from low-wage, unskilled workers in China who are currently building the components which are necessary for our defensive missile systems without utilizing a tariff in order to equalize the playing field? Can you explain that to me?
Why don't we ask
all ears.
Ghosty, though? Why don't we ask Trump? Because he doesn't seem to have any idea
Okay,
of how.
so she brought up
Let him-
tariffs.
hold
We're
on.
arguing,
Let him-
Slave labor.
we're arguing policy last I checked, so let's argue policy. Let's get to it.
Okay. So not all tariffs are a terrible idea. I think specifically with China, that's fine to tariff China. But Trump, his favorite word is tariffs. Did you
Yeah.
guys watch his Bloomberg interview?
Yeah.
Okay, and you could stand behind what he said in that interview.
That he
was-
wants
was
massive
a
tariffs on
bambling-
almost every country. Yeah.
He was a bambling idiot. He wants 10 to 20% tariffs. His
Good.
solution to everything is tariffs.
Good.
He wants to destroy the CHIP Act. The CHIP Act that literally bipartisan everybody loves. He wants to get rid of the CHIP Act and just put tariffs on everything. Raising all the prices, getting rid of the demand, by the way, because if he's going to deport all the immigrants, we're going to have a lot less people building these products and making these jobs, so it's going to increase inflation just naturally. That's what happens when you have too much demand and not enough supply. Sorry, getting rid of the supply. That's
Okay,
what
well,
he's
can
gonna
we
be
start with
doing.
one claim at a time? Let's start with the raising of prices from the tariffs, right? So you're making the claim that his tariffs are going to raise prices on the American consumer, correct?
Obviously, yeah.
Okay, and what's going to happen with Kamala Harris when she raises corporate taxes? Is that going to raise prices on the consumer?
Do you think it's have the same effect across the board?
Can you answer
tariffs?
my question and without the white knight simp jumping in? So go ahead, answer my question. That'd be great.
It's a 4-person panel. I think you can handle it.
That's great. We're having a discussion at the moment. Let her answer the question.
It will also raise prices, but it doesn't have the same effect as
Prove it.
tariffs do.
Prove it. Prove that corporate taxes are just hidden taxes for the consumer. They're hidden taxes for the consumer. You're going to raise taxes on corporations by 30% to try to raise revenue. Who the fuck do you think pays for that? Who pays for that, Ghosty?
Who pays for the?
Yeah, who pays for a 30% tax increase on a corporation when the corporation then necessarily has to increase its
we're not
goods?
against corporate taxes.
Hang on. I would like an answer to my question. I want an answer to my question. Can you answer my question?
I'm answering it right now if you want to listen for a second.
I just want an answer to this, and I'm going to give you the question. I want you to actually answer the question I asked, not some bullshit you make up that's tangential to the question I ask you. Who pays when corporations raise the prices on goods because you raise tax on corporations? Who ends up having to pay? Who? What's the matter? You guys Google fingers broken? You can't Google quick enough? Oh, you never thought of that?
So
it never occurred to you?
She's paying for these things by raising taxes on the
paying for what
people
things?
And the corporations.
Paying for what things?
For the other tax credits and everything else.
Yeah, but who's paying for that then? If corporate taxes go up, necessarily the consumer has to pay for those taxes, right, Ghosty?
But they're getting more money back.
How?
In tax credits.
Who?
The middle income and lower income classes.
What tax credits?
Her tax credit.
What
plans.
tax credit? What are you talking about? The only tax credit that she's offering up is a $2,000 increase in the earned income child credit, same as Trump. He's offering the same exact thing, except Trump is offering to keep it in permanently. She's only offering it for the first year. First year, baby, and then it goes down to $3,900. What tax credits are consumers getting?
It's not just child tax credits. I'm talking about
gender and income.
Okay,
right.
Ghosty, let's try this, okay? Let's say that there's a company that makes Snickers bars. That's what they do. They make a Snickers bar. Right now, a Snickers bar at a store, let's say, is $1, okay? And what happens is the end user buys it for 90 cents, okay? And he sells it. He makes a 10-cent profit. Now, that same store owner has to buy it for 95 cents and still wants to make a 10-cent profit. Who has to pay for that end user to make that profit? Who?
The consumer.
Oh, the consumer. So when you say
who
that
has to pay for
prices
tariffs?
When you say prices for tariffs are going to raise the prices on goods for the consumer, so are corporate taxes. The nice thing about
it's
tariff,
going up
though,
6% instead of 20%.
You're muted, dude. It's really funny to watch you spurg, though. It's really funny to watch you spurg when you're muted.
The tariffs are more refined to specific industries, whereas corporate tax increase is going to hit everything equally.
No, well, he's putting a 10 to 20% tariff on all U.S. imports.
Good.
Every single U.S. import.
Yeah, he's trying to equalize.
60% on China.
Yeah. So what he's doing.
What the hell was that?
What he's
Oh,
doing.
there's an echo.
Hold on, somebody's got a. Who's got the echo?
Mic check.
Mic check.
Test. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, guys.
You okay there, Ghosty? Do you guys need to take care of some tech issues real quick? Is that what's going on?
And
I think
if I remember correctly, Donald Trump was proposing matching tariffs for countries that charge us tariffs, correct?
Yeah, this is correct. So not only is it a protection tariff good, so here's the difference in policy,
It's
Ghosty.
not good.
Yeah, here it is.
Right.
Here's the difference in policy. With a protection tariff, like you just said, you believe in tariffs because that can level the playing field with countries like China. Donald Trump agrees. Those same tariffs that you support right now raise necessarily the prices on consumers. Okay, great. Right? You say, I believe that that's okay. The distinction is what Harris wants to do is instead of having these rich ass importers have to pay for the taxes from these other countries that are raking us over the coals, she says, no, we're not going to tariff that, even though it's an uneven playing field. Instead, what we're going to do is raise corporate taxes. So now our own domestic corporations have to pay massive taxes, which then the consumer has to pay the rising cost in goods from corporations having their taxes raised. And we don't get the benefit of the even playing field against our trade adversaries. We don't get the benefit. Why do you like tariffs again? Why do you like them again, Ghosty? Why do you like them?
Only for China because of their first of all, we're trying to
No, not just China. You want them against
behavior.
Russia, right? You want them against Russia too, don't you?
I don't know necessarily about Russia.
You don't know if you want free trade with Russia, Ghosty?
Why would you want them against China alone?
It's mostly like for correcting their behavior. So they have a lot of just like their
Testing 1 2.
Yeah, we got you.
I think you're good.
Okay.
Their work ethic is like people are like dying. They're trying to outrun us in the economy. So they're trying to be the number one exporter, which like they are. And we're trying to
and we're running a massive trade
a little
deficit.
more fairly.
Yeah, because we're running a
the
trade
way they
deficit.
treat their workers, they literally sell things for next to nothing, which makes it hard for American companies to compete with. Whereas the rest of the countries in the world, like we don't need to do that. That's just raising.
Like which ones?
It only hurts consumers.
Like
every
which
single
ones?
Country.
So you don't think that we should have any protectionist tariffs against South America who do the exact same thing, really?
Honest, good faith question.
I mean,
Can you let me answer the question before you jump in? I'll answer yours as you see it's mine.
If there's a specific industry,
Prawncess.
if there's a specific industry that needs to be that like shows like a benefit to adding a tariff, but having broad tariffs across the board just for no reason makes
it's
no
not
sense.
For no reason. It's
every
because
economist is against it.
No, by the way,
absolutely not.
Not only is every economist not against it, but the same economists who are against it are the same ones who predicted that Donald J. Trump was going to crash the stock market like Paul Krugman before he was ever elected, and exactly the opposite happened. On top of that, what you're talking about is a surplus versus deficit. The United States is running a trade deficit with tons and tons of these different nations that we have these free trade agreements with, like South America, who also treats their workers very poorly, just like China does. And the entire point of it is to offset these deficits. It meaning you spend $1 million, America invests $1 million in you invest something back in America, which is equal to that, or at least on par with that. That's not what they're doing. That's why these free trade agreements with these countries suck. There's no way for you to offset it so we can get our industries back without the tariff. All you want to do is raise corporate taxes. Now, Prawncess.
All right, can I ask a question?
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Thank you. Sorry about the audio issue. Sorry I left you hanging for a while, Ghosty there. But I'm curious, do you also disagree with most economists where like it's okay to have a specialized economy? We don't necessarily have to just build everything in America?
Most economists sourced by who?
Yeah, let's talk about a specialized economy. So yes, perhaps we don't need to build everything in America. The idea of free trade is supposed to be that every single country is competing against every single other country in order to make prices go down. Here's an example of this. Toyota in the United States. Toyota brought in cars which were a lot cheaper. Okay, and Americans were able to buy these cars for a lot cheaper. And so what happened is American auto industry had to make their cars a little bit more compact. They had to make them a little more durable. They had to make them a little bit better to compete with Toyota and the rest of these countries that made these rice burner vehicles, right? That's what we call them. So the thing is, here's the problem. If you have a country who's doing that, right, and is doing it fairly across the board, investing as much in your country as you are in theirs, that's fine. And that does make prices go down. Nobody's upset with that, but they don't do that. They cheat. What they do instead is they go, now we're going to start to monopolize this industry for profit for our own nation by putting tariffs on your fucking goods and running a deficit with you, right? We get the surplus and you get the deficit. That's bullshit. And that's exactly what needs to be corrected. And instead of you generating revenue by correcting that from the importers and exporters, you want to raise corporate taxes instead and make sure that the consumer, us, gets completely decimated in the grocery stores when the prices go up. And also, our corporations
we already addressed this like 5 minutes ago. Ghosty said she's okay with like causing a difference for being like tax cuts or taxing people. Thing is, there's going to be way big of a difference when you do the tariffs versus when you are doing the
trade deficit with almost every nation that we trade with, sir. Do you understand that? They're running a surplus and we're running a deficit with almost all of them. Almost everybody we have a free trade agreement with, we have the deficit, they have the surplus. So already Trump is trying to correct that immediately, and all you want to do is go, no, I don't like him. I have no offset policy for this except tax fucking corporations. That's what Democrats ever want to do.
I'm not even opposed to like some of the policies you're proposing. This is not what Trump has been talking about. Trump is talking about across the board, even like saying 1,000% tariffs in certain cases where so like it's way more exaggerated.
He proposed 20 to 30% increases.
You can't trust what he's saying.
30%.
Also.
He proposed 20 to 30% increases across the board.
He said 1,000%.
Yeah,
So
if you want to
how does
have
that
a
help?
domestic industry for your automotive workers so that they can compete with countries which are running
You just said,
massive
wait, you just said
which are-
1,000% was exaggeration. Now you're like,
which
no, he
are-
does mean
which
that.
are running no 20-30% is what he's talking about across the board. And he's talking about what you're talking about is hyperbole, right? And you're being very disingenuous. He says 20 to 30% across the board.
said it.
If you want to protect your own automotive workers, okay, then what you have to do in order to compete with other countries which have tariffs against your own automobiles is put your own tariffs back on them in order to make the playing field even. Or else what happens is they use a tariff against you, they run a surplus, they get the money, you get the deficit, me, you, and Ghosty have to pay that fucking deficit. We pay it.
That's nice. That's not how it works out, though. He tried this with washing machines. He tried to put a tariff on all washing machines, thinking that it would help American washing machines. It ended up creating like 1,800 jobs, but it also added like $1.6 billion to American payers. So the amount of money that it costs per job is just not worth it.
Okay, first of all, when you look at the Chinese trade war,
it also raised American dryer
American dryer prices, they were going to raise anyway. They raise every year. That's one. And two,
he also
just so you
with steel and aluminum.
Yeah,
Like he's done this in the past and it doesn't work, and now he wants to do it with everything.
We'll explain it to you so that you understand. Okay, a trade war is going to take 8, 9, 10 years. It doesn't take 3 years. Okay, in the trade war with China, what was happening is the steel industry, they were running such a surplus. We used to have the finest steel industry in the world. We had the top 14 steel companies in the world in the United States in the 1980s and 1990s. We were the best, the very best. The North American, or not the North American, but the China Free Trade Agreements completely destroyed it. What they did was they started to compete with us in the steel industry and tariffed our steel. We did 3 times more damage to their economy than they did to ours in that steel trade war. And yes, did we have to knuckle under, right, and assist our own steel industry? Yes, of course we did. We did that as well with farm subsidies. We do this to our own industries all the time. We subsidize them to make sure that they can compete abroad, but we don't want to be running these massive deficits and surpluses with other nations. That's insane. That puts us at risk, especially these companies then, which can use the steel microchip processing technologies, things like this, which go into our weapons systems. We cannot depend on them. If we go to war with them, we're in big fucking trouble. We have to have a way to protect ourselves from that. Tariffs are the only way.
We should be focusing on like the jobs like where we get the chips, whereas like maybe some more like base level jobs like making steel, where it's a little bit easier. We can outsource that to countries where it's cheaper, and then we can take that and we can use that for something more complex. That's more valuable.
We need to outsource steel. Why do we need to do that when we don't have to? If you have an industry you can point to where you say we have to outsource this,
because we can get it for cheaper, and then we can sell it for more when we turn it into something else.
We couldn't get it for cheaper. When we had the best steel industries in the United States here, steel was cheap. Not only was it cheap, but we had
why did we outsource it in the first place?
Because you dumbasses on the Democrat side decided that you're going to open up free trade agreements with countries that
free trade, minimum wage.
You're like, oh, capitalists like we're dragging their feet to do these open trade agreements. No, they wanted to do this.
Oh, Democrats pre-Obama. And Clinton especially.
We're talking about the 80s,
Clinton was 90s, you fucking turd. But anyway,
you were talking about the 80s a second ago. I'm talking about the steel industry in the 80s that you brought up a second ago.
80s and 90s.
You brought it up.
80s and 90s, I said. You just don't understand because you're dumb. But anyway, pre-Clinton, when you look at Clinton especially, who did the North American Free Trade Agreement, pre-him, Democrats were the ones who were screaming that we needed protectionist tariffs so that we could protect our workers, so that we could protect our unions, and you fucking sold us out. Totally sold us out, and now you're allowing these other countries to run massive surpluses on our backs, and all your answer is, well, we have so many unfunded liabilities, and we will refuse to tax imports and exports, that what we're going to do instead is we're going to tax our corporations, our own corporations. That's fucking crazy. It's crazy.
Everyone agrees. So, again, the corporation tax is going from 21 to 28. That's what her plan is. And again, like, I don't fully agree with this. I think that's like a little too extreme, but it's definitely not as extreme as Trump's tariff plans.
There's no reason for us to believe she'll only raise it to 28%. There's zero reason for us to believe that. Trump was the only one who gave us a corporate tax cut. We should not believe that Kamala will only raise 28%. How would you be able to offset?
Pelosi's trying to respond.
No, we should not.
Hold on, Andrew. Let her finish.
Okay, we should 100%, because first of all, a lot of people are kind of worried about Kamala raising the corporate tax rates, and in order to get that passed, she needs to actually get it signed through the House and the Senate and everything, whereas Trump can do this all through executive action. He doesn't need to get things signed. So the Democrats can, we don't even know for sure if Kamala is going to even be able to get that passed, whereas Trump 100% is going to get these he can do that himself without.
It's preferable to have tariffs in place in order. I literally just explained this to you 15 times. You agree with tariffs for the same reason I agree with tariffs. You're saying
for certain selective industries.
No, you don't.
Countries that are running
like 7 times that there's going to be a way bigger difference.
Okay, dummy, then explain it to me. Explain it to me using some words. How are you going to raise the revenue to take care of our unfunded liabilities if you do not tax imports and exports on tariffs? And how are you going to levy the playing field against other nations who are running surpluses against us, in that, which is almost every nation? Go ahead, I'm all ears.
Well, one, we're not against tariffs fundamentally. We're against across-the-board tariffs. That's what we're definitely against.
Yeah, I'm not against tariffs.
What industries do you think should be exempt from tariffs?
There can be good tariffs. Are you? Do you not? I think we are.
What should be exempt from tariffs?
Across the board.
Yeah, what do you want to exempt from a tariff?
It would be easier to talk about what shouldn't be exempt from tariffs.
I know you want to tariff China, but what you don't want across the board tariffs, so that means you want something excluded. What do you want excluded?
Yeah, what?
Tell us. Everything how it is now.
We think a way better policy is to do choose what is to be tariff rather than just being everything that comes just across the board. We think a better policy that would have a better economic effect would be to examine it on a product by product basis.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's just talk about something simple. Bananas from South America. Bananas from South America. Do you want to tariff them or not tariff them? You don't know?
I don't. You don't know?
Yeah, because they're running a massive surplus, which means we're buying way more of their produce than they're buying ours. So why don't we tariff? So why don't we go ahead and tariff? Because we don't want to run massive deficits and trade with other countries, because that's retarded. That's why.
The reason Trump wants tariffs is to bring jobs to America, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what kind of jobs is he going to bring to America if we're not going to be trading with other countries anymore?
We are going to be trading with them. What are you talking about?
The consumption of the U.S.
If we make everything
if we start tariffing bananas, we start growing bananas en masse in America.
We still have the same consumption. We still have the same consumption within the U.S. So whether it's made abroad or whether it's made here, there's still the same demand.
Yeah, what are you talking about? He's still going to be trading with everybody. A protectionist tariff does not mean not trading. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Literally, that is one of the... I argue with professional prostitutes who make better arguments than this. This is fucking crazy. What are you talking about? How is he going to stop trading with other countries? That's insane.
It's going to make other countries not want to trade with us.
How are they going to not? Listen,
we're the central reserve currency in the biggest economy in the world. They want to trade.
Access to our market.
We're targeting countries where we get cheap goods. That's the problem. That's going to have the
cheap goods would you like to continue to get?
Anything from China.
What? You support slavery?
Steal from China.
If it ends up being cheaper and we can turn it into more valuable products, for that.
And what about the steel that we want to use for our battleships? And if we have them for our battleships, which frees up trade for the entire world, you want us to continue to buy it from a trade adversary? Really?
Again, with weapons, things like
everything is
material that processes weapons. I agree. There can be tariffs on those.
Don't you understand that falls under every category? That falls under salt. That falls under reserve, or that falls under preservatives. That falls under spices. That falls under anything the United States military would need for its soldiers. Everything is for
weapons,
national security.
Not everything for the military.
Everything is for national security. Us producing our own goods here in-house is always going to be optimal in comparison to producing them abroad, even in a specialized way.
Who's going to do
How
all
does-
these jobs?
What do you mean? Americans are going to do the jobs. What do you mean?
We have like one of the lowest unemployment rates in history.
Yeah,
Because
you
of
know
the way
what's
they calculate
hang on. You know what's way better?
So again, this is going to be
Uber.
this is going to be creating more demand and not
no.
enough supply.
Oh, that's
and
terrible.
causing
It's-
inflation on
Instead
top of
having
raising
to be an
prices.
Uber driver for 13
That's not
hours
what
a day
causes
in a
inflation.
service-based economy where you drop off cheap shit all day, you'll be in a steel factory with awesome benefits making $40 an hour. Oh, it's fucking terrible. Oh my God. We're going to transition from a service-based drop off cheap shit to your door economy to a place where there's actually turning factories where people can make a living. That's terrible,
This is-
Ghosty. That's
This
awful.
This is just another LARP. It's like another repeat of like his first term when he's like saying, "Oh, we're gonna bring back all the mining jobs." And look what happened. None of that happened in his first term. Do we have any more like?
Yeah,
have we revitalized the mining industry to a huge extent? Didn't happen.
Why would we
First of all,
Hold on.
Obama killed our coal industry by trying to put they put in a bunch of these acts trying to
not
say,
coming back.
Hold on,
wind and solar. Oh, wind and solar. Joe Biden passes his Inflation Relief Act has nothing to do with inflation whatsoever. It was all a Ponzi scheme to put it into solar and put it into wind and put a bunch of money into these industries, promising us that we would, by the end of his first term, have access to some of the cheapest alternative energy on planet Earth. We fucking don't. Democrats are lying to your ass. They shut down your coal mines. They shut down your natural gas. They shut down everything they can shut down because of global warming. And as it turns out, they cannot offer us alternatives. Where's all my fucking electric cars, Ghosty? Where's my electric truck?
we're
Where
doing
the
the
fuck is
most-
it? Where is it,
We're
Ghosty?
doing the most drilling and oil production than we have ever in history.
Yeah,
under
but
Biden.
Instead of making sure that industry can produce those materials in the cheapest way possible to the market, what we did was we taxed the shit out of them, which is why you're paying more at the pump, because they said we're going to, instead of investing in our own oil industry, we're going to instead invest in electric and solar. Where's my electric
We did
car
invest in
gonna-
our own oil industry. That's
No,
why we're
no, we
producing
did.
more oil
No.
than we ever
instead
have.
of investing in our oil industry and subsidizing the shit out of it, which we should have done, instead of that, he passed the Inflation Relief Act, and almost all of it went to alternative energy sources under the promise that we would have electric vehicles, charging stations everywhere. Where the fuck are they? Where are they?
This is a red herring. Under Biden, U.S. oil and natural gas production hit like all-time records. So what are you talking?
Yeah.
He's done better. He did better with this than Trump.
Yes,
so if
the
you don't
demand-
care about this,
demand-
Biden did better.
What do you
Biden did
think
better
that
with
has to
this.
do with Biden? Has nothing to do with Biden. It has to do with the fact that their alternative energy resources that they invested in have been a fucking failure. That goes to my point, not yours. Just because everybody wants to buy gas and oil
It's
doesn't
no
mean it's
worry.
cheaper at the pump.
It's no worry then. It's gonna continue to be the case
No, so
under
guy
it's gonna
spends-
be the case under
on,
Harris.
Andrew, hold on,
It'll probably be
Andrew.
better under Harris if you look at at least the stats.
Bro, they put $1 trillion fucking dollars into alternative energy and we don't have it. Instead of making it $2, $3 gas like Trump did. That's what he did. Remember when we had $2 gas? That wasn't under fucking Biden. Where's my electric car, princess? Where's my electric car, princess?
Remember when
Where
we
is
had
it?
like $1.50 gas under Obama? Oh man, why did Trump raise the gas prices?
No,
God damn
Obama
it!
shot him through the fucking roof too. What are you talking about?
Gas prices go up. There was a global
No,
inflation
no,
because of
that wasn't-
COVID. Like,
They were
you can't
about
blame it.
$5 under Obama a gallon.
No shit.
We've never-
And that let me just
We've
point
never
out to
had
you
more energy independence than under Biden. So I
what
think
energy independence.
this is all a win for Biden. This is all a loss for
is,
Trump.
yeah.
These are all extensions of Trump policy. Trump bought up the oil, topped off the National Oil Reserve. He invested heavily in oil and coal. People have the demand right now for tons of oil, so you see the sales going through the roof. That's
Even if
true.
it's the case, we don't have to worry about this because Biden didn't stop it. Harris not going to stop it. So it doesn't matter. It's going to continue under Harris.
Invest in oil and gas to make it cheaper for the American public. He invested in alternative energy.
If that's
which has
the
been
case,
worthless.
why
It's
are we at an
worthless.
all-time production under Biden? Why is it the case? If they're
Because
not
the demand is
investing in it?
high. Go ahead, name a policy that Biden passed that made the demand for oil high. Stupid. Go ahead.
affected the demand
Yeah.
or the supply.
No, the demand. That's where we got the supply. We have an increase in supply because of the demand. Name a policy that Biden passed that increased the demand for oil, dummy.
I feel like it's not really relevant to my argument because
So-
you're saying we shouldn't vote for Harris.
Yeah.
It's gonna be disastrous for the oil industry.
One
It's
at a
like, no,
time.
there's no reason to think that.
Yeah, so let me get this right. So the demand shoots up through the roof, and because of that, a lot of people buy oil. And you say, well, that's because of Biden. And I say, okay, well then go ahead and name the Biden policy that causes demand.
It's not a concern.
No,
There's
we're talking about
one.
really.
There isn't one.
We like
you take it shit that's
I
nothing
can't
to do
believe I
with
explain this. So 5 minutes ago,
Uh-huh.
you brought up how like it's a red herring. They're like, oh, we had to worry about Democrats being super into green
herring,
energy.
sir.
I'm bringing this up by saying we don't have to be worried about oil continuing to be a thing under Democrats. They are okay with oil and fossil fuels being used, and we're going to keep using them.
really?
It's fine. We don't have to worry about that. Yeah.
Ray, what happens when the corporate tax goes up on these oil companies is, as Harris proposes, who ends up paying for that, sir?
So wait, there are some maybe some legislation that they're going to be affecting the oil industry.
Just answer my question. When she raises the corporate income, or when she raises the corporate tax rate across the board as she's proposed, who ends up on our domestic oil companies? Who's going to end up at the pump paying more money? The consumer, yeah?
If that even ends up getting passed, which it likely won't get passed.
Yeah, great, but you know what? I would love for it not to get
consumers,
passed.
but again, this is way less.
It would be the
than
consumer.
The tariffs. It's
How do
way
you
less.
know? What tariff's going to raise oil prices?
Let's see, 6% compared to 10 to 20 to 30%. Which one's a higher number?
It's not a 1-to-1, knucklehead. That's not how it works.
You're
It's not how
raising.
it
Yes,
works.
no, you're directly raising.
Oh
the
Lord, I
percentages
can't
of
believe I have to explain this
costs.
to you. Do you think it's a 1-to-1 that if you have a 10% tariff on a good, that's like increasing 10% on a corporation? That's insane. That's not
Pretty
even in the
much.
same universe. So let me ask you this. Guys. I just
okay.
got to know.
A higher
Under
number.
Harris-
Wait,
under-
no. But a higher. It might not be 1-to-1, but a higher number means paying higher costs, right?
Yeah,
So no matter
I've
what,
already-
if there's a higher percentages on the tariffs, that means higher costs to the consumers.
Okay, so let me get this right. Your issue with Trump is that Trump is going to put in tariffs that are going to negligibly raise the cost of goods in order for us to compete with people who are taking advantage of us in a surplus versus deficit relationship of free trade where they put a tariff on us. You say you're for those tariffs, which are mainly the ones that are being proposed, but
No.
instead of doing that, you want to raise corporate taxes, which you admit also are going to raise consumer prices. Makes no fucking sense whatsoever. And now answer my question, please, as you evaded. If Harris raises the tax on corporations, domestic oil corporations, by 10%, who is going to pay more at the pumps? Who?
I said consumers.
None of us
Consumers.
disagree that that's going to impact the price
So-
of gas.
so
Yeah,
why
we're not
is it-
delusional like you
Yeah,
guys.
so why is it that I need to go vote for a chick who's essentially promising that all the prices of goods, including my gas prices, are going to go up? Tell me why that's a good idea.
Because it's going to go up
Because-
higher under Trump, probably.
Prove it.
Exactly.
Prove that oil prices are going to go up higher under Trump.
You
Go ahead.
don't. Okay, I don't know about gas in particular, but don't
Oh,
take
you
my
know,
word.
I'm asking-
Goldman Sachs. I'm not
Yes.
gonna say
You
Goldman
don't know.
Sachs. I don't know how you feel about them. Even Goldman Sachs estimates that there's gonna be bigger job growth under Harris.
Oh, you trust
I don't know-
Goldman Sachs?
I don't know. Do you? You seem like you might.
You trust, hang on. You trust a megala investment firm, which literally will invest hundreds of thousands of dollars on both sides of the aisle, Democrat and Republican, so that they can hedge their bets because they're a massive stockbroker. You trust Goldman Sachs? You trust that Goldman Sachs has Main Street interest in mind, or do you think that they have investment interest in mind? Who do you
Well,
think Goldman Sachs is looking out for? Main
Probably
Street?
Don't you
both
think-
because they're a
don't you
banking
think-
company and they hold a bunch of people's money, so they probably hear about both.
Goldman
Wouldn't they?
Sachs.
Wouldn't
Go
they?
see- wait,
Wouldn't
go
they
see-
be
go
more?
ahead.
Wouldn't they be more worried about corporation taxes than tariffs?
No, listen. There's two types of.
Corporation taxes would affect
No.
them more. So
There's
you would
two
think
types
that
of
they would-
elites. No. First of
He's
all,
answering your question. Why don't we let Ghosty
that
finish?
makes no sense.
Stop
Because what
asking a question and then cutting him off when they
that
answer.
makes no sense. What she
Saying
just said
it
makes no sense.
doesn't mean.
I'm
it
trying to
makes
make
no
a counter
sense.
argument. Okay.
Go ahead,
There's two
Ghosty.
kinds of elites. Okay. You have one type of elite who operates in the business class. You have another who operates in the investment class. Democrats are trying to protect the investment class elites. Those are the ones that don't pay any fucking taxes at all. Those are the megala billionaires. And what
This
they
is a
do,
joke. All of Trump's
Bro.
policies do way better for
Do
the
you want
rich
the
than
answer or not?
Kamala's policy.
You don't want
That's
the
why
answer?
she's-
Well, you keep cutting us off. So
I wanted to give Ghosty the floor actually, since she
Go
did
ahead.
get cut off on that one.
So I just wanted to say, like, that is part of her proposal. That's the reason she's doing this, is because lots of the bigger, millionaires and billionaires do get to evade taxes. And through her plan, they wouldn't be able to escape that anymore with this corporation tax. And there's one other thing she wants to tax for people who make more, like over like $100 million or something. It's a way so that they actually have to pay their taxes. Oh, it's the gains, the unrecognized gains tax. Yeah.
Just so that you understand, right? Because I can tell that both of you are extraordinarily naive. I'm going to try to help you out here. Do you know what a lobbyist is?
Yes.
What is it?
They're people who basically, they're kind of like, what's the word?
They kind of represent corporations and kind of explain their.
They pay
they
politicians for
interests,
special interests.
Yeah, they represent special interest groups. Now, do you think that lobbyists work for the megalo rich or for Main Street?
I mean, as someone on the left, I don't love lobbyists all the time, but I do think they have their purpose.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. Do you think that they usually represent the megalo rich or Main Street?
The megalo rich.
Yeah, the megalo rich. And so what happens is these lobbyists, right, they go down and they have their own lawyers, and their lawyers actually craft legislation, and then they bribe politicians. And what they do with bribing politicians, they say, look, your next reelection campaign, we're going to put X amount into a super PAC. And this super PAC is going to run all sorts of propaganda on behalf of you to make sure that you get elected this next cycle. That's what we're going to do. They already pre-craft the legislation.
Do you think this is not accurate? That's not the only thing.
Stop, bro. Let me finish, bro. You think that these megalo billionaires who are from Goldman Sachs, who are sending in lobbyist groups who literally send them to Republicans and Democrats with pre-crafted legislation are ever going to allow them to tax actual megalo billionaires? No fucking way. That's the most naive, stupid thing I've ever heard. They literally craft loopholes into the legislation. So what these people can do is this. What they do is they go, okay, I don't have any assets whatsoever. What I do is I take out $1 billion in loans and I live off the loans. I never have to pay a capital gain because I never made a capital gain. I've never made a single gain. So they never pay any fucking taxes.
We get it. Come on, make a point.
They never pay any taxes. Kamala Harris saying that billionaires are going to offset her economic disaster of charging corporations of 15 employees an additional 10%, which then is going to go to consumers like you. Yes. Look at her corporate tax. Yes, 15 employees. Right?
Why do you think it'd be better under Trump?
Do you understand?
All the evidence shows that,
bro.
Almost done with the point.
Hold on. I know, Prawn. Okay, stop. Hold on, because you guys have been interrupting each other left and right. So, Prawn, if you could let him finish, and then I will pass the mic straight to you.
So what's happening is this. She's going to put it on Main Street corporations. Okay, that's what's going to happen. The people that you actually work for. And what that's going to do is it's going to stop you from getting your raises, and it's going to raise your prices. You've already admitted you're going to raise the prices at the pump. You've already admitted that it's going to raise the prices to the consumers in the stores. You just don't fucking care. And then you say, no, it won't, because the megalo billionaires for the first time in history are going to pay their fair share. Get a fucking grip, dude. Get to reality.
Wait, you think that corporate
hold on, the
floors?
Let Prawn have the floor. I told him he could have the floor, and then Ghosty.
Like, obviously, being super good faith, we already addressed this way earlier, at least in our opinion, at least accept our worldview, where we think there's going to be a way bigger effect from tariffs than the corporate taxes. So you can just ignore our view, but we've already addressed that.
Hold on, Andrew.
You haven't proven shit.
Hold on, Andrew. Let him go.
I let you finish. Come on, let me do it too. And I'm happy for the back and forth.
That's what she said.
You definitely tend to gish gallop and talk for way longer than everyone else. So that's why I tend to interrupt you a little bit more. But I think you'll see a response as well.
Point, and somebody has to keep the conversation moving.
Wait, so you think that corporate taxes are affecting small businesses?
Yeah.
Yes.
They're not. No. Her
Yes,
tax plan specifically are not affecting small business. It's for businesses that make over a certain amount of income.
What is the amount?
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I don't know, but
You
it's
don't
like
know.
it's
You came to the
large
debate, you don't even
corporations.
fucking know.
It's not small businesses.
Prove
And
it.
small businesses buy their inputs from large corporations.
Exactly. And not only that, what you would consider to be a large corporation often would be conflated with a small business, right? Prove what. Now, you just made a statement. You said that Donald Trump is going to raise consumer prices more than Harris. We both have agreed that consumer prices will slightly raise under tariffs, which you guys agree that tariffs are good with me. You just don't agree that he's going to raise them by 20 or 30%. 10%, but you have not demonstrated how much that's going to raise prices on Main Street versus the corporate tax. So tell me, as you have made the bold claim now that Harris's corporate tax increases, though you agree are going to raise consumer tax, you say it's going to be less than the tariffs. Prove it. While we sit here and enjoy a drink as you struggle and can't because you're lying through your fucking teeth.
I already explained this, first of all.
Prove it.
He likes to repeat points.
I mean, like, you can't prove it.
You
either.
can't prove it. I didn't make the claim. You made the claim. Prove it.
So economists all agree that 28% is the highest you can go before investors start getting worried about, investing their money into these.
Where are you reading this from, by
stuff.
the way, Ghosty? Where are you reading it from?
I don't know. Maybe it's like the Wall Street Journal or something. I saw a whole bunch of economists agree on this.
Mm-hmm. So you can't prove. So wait a second. I just want to make sure that we're clear that your claim that that Trump is going to raise consumer prices more than Harris, that you can't prove that. I just want to make sure that I got that correct. You can't prove that, right?
So if he's adding 10 to 20 to 30+% on consumers, and again, it's not like a 1-for-1, but if that percentage is larger than the 6% of a corporate tax, then that's obviously
that's what's in dispute. Goods. That's what's in dispute. So we're just ready for you to go ahead and prove it whenever you want.
Okay, I got some dead hair because again, I'm not a. Go ahead, go see, and I don't want to respond if that's okay.
Okay. Also, the prior example of the washing and drying machines that he already tried this with. We've seen this in history. Every time you add tariffs, it hurts the consumers.
Yeah, but again, we've already agreed that it'll negligibly raise prices on consumers like you did with washing machines. What you would have to do is demonstrate that if you had increased all of the taxes by 10% on all companies which make washers and dryers, that would be cheaper than the tariff. That's what your burden is right now. As we kick back and have a smoke and watch you flail and not be able to do it. And I enjoy my life over here.
Good idea.
I'm happy to address this. I know y'all hate authority figures, but just I want to cite some economists because I'm not an expert on the economy, but I do think we can look to experts on this. But
I have an economics degree, and I can tell you that what you're reading is propaganda. Economists do not.
Let me just say 3 points, and I'll go to you.
Okay.
These.
First, tell us what website you're reading it off of.
I have multiple here, but I'll give you.
Which one are you reading off of now, though?
The first one is coming from a USA article, but they're citing Goldman Sachs warned that Trump's plan for across-the-board tariffs could boost inflation in 2025 by as much as 1.2%. One more point, tariffs are generally passed on to the consumer in the form of higher prices. That's coming from AP News. And there's a third thing. Trump policies are seen as more inflationary overall, and this is coming from studying economics on a Forbes article. So just, again, I'm not an expert, but I do think
off of the USA Today.
Economics are saying this at least, so we can disagree with them.
You can get an economist to say anything you want.
Yeah, it's a soft.
I would qualify as an economist if they asked me.
I'm not even going to dispute it. I'm not even going to dispute what you just said. All I need you to do is demonstrate that the corporate taxes are not going to move prices over to the consumer higher than Trump's tariffs. That's all I want a demonstration of. Go ahead.
How we would need to demonstrate that in real
time.
Yeah,
you would need to demonstrate that. Yeah,
there's economic models that are just understanding how these things impact the system. Right, a corporate tax affects the profit margin of every company. So every single product that's sold is affected. Then with a tariff, it's only impacting imports. So that's just components of things. It's spread much thinner throughout the economy.
But tariffs also raise the prices of U.S. made goods too.
Sure, both of them do.
Maybe I could use a demonstration or a scenario to illustrate it. Again, this is just hypothetical, but let's say a U.S. company was importing electronic components from China to manufacture smartphones. Theoretically, under Trump's policy, the tariff policies would lead to more immediate price increase, about 12%, and under Harris's corporate tax increases, you would see a smaller, potentially more gradual price increase, about 1.4.
Prove it.
Again, you're reading propaganda off.
Yeah, prove it.
Yeah.
Wait,
So there's
but
a bunch of
you just said that there's economic charts that can show that can
There are
display
models.
these things.
There are models.
Do you understand? Do you understand what a domestic model? What Flow State is referencing? He's referencing an economic model. So what economists do, because they're soft scientists, they make predictors, but they can't rule out variables. That's why it's a soft science, right? There's so many variables. It's very difficult for you to make an economic model which is actually precise and consistent. This is why people were wrong when they said that Trump would crash the stock market. They thought that his policies would be kind of anti-elitist and anti-stock market. But what happened was there was so much faith in Main Street from his tax cuts that people invested overwhelmingly. It was a variable they couldn't compensate for. So the stock market went through the roof. Economists get it wrong nonstop and constantly. The demonstration here would be on you to say that with a protectionist tariff to equal the playing field with a country that had surpluses with us, that somehow keeping free trade with them and allowing them to keep that surplus, it would be better to tax the American business instead, thus passing those taxes on to the consumer. And you're never going to be able to do that, ever.
Wait, what stand do you have? Because you're kind of throwing out all the science of economics.
You made the claim. You made the claim. You made the claim.
You're also making positive claims that you're making positive claims. Are you not making positive claims about the effects?
No, you made the claim. I'm waiting for the data. You can't push your claim onto me, bro. I'm a real good debater, and I'm never going to let you do it. I'm never going to let you take your claim and put your burden on me. It's your burden. If you don't know and you want to move on, all you guys have to do is say, we concede, we don't know, and we'll move on. Go ahead.
Are you against corporate taxes?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why you think it is that we need to provide you with evidence for your.
I'm asking you a question. I'm not asking for evidence. I'm just asking a question about your worldview.
We're not here to answer your questions till you back up your claim. Go ahead.
You're allowed to ask me a bunch of questions, but I'm not allowed to ask you any questions before I try to answer the
claim, bro. You made a claim. You don't ask me questions about your fucking claim. You back up your claim.
And let me explain something anecdotally. I was still a commercial loan officer when Trump got in office the first time. Immediately, business exploded. People started expanding, and you can expect that again. Democrats are always worse on the economy than Republicans are.
I guess I'll read up my claim because they got missed. I'm saying we can't trust economy experts. Where you're kind of saying, no, we can throw out all the expertise. It's really.
No.
Well, it's
you're not talking to economists.
We can't trust any of it. Why even talking about any of this? We might as well think about
you can't outsource thinking. You cannot outsource thinking. You have to.
This is very simple. This is very simple. I'm not even going to let Flow State do the. I know he wants to engage here. I get it, right? But this.
I have to engage.
This is pure obfuscation. You made the claim. If you can't back up the claim, all you have to do is concede this portion of the debate.
No, you just don't like how I'm backing up with expert opinions. You just don't like that.
Then all
default to authority.
Your claim specifically was that Trump's tariffs are going to raise the price to the consumers more than a corporate tax increase. Go ahead and back that up. We'll wait.
That's what economics are proposing. Most economists are saying.
Show me which ones show that.
That's what history has showed as well.
All you got to do is demonstrate it. We're waiting.
Hey, what about during his first term?
Are you asking me questions? You're just looking for the demonstration of the claim.
You can't demonstrate yours either. So
I didn't make one, so I don't need to. That's how that works.
I keep making demonstration of my claim, and she'd be saying, no, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. It's like I'm not going to keep giving you more claims, and you keep just swine them down.
I'm not asking you to give me more claims. Just asking you to back this one up.
I've already given you multiple.
Show me the source. What am I looking at that backs up this claim? Go ahead. Today. I'm waiting.
Do I need to repeat it again? I already gave you
repeat it again.
I know you love to repeat points, but Ghosty, feel free to jump off this. But I was saying in multiple articles, for example, Goldman Sachs is warning that Trump's plans across the board tariffs could boost inflation by up to 1.2%. That's one. Another one is saying tariffs are generally passed on to consumers in the form of higher prices. That's coming from an AP News article. I can put these in the back chat. And lastly, Trump policies are seen as more inflationary overall. Citing economics in a Forbes article. I can put these all in the back chat.
That doesn't. That makes no demonstration to your claim that the corporate taxes will not raise the consumer prices more than the tariffs. That's what I'm looking for.
It's all predictive and it's all guessing. And you can say for fucking sure that news source is going to compile the economists that will support the answer that they want to get. If Trump gave up the tariffs, then would you support him?
So I actually like his small business, like that 2017. Sorry, I don't know the names of them. I thought I had them written down somewhere, but my notes didn't transfer over to my computer. Actually, it might be in here. But he had like a small business thing that he gave, and I like that. And he does want to extend that. I would say that's like the only positive thing about
Small business tax credit.
Yeah.
So both of them have that. They're exactly the same in that way, which supports my premise that it's all fake.
Harris wants to help new business owners, so she's raising the $5,000 deductible up to $50,000 for first-year new business owners.
Yeah, what deductible?
So you don't get taxed. You won't get taxed on up to $50,000.
Of what?
If you start a new business.
Of what? Of what thing? There's multiple different types of deductibles for businesses. So which thing are we talking about here with a deductible?
You
don't know.
I don't know. Currently, it's $5,000.
You don't know.
Hers.
You guys know anything?
I thought it was.
You don't know anything.
I don't have a small business.
You know what? In the spirit of good faith, why don't we go ahead and we'll move on to social policy, right? How about that?
I want to say one more thing on tariffs before we move on, if that's okay,
because
I'm not an not an expert on economics, so it's hard for me to demonstrate this. It's like kind of like demonstrate like a really complex physics equation, but I'll try to do this with a very layman example. For example, here's kind of two examples to show how the different policies would be implemented. So let's say we're talking about like a TV is being imported. Imagine this is a $100 TV with a 10% tariff. The company would probably move it up to be $110 to money for the tariff. The price increase would be immediate and directly passed on to the consumer, and thus causing a swift rise in inflation. Versus comparing it to the
corporate will happen faster.
One second. Let me finish. I'm almost finished.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Versus the corporate policy, a corporate earning, a company earning $100 in profit, they would pay 21 in taxes. If that was 21% rate. If the rate was increased to, for example, 28, they would pay 28. That would be an increase in $7. So even already smaller increase already. And also they have way more ways to handle that. They can absorb the cost. They can raise the prices slightly, and they can cut expenses elsewhere.
They're not going to. First of all, they're not absorbing shit, and second of all, it's not 1-to-1. And the third thing that you need to look at there is that no, there's a good possibility that instead the person who you're in the trade war with fucking loses, and then the price of that good drastically decreases, which is the point of having the tariff to begin with. The distinction is that under the corporate tax, you don't have the ability to cripple the competition with these tariffs. You don't have the ability to do so.
It's beyond the point. You asked me to give you the mechanism that's how it's going to be different. I'm telling you, even if it's one example, it's going to be like a $3 difference based on the rate.
That example illustrates exactly what I was saying. It's propaganda. They gave you the most straightforward extreme example where the product purchased is 100% and only an import.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And not only that, right, I just gave you multiple offsets for this, even within the hypothetical. The hypothetical doesn't even make sense. But again, I'm so tired of kicking your guys' asses on this, and you're so unwilling to provide actual data that supports your point of consumer increases that I'm happy to move the topic on. If you just will concede, take the L on this topic, we'll move to the next one, and I'll give you the L on the next one.
I'm
not going to do it. So Sarah, don't get mad at me then, because I just tried to move it on. I just tried to move it on. They want to get their asses kicked more on this, so we're going to do that.
We can move on after this. I just wanted to say I found it. It was as I was saying, it was $50K startup cost deduction. So that's what I was trying to say. Like, if you start up a new business, the startup cost, that's the deductions.
Yeah, but
like,
okay,
to answer your question.
So hang on, I just want to make sure I got this right. So if you start up a new business with your own money, lucky you, the government's not going to tax your own money from your startup cost. Well, how nice of them. How nice of them.
It's 5,000 now, and she's raising it to 50,000.
Okay, from the federal level, it's 5,000, but you have state
percentage. I wonder what that percentage would be if on the average startup business, because $45,000 is not that much money.
especially not for a startup cost on a
Right.
business.
Sure, but like it's a lot more
That's
than
like
$5,000.
half of a truck.
Okay, can she affect whatever the state offsets are? The answer is no. You're talking about a federal offset. Who cares? Most of this is not going to matter one way or the other. It's not going to incentivize people to run out and start. Nobody's like, I was going to start a small business until I realized that I'd have to pay a small percentage on my startup cost, or I'd only get 5,000 of it non-deductible. Nobody's fucking saying that anywhere on planet Earth. It doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant.
It helps
It's half of a pickup truck. It doesn't do shit.
Nothing. Anyway, do you guys want to move it to social issues? We only have so much time tonight.
Sure, we can move on.
Okay, so I'm guessing that you guys are super excited for women to kill their kids. You can't wait. It's your favorite.
Yep.
And as we move into this topic, can we please be mindful of the words we use and how we use them? Thank you.
TOS.
Thank you.
Well, I don't think I did anything to violate TOS.
No. I'm not
It's a
saying you
warning.
did. I'm just saying as we move into a
Yeah.
deeper topic.
Yeah, so I'm guessing.
Deeper.
So when we get to social policies for Trump, right? I would like for you guys to actually tell me any social policies Trump have that you're against. Go ahead.
Death penalty for drug dealers.
Jailing and threatening journalists. Kind of against that.
He hasn't jailed any journalists.
Yeah.
That's
There's
a lie.
lots of domestic policy to vote
threatened
here.
them,
You
which
can
only
learn
the
that.
president
No.
should do.
What he's threatened is that what's not. So here's what's going on, right? There are people who are allowed to slander with misinformation, and they lie, and they use a journalistic publication to do so. And Trump wants to change the slander laws. And yes, if you're
Yeah,
guilty,
the president shouldn't do that.
if you're guilty of slandering a human being and lying about them, and then using a giant mechanism, a corporate newspaper, for instance, to do so, yeah, you should pay penalties for that. I agree with that.
That's already illegal. It's called defamation.
No, that's a civil thing. It should be criminal. That's what Trump is saying.
Criminal?
Yes.
We're gonna make it criminal.
Yeah.
I care. I care way more about the freedom of the press.
With
The
slander.
whole point of the press is like to hold
Let
people
him-
power
let him go,
accountable.
Andrew.
So like I'm really worried about changing that dichotomy, because I think the whole point of the press and the freedom of press is to make sure people in power are held accountable.
Yeah,
So
nobody's
I do-
disputing that.
Then why
Who's
would
disputing
why would we change the laws to create like more of a chilling effect?
They lie on purpose in order to destroy a person's life.
That's
Why
almost
shouldn't we-
impossible.
why shouldn't
That's
we go
almost
to- so
impossible
if
to
you-
prove.
So, for instance, let's
Why
say,
would
for
it-
instance, Ghosty, I just want to make sure I got this correct. You think that it's a moral position to say that if you had a public newspaper which reached tens of thousands of people, and you had somebody you didn't like, so you made up lies on purpose to destroy their life, and it did, that there should be no criminal culpability for you, only a civil liability? Really?
I'll get behind that,
You're
yeah.
describing defamation, so that would be against the law.
Freedom of
I-
speech. Yes.
No, misinformation is not against the law.
I would be fine.
What are you talking about? Where did you get the idea of misinformation is against the law?
I said that'd be defamation. What you're describing.
Defamation's a civil. That's civil, not criminal.
Mm-hmm.
I would be
Well-
fine with lowering the standard of defamation for publications and media, because I think it is a very high, unattainable standard right now. So I would be fine with lowering that standard so that we can hold some.
What
of
would be
these
wrong with
media-
criminal culpability? What would be wrong with that? I don't get it. Seems
I just-
fine.
I think
Seems
that's-
like if I destroy your entire
think
life
that's
with
a
lies, that I should be
slippery-
held culpable.
I think that's a slippery
Mhm.
slope.
Well, I
that's
think
too
slippery
far.
slope's a fallacy, so I'm not going
Because
to
they
let
won't.
that pass.
Because
So I'm not going to let you
law
use
enforcement has
fallacious.
a terrible
one
track
second, one
record of
second.
enforcing things accurately.
1 second, Flow Stay. I'm not going to let you use a fallacious argument like the slippery slope. You never allowed for me in it for a second. So you saying it's a slippery slope is dismissed. What's wrong morally with holding somebody who lies on purpose, slanders a person, destroys their life, criminally culpable? What is morally wrong with that? Go ahead.
The assumption that we can accurately use that. You're asking me what's wrong with perfection, and I'm saying this is not an option
That's not
for
perfection.
it. That is perfection.
No, it's not perfection. I'm talking about if you can prove. By the way, in a criminal case, the evidence is higher. It's higher than it is in a civil case.
And
What I'm
also, the
saying is
prosecution's budget is
Let
yeah.
him
That
finish.
if you can demonstrate, if you can prove that a person on purpose, okay, slandered you and destroyed your life over these slanderous claims, I see nothing immoral about holding them culpable for this in a legal way. Can you guys explain how that's an immoral position?
This is getting pretty close to like making hate speech like a law. Like when you're starting to go like, oh, words hurt people. When you're starting to be like, words hurt people to a point of criminality, you're getting close to like hate speach laws.
No, we're not getting anywhere near hate speech.
I would think you of all people would support more freedom of speech, not less of it.
What? Wait. First of all, why?
Don't you make your living talking shit to people?
Do you think I have freedom of speech? Don't make me fucking laugh.
I am curious.
Right now, we don't have freedom of speech. I just got chastised and told that I need to adhere to TOS. We don't have freedom of speech. Give me a fucking break.
We don't have freedom of speech, but we can have less of it. We can have less of it.
Don't make me fucking laugh. It's a joke. What a joke. We don't know. First of all, no, nobody has no freedom of speech anyway. What I'm saying is that right now, newspaper publications across the United States are allowed to make up massive amounts of lies. And what they can do is this. They buy insurance. They buy insurance so that if they're held civilly liable, insurance pays out for them. They don't give a shit. They'll make up lies every single day. The only way to stop that from happening, you want a real free republic and fair republic, you want to stop that from happening, you have to hold people criminally liable for making up slanderous lies about you in order to destroy your life. And I want to hear a moral argument against that.
So I think kind of a question behind this would be like the form of reach. How much reach do you have, and are you utilizing that reach in order to, like, the intention behind it, right? Then you're going for the moral version of it, but I think that's where the publicity portion comes in, because the intention behind it is to sway.
Well, I'm saying that what's happening is to the person is immoral, and to hold them civilly liable when insurance can come in and just cover their bill, so they don't care. They actually bake it into their price costs. We are going to slander people on purpose and lie. And it's baked into our price cost model that insurance will just cover whatever we need to pay out for the lies and slander we tell, even though it destroys people's lives, absolutely destroys their lives. They do it all the time. Can you give me a moral reason, an actual moral reason why those people shouldn't face jail time for doing that? If they're doing it on purpose.
No, I cannot. But morality is not the only consideration when we're talking about these laws, because that's just the conceptual part. Implementation is the other part. That's why you isolated morality.
Yeah, what's wrong?
I don't care about the morality. I guess that's morally
because
fine.
Because you know that the implementation is impossible.
If it's morally fine, then what is your objection here?
The implementation.
It might be constitutional.
So what implementation would you agree to?
Excuse me, what implementation would
you agree to?
I don't think that we can implement these sort of moral paradigms like this. So I would not support any more freedoms or restrictions on freedom of speech.
Why not?
Because we can't implement it well.
Why not?
Because it's subjective.
Oh, so okay. Well, then we shouldn't have any laws because they're all subjective.
This is uniquely subjective.
Everything is uniquely subjective.
What is the standard for my life is ruined by words? Like, words hurt me, and my life is now. Yeah,
it's not like, words. It's not words hurt me. It's through malicious lies, right? I hurt not only your income, but your reputation, your family. I can demonstrate this. Here's how I can demonstrate this. And people will be a lot more careful with what they say about other people with such laws on the books. That's Donald Trump's entire point.
They won't say anything about it.
Another person who makes this great point is Elon Musk, who says that a bunch of anons can make all sorts of slander against people. Nobody can do anything about it, right? The thing is that I don't see anything, and neither do any of you, immoral about holding a person criminally liable who makes up slander and lies through their newspaper publication and then says that's okay because even if I'm civilly liable, it's baked into my cost of doing business. That's morally fucking repugnant.
The morally repugnant thing would be the people that you know are going to be chilled into silence on things they should speak on, and the people you know are going to be punished for things that they should not be punished for.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you can't lie.
For example, the economics article that Prawncess just cited, that would never be written. Never be written.
Why would that not be written?
Because
that's not slander.
It's a subjective prediction, and it could impact the election results.
Yeah, but if he's wrong, how would that be slander?
Well,
it can cause damages. It's causing damages.
For example, like you talk about like the Dominion law. Yeah, I'm okay with like the some examples of news organizations like Fox News being held accountable for giving like blatant information if they know they're kind of putting it out there.
Like Fox News
and MSNBC and CNN.
I agree. It's definitely
So now I'm going to give you my take on why it is that liberals actually hate this, even though they know that it's not immoral. Nobody can make a moral case against it, and they don't even bother trying to. The reason that they don't want anti-slander laws is because of this, because there's all sorts of issues which are talked about. Right?
I said I'm okay with it.
That the person is right about when it comes to things like foreigners coming into the country, racial issues, things like this. And what happens is liberals will slander that person with lies to the point where their life is destroyed and they're blacklisted from the fucking world, and they don't want to go to jail for it. That's the only reason fucking liberals don't want anti-slander laws.
I'm protecting Trump right now by being against this law that you're proposing. I'm literally protecting Trump. Trump would be in jail a million times over.
Who sent you that talking point, sweetheart?
So the liberals that will slander people so easily, when they're in power, they're going to slander people still, and they're going to have the force of the law behind them. So they'll actually prosecute people instead of slandering them. That's the issue.
Also, I think I agree with Flo with like pragmatically, like, it's really difficult because you can say it's an opinion piece and like say, oh, this is my opinion. Like maybe if you had like some emails saying like, oh, I purposely made these false statements in an opinion article, but I think it's gonna be really pragmatically difficult to do case by case.
I think we need to be mindful how obviously me and if Ghosty and I were having a phone call or something and I said something about somebody, that would not be considered slanderous, right? Because it's not publicized, it's not going out to the world, so on and so forth. So it's not going to necessarily control your freedom of speech. I think what Andrew's referring to is like specific publications or people that are putting out false information on purpose, because slander, defamation, whatever, has to be publicized.
It has specific criteria
in order. There's a whole list of this criteria, and the criminal portion of it would require a malicious intent or a harmful intent in order to be considered criminal.
Yeah, and then you would just be held criminally liable instead.
There is no restriction on what a prosecutor can charge somebody with. There is no punishment for excess charging.
What about a situation where
somebody... Sounds like you just need to give punishments for excess charging. Fine. I'm fine with that,
too. What about a situation where somebody is actually telling the truth, and now this person doesn't like that the truth is out there, so they charge this person criminally, and just because they can't prove it to the standard, they are telling the truth about this slander. Now they're in prison.
Well, they're actually they actually have a higher protection. They actually have a higher protection because in criminal court, the burden of evidence is much higher than the civil protection that they have right now, where they could still be sued into fucking oblivion. So it actually provides an additional protection for them, right? But if they're actually found liable, they go to fucking jail. And you know what? That would actually solve a whole lot of problems with everything the left is claiming is misinformation. It's just that then you couldn't publicly slander everybody you call a Nazi and a KKK member and all this other bullshit that you would like to label people with, because you can't make fucking arguments and you don't want to go to jail. That's it. That's all it is.
I think lowering the defamation standards civilly would like hitting people. Like, people don't like losing their money, especially big media companies.
They don't care if they're protected. They're protected.
Should we move on to something that actually has to do with this election?
Well, and additional clarification too. You do require mens rea in order to prove a crime. So the difference between going from the civil version of this to the criminal version is you have to prove like the I had crime on my mind. I meant to do this on purpose. It was intentional. So having that additional criteria doesn't necessarily just mean anybody can say they did this on purpose. Like, even if you do something and it's not proven to be intentional or like maliciousness.
The only reason you don't want it is because you want to call people you don't like fucking Nazis and you'll go to jail. That's what I think.
Or just like, that's what I think. Maybe you just don't think sending someone to jail is like a good solution. Like, doesn't really seem to be working these days. So, like, why would sending a journalist to jail solve the issue immediately?
It works fine to send people to jail as a deterrent. Otherwise, you would get rid of all laws.
I would get rid of a lot of laws.
Right? Why don't you get rid of all laws, Prawncess? If going to jail isn't a deterrent.
Why don't we just outlaw everything that's bad?
Can you let him answer a question? Prawncess,
well, no, I'm not against all laws and all jails, but do you not agree there's like issues with like we're probably sending too many people to jail and doesn't seem to be stopping most people from committing crimes. Usually,
Let's
you go to jail,
outlaw all
you're
bad
a better
decisions.
criminal than you go in.
Then Prawncess, why wouldn't you just get rid of laws?
Because I don't think that's the solution to address that
Okay,
problem.
so then what should happen when a person is found criminally liable for a law that they broke? What should happen to them?
Depends. It depends. It's a case by case. It depends on the crime. Depends on the individual. Depends on the mental state. I don't know. That's a really broad question.
Should they go to jail?
Sometimes.
Yeah. So I don't even understand your fucking argument. Go out to sending them to jail doesn't work. Well, what do you want to do when they break the law? Send them to jail. Oh, genius, Prawncess. Genius. Brilliant.
Kids, listen. I just don't think that's the best solution. I don't know that will fix the issue you're trying to address.
What's the best solution, Prawncess?
If sending people to jail is a good solution, we should send people to jail for a whole lot more things. We should outlaw every bad decision.
What are you talking about? That doesn't even make sense.
It's the exact same thing you did with trying to get rid of all laws.
Send people to jail for moral crimes, theft, rape, robbery,
Mean words.
Crimes.
Mean words.
No,
lying seems like a little different than those.
Would you send people to jail for cheating on their spouse?
No.
That's immoral.
Not from your standard. Not from the standard of a progressive scumbag. It's not immoral.
I think it's immoral.
But she was asking
most
about your
people
morals
agree.
anyways.
Based on what? Based on I think
being a human?
Yeah, based on I think. You don't have
Based
any
on being
standard.
a
You have no
human.
standard to appeal it to. All of this is
Psycho-humanism?
What's that?
What is your moral standard based on? God?
Christian
There's a
ethics,
God?
yeah, an unchanging
There's a God,
standard.
and mine's based on my
Not
human
unchanging. We've already been
experiences.
over that. It's
What's
changing.
We are
fucking
going down a
difference?
rabbit hole, by the way, if we do want to get back to any more of the social dynamics of the election.
And by the way, yeah, why not? You know what? Now that I think about it, yeah, if your spouse cheats on you, they go to jail for 2 years. What the fuck is wrong with that? Now that I think about it, I actually don't see a problem with that. What's actually wrong if you get married and you decide a week later to go suck some dude's dick and you go to fucking jail? What's actually wrong with that?
This guy wants to vote for Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I want.
Oh no! He's
out to everybody.
Go out and suck other men's dicks. Oh my god!
What if your wife quits having sex with you right after marriage? Then should you still go to prison? You've had a sexless marriage for 10 years. You got to get some.
Get a divorce. So anyway, Ghosty, back to this. Why actually would it be problematic from your view if a wife went ahead, because it's immoral, right? Went ahead and cheated on her husband, right, with some guy, if she had to go to jail for 2 years? What's actually wrong with that?
Because I think jail should only be for dangerous criminals.
What does
That's
that mean?
What I believe.
What does that mean?
I don't even think people should go to jail for like tax fraud and stuff. I think jail should specifically be for dangerous, violent criminals.
I didn't know
keep them
Andrew
away
supported
from
no fault
society.
divorce.
That's fucking wild. Okay.
Also, I know Andrew doesn't know stats, but reportedly more men cheat than women. So, like, wouldn't men be kind of
sure do it across the board?
More?
By the way, I don't think that. That's
on
self-reporting, and that's wrong. I don't think that more men cheat than women. I don't believe it. I think that women are better at hiding their affairs. At least that's what they report.
Or men are worse at investigating.
Yep.
I don't think we should be sending people to jail for, I would say, petty stuff like that.
Yeah, whatever. This has nothing. At this point, we're down in the gutter, talking about nothing. I'd like to get back to Trump and Harris.
Okay.
So moving on to social issues. What's your next social issue that you have a problem with Trump on?
His mass deportation plan, which is ridiculous.
Social issue. Yeah,
immigration.
Wait, I'm sorry. You don't want him to deport illegal immigrants?
His mass deportation plan is going to be like, first of all, it's not feasible. It's not,
why not
possible. We don't have
Do you think he's
the
gonna do it?
detention
Then why are you
centers.
worried about it?
We don't have the
isn't
money
it possible?
to do
What are you
it.
talking about?
If it's impossible, you don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, what's the problem here?
Well, I mean, he does have a track record for making big promises like the wall and not achieving them. So maybe it's just a track record.
Because Democrats
Andrew,
opposed it at every
Andrew,
fucking poll. They
Andrew,
wouldn't fund it.
That could happen this time. So, but Andrew, do you
not-
generally think he's gonna commit to the mass deportation and he's gonna do it?
I hope so.
It's
I
not
want him
possible
to.
to do without like destroying the country, pretty much.
It
How
would
would it
fuck up our
destroy-
economy big time.
Wait, so you're saying that we need to have second-class tier slave labor in this country, and Trump's going to destroy that, and you're upset about it?
No, we're talking about the logistics of actually achieving his actual policy of mass deportation. We think it's not really achievable.
Okay, so what logistically is impossible about reinforcing ICE with thousands more agents, kicking in doors, and grabbing people who are here illegally and throwing their ass out of my fucking country? What's wrong with that?
Where are they going to put them?
We're
going to put them.
Humans have been rounded up all
Where
throughout
do these
history.
agents come from?
It's not hard to round up people and put them in camps. Countries have done it all throughout the 20th century.
It is.
It's not. We did it during World War II.
Workers.
Russia did it. Germany did it. It happens constantly.
Yeah.
It's a very specific skill set.
What skill set?
Putting people in a cage? It's not at all.
Yeah. You just go
to identify these people and to find where they are.
They're not
to go
hard
get
to
them.
identify.
There's a whole part with like the families, the separation of the
We've
families.
already
Where
done
are you putting them before this court
Ghosty,
happens and
Ghosty.
everything?
Every single Japanese who was here in World War II was sent to an internment camp.
Yeah.
It's nowhere near the amount of people.
This is a super simple
It's like-
logistic
it's
thing
like
to do. This is really simple.
immigrants
There will be
in the
some
US.
that fall through the cracks, but by and large, this is very easy to execute.
Yeah, why would this be hard to execute? I don't get that.
And like Andrew said, it is going to affect our economy, and I wouldn't consider
would
it
say
slave
labor.
I wouldn't
It's
call
gonna
it
cost a
slave
shit ton.
labor, but
It's
those
not
slave
lower
labor.
wage
No,
jobs are
it's-
a huge part of our economy.
So I want to make sure I get this right. You want people who are here in our country who are sending remittances back to their own country, okay? Instead of spending it domestically, they're sending millions and millions of dollars in remittances back to their home nations. Okay, they're already here illegally. They shouldn't even be here in the first place. You're upset because local corporations can't pay them a lower wage than they pay other people. So you want them, essentially, you want a second tier slave labor force.
Not
That's
slave
what you're
labor.
advocating for.
They sneak over here to work for it voluntarily. It's definitely not slave labor.
Yeah,
It's a second tier
want
slave. Yes, it is. From their view, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Nobody
No, they
sneaks
want
into
to be
slavery.
Hey, watch me prove you wrong. Ghosty, do you think that illegal immigrants should get paid the same amount as American citizens?
illegal immigrants.
Yes.
Probably not, unless
No?
they're legal. I guess.
So okay.
Well, why did you ask her to prove your point? Ask me.
We're letting Andy get off
Because I'm
topic. The topic
critiquing
is-
from their
we're-
worldview.
The topic is whether this is
Their
logistically
worldview.
possible, and now we're going off into like
I mean,
some
like
different
morally, yes, but
It's
Wait,
hyperbolic
yes.
to call it slave labor.
kind of working right now, and it's definitely not slave labor.
They deserve to get paid whatever they can negotiate for themselves, just like everybody else.
Oh, that was funny. Okay, so anyway, so back to this. Yeah, I don't actually see any big concerns here with rounding up illegals and throwing them out. I don't see the problem here. If Joe Biden can make massive hotels to accommodate them in, I don't see why we couldn't make some way or buses and things like this to
refugees.
collect them up and throw them out. No, these are people who are applying for asylum. 90% of their 90% of their applications are getting rejected.
I meant asylum.
Yeah, and
We
90%
only
of
have
them
a
are
border
getting
with two
rejected.
countries. So how are we getting all these asylum seekers? That's
So a global immigration happened across.
right, but
just
that's what I'm saying. They have to
globally.
pass through a different country to get here to seek asylum. That sort of neutralizes the threat that they're running from, right?
I guess.
Okay, well,
I think there needs to be immigration reform 100%.
Okay, let
But
me
I
let me
don't-
yeah, we're
think
we're gonna
Trump
push
is
in a box. Like,
proposing-
we're not like for illegal immigrants. I think
Great.
those
So what's
probably
wrong
be-
with throwing them all the fuck out? Why can't we throw them all the fuck out? Why not?
Because it's a disastrous plan. Again.
Why?
for
Why
the
is it
economy.
disastrous?
What about the fact that it's going to cost a shit ton of
They
money?
make up like 21% of
Oh
construction.
no! Is it going to cost a bunch of money to enforce our laws and throw out illegal immigrants who also
Yeah,
kill?
you say you care about the
Yeah.
economy, but yet you don't care when Trump wants a higher deficit than
Do you
all
think
the
that- do you
It's
Democrats.
actually his mass
Hey, I
think
deportation
a lot
is
of
actually
people
worse
really
than
care about
tariffs.
Calm down. I'll explain.
Well,
Okay,
no, you've been talking about. So let me just jump in for
hospitals-
one more second. You talk
ahead.
about the economy all the time, but it's really
Yeah.
clear. Like you don't mind when Trump spends all the money he wants. Like okay when he does it, but if a Democrat spend money, it's the worst thing ever. But
They're both going to borrow it,
you
sir.
look at even now and in the past,
Both
he has
gonna borrow
ran
it.
higher deficits even when we had a better economy.
So
Go
what? They're
ahead.
both going to borrow it. You can't tell me for a second Kamala Harris is going to lower the national deficit. She's going to borrow a shitload of money. They're both going to borrow it. We both know that they're both.
Trump borrowed way more. What are you talking about? Even
We can't
without
Good
without
times.
spending.
Oh, did he borrow $100 million more dollars than the next guy who's going to borrow $100 million? Who gives
He
a
spent
shit?
more than any president ever.
You say you care about the economy. Okay,
Neither,
you actually don't care. Why even talking about it?
Neither.
You don't care about economists' opinions. You don't care about the debt. Why are we even talking about the economy?
Yeah,
You
so
feel like you
neither
don't give a
party.
shit. Why are you discussing this? You don't care that
I'm going
Trump's
to
going to make
discuss
it
it.
worse.
Yeah, I'm going to discuss it.
Yeah, it's going to be worse.
Eugensburg, but here's the thing. The truth is that both of them are going to borrow a shitload of money. There's not a damn thing that anybody can do about that because the United States has a borrowing problem. There's nothing we can do. We have so many unfunded liabilities.
Should we not borrow less?
We have so many unfunded liabilities that we're always going to have to borrow. There's nothing we can do about that. Which you're talking about, though, is you're talking about an entire sea of people who bankrupted the California medical system. Bankrupted them because they have no insurance, no nothing, and they used ER care as general care. They bankrupted the entire California medical system. Some of the best surgeons in the world, some of the best care units in the world, fucking bankrupted from illegal immigration. That cost passed on to the consumer as well. This happens with illegals all over the country. Had one of the best open heart surgeons or surgery wards in California gone. This happens nonstop. They bankrupt the medical industry, and you people are like, oh, no, that's fine because it's going to cost a little bit of money to deport them. Fuck you. They need to get out of my country ASAP. And if we have to fund some fucking buses to do it, then overarchingly, that's going to lower the costs across the board over time as long as you keep them out.
It's not buses, it's planes, it's detention centers, it's jails, it's agents.
Illegal immigrants are scapegoat. They're a scapegoat, and neither side wants to deport them. That's why you had Republicans making excuses to ship them all over the rest of the country as well.
Right. Why aren't we passing actual immigration legislation that will prevent more people from coming in? We could actually build a wall, make it reasonable for people to come in here.
Now you want to build a wall?
Fix.
Now you want to build a wall?
I would build a bridge if we propose some kind of reasonable immigration policy for people to immigrate here where it doesn't take like 1 million years, it doesn't cost like $1 million, people can stay with their families and everything like this, fix the whole asylum processes, add more judges.
How about this instead? Here's a counter proposal. The United States National Guard in the border states, right, often has nothing all day long to do. So just like in Rome, when we deployed our soldiers, or when they deployed their soldiers to build roads, why not deploy the National Guard to go ahead and set up a massive wall and then have them go ahead and patrol that wall? And when illegals try to come up through the border, right, they arrest them on the fucking spot, and then they hold them in a detention center and then charge the country that they come from of origin, in this case, Mexico, a fee for every single one which is captured at the border, thus incentivizing them to keep them behind their own damn border. How about we do that?
I don't know how would Mexico feel about that. I know I had to consult them on that.
What Mexico thinks about it. Why do we give a fuck?
They're a partner. They affect our economy, so like we might have to.
Oh, what are they going to do about it, bro? What are they going to do about it?
It's kind of like when Trump said, "Oh, we're gonna have the Mexicans pay for the wall." Do you think that involves some communication with Mexico? Do you think you're just going to be like, "Oh yeah, they're just going to decide to do that"? There has to be some coordination between different countries to do stuff like that.
They can't do anything about it, bro. There's nothing they can do.
We don't want to stop immigration.
Legal immigration's fine. Nobody said anything about it. I'm talking about illegals who are coming up through the border. Why not have the National Guard there on a fucking wall? And every single time they capture an illegal, you charge Mexico.
Reasonable, like a bipartisan bill that Trump shot down. How about that?
Oh, he shot it down because of earmarks and pork spending in the bill. That's why it got shot down. So the thing is like, look, and moving back into this is super important. You resisted the wall every which way you could. Ghosty says, no, I'm not opposed to having a wall. Let's build a wall over there. Yes, of course we need to keep illegals out. There's no reason for us not to use our National Guard for our own national defense. In this case, this is a national defense issue because it's not just Mexicans coming up. I was on the Whatever podcast and talked to a Russian infiltrator who came up through the southern border. Russian. Mm-hmm. She said, I came up through the border. Right. Yep. And I went through the asylum process, right? The whole 9 yards. And she was an OnlyFans prostitute. Boy, we're really bringing in the best and the brightest, aren't we, from that border who are trying to get political asylum. It's fucking ridiculous. What needs to happen instead is we need to treat our border just like every other country treats their border as a military zone. And you do not cross our military zone. It's our fucking country, not Mexico's country.
Scale of
but
1
I
to
know-
10, how hot was the Russian, though? That's the question.
I know you're going to disagree, Andrew, but like I think the bipartisan bill would have been a step in the right direction. You can always oppose more legislation when Trump wins presidency if that happens like you want. But like that would have been a step in the right direction. I know it probably didn't have like everything you possibly want, but it would have been a lot harder. It would have made it harder than it is today. So I don't know why we would just shoot that down.
It wouldn't be harder. Biden let in 5 million illegal immigrants
And
already.
then wait. Yeah, but if that happened, it would be shut down. They'd shut down the entire board for 2 weeks.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, that's not going to have a huge impact on people coming through the border.
No. Do you know how many weeks there are in a term?
Yeah, 2 out of 50. 2 out of 50 you're talking about. And this guy already let in 5 million.
2 out of 200.
Here's what you're saying. Here's what you're saying.
This doesn't matter. What you should do, you put that in the law, and then when you become president, you change it or make a better law.
Yeah,
like,
and how much?
You don't just knock it down and then be like, well, let's restart from scratch.
You give him amnesty.
Forward progress.
That was part
Also,
of the law.
all the
Was amnesty
Republicans were
correct?
on board for it.
Wasn't
All the
amnesty the law?
Go ahead, Ghosty.
Amnesty was also part of the law. But here's the thing. Let's dive into this. Here's what you want to do. So Biden lets in 5 million illegals before he starts enforcing the border because he goes, oh shit, this is unattainable. We can't be spending millions of dollars here putting these people up in hotel rooms, right? Even though we want to make the future Democrat voter of America, we just can't afford to do this. We're getting a lot of political pressure after he already let in 5 million. So here's what happened. The donkey took a giant shit on America's face, and you're going, well, here's a paper towel so you can clean it up. Fuck that, bro. Fuck that. That's the stupidest shit.
Why would we?
The back in Harrison. We're fucking heard.
I agree
10 out of 10 on that analogy.
I
think
that
a better.
Biden could have done better with the border, 100%. But he's not running again. Harris is, and if she wants to get reelected,
who was the border czar?
It was not Kamala Harris.
I'm sorry. Can you look up Kamala Harris border czar? I'll wait.
Oh, what was that like law you were talking about with misinformation and sending people to jail and shit like that?
What was her
not
official
a
title? Was
border
border
czar.
czar.
No,
It was an official title. Here, you want me? I'll read it for you if you'd like.
Well, speaking of Harris, because she was a prosecutor, why wouldn't we expect like crime to be actually like better or get better under her time versus the actual convicted criminal?
Prosecutors are the shittiest human beings
to enable way more crime under their presidency.
They're worse than cops.
Yeah, Kamala Harris failure to secure the United States border. 5 million come in. She was officially put in as border
authority.
czar.
That's an official title. That's not propaganda. It's her actual title.
It's okay if he reads the article, but if I do, no, it's not cool.
No, he's telling you what the official title is. He's
That's
not
the official
speculating.
title.
That's not her
118th
official
Congress.
title.
That's from the 118th Congress. Yes, official title.
This is not speculation.
Oh, so
It's-
now you believe them?
The Congress?
This has already happened. It's not a projection.
I believe the Congress. Yeah. What do you mean?
This is subjective. We're not going to wait and see how this pans out. This is already done.
Biden said it. Yeah, Biden said it himself. He has said himself that was the border czar. Yes, Kamala Harris. It was part of her failure. 5 million came in. Again, the donkey came over, took a giant shit on her face. You're trying to hand me a paper towel and say, well, that's fine. We'll clean it up. Fuck that. Fuck off. That's bullshit. I want these guys out of my fucking nation tomorrow. You have failed us. You Democrats failed us.
You can do that after the fact. You don't have to knock down a law that's going to make it better than it is today just because you want something better in the future. That doesn't make any sense.
Finally do your fucking job. How about we just get rid of Harris and we have Trump?
It's not just the 5 million. They're going to add more courts. They're like not just. It's a lot of investment.
Oh, good. More
beyond
courts. The criminal justice industry isn't big enough. Do you not want to catch
people coming across illegally or the people doing false amnesty? I thought you cared about that. You just mentioned that a second ago.
Well, here,
if you care about that, you probably want a court process.
Let's see, Prawncess. Let me ask you a question, okay? Let's say that you hired a person to come in and build your house and he fucked it up. He fucked your whole house up. Would you go ahead and say, well, that's cool because now we'll rehire you and you're promising that, well, this time I'm not going to fuck your house up. Would you go ahead and hire that same contractor, Prawncess?
You already fucked up the bathroom. Might as well have the kitchen.
You might as well fuck up everything, right? Would you rehire that contractor if he fucked your house up, Prawncess?
I got to compare the numbers because if you look at someone like Obama, this guy, so I don't know. They can go back and forth for all I know.
You're fucking God. Where do you people come from? Where do you people come from, dude?
Here's how the numbers play out. It's gonna be more expensive if he fucks up your kitchen too.
Bro, can we just take a moment to absorb that he said I have to look at the numbers? Can we just take a moment and have a drink? Here, with this,
I go based on fact, unlike some people. Based on feelings. I actually look at the numbers and actually get my opinions based on numbers. Yeah.
Harris, as a vice president, really doesn't have much say. I know this whole border czar talking point, but she really doesn't have that much control. The Republicans denied 2
It's the second most
bipartisan
powerful
border
position.
bills. Huh?
And also, I got to jump in here.
It's the second most powerful position in the whole government.
One second, I found the numbers. Yeah,
Not really.
Biden's administration is just behind Trump as far as deportation. There's not like a huge difference in the deportation these administrations are doing. Like you're saying.
There's a lot more to deport because he left 5 million in. Yeah, I'm sure they're finally catching up. They're finally doing their job.
Well, Trump's not doing a better job though. So why would you think Trump's going to do better? You just said that a second ago.
So now what you're saying is
you're saying Harris is a failure. And I'm saying the numbers are the same. So we don't need. It's not a concern of ours.
It's a massive failure.
The same on that, unless he actually does the deportation he's promising. But I don't see it.
What you're saying to me now is this.
You want to make a bet $100?
What you're saying to me now is this. You're saying, okay, the donkey has shit on your face. Here's a paper towel so that you can wipe it off. But I promise you that Biden is
this analogy, but it fails.
That Biden, who sent the donkey to shit on your face, is going to wipe it off quicker than Trump. Are you fucking serious, bro?
You mean Harris?
This is a serious argument? Harris. Sorry, Harris.
I think because immigration is such a big issue right now, that's something she's really going to want to focus on, especially if she wins and she wants to get reelected. She's going to have to prove that she's not letting as many people in through the border and actually taking care of this asylum issue.
Not even once. Well, no, I'm sorry, she did.
Why does that even matter?
Yeah, she didn't do a photo opportunity. How horrible.
That's all her job is.
She did do a photo op.
She's busy being the vice president, unlike someone else.
Bro, I misspoke. She did, and she did do a photo op. But the thing is like Kamala's been hiding this entire election. She barely does any interviews. She does everything that she can to shut herself away from the public because she has no fucking plans to do anything. She's too busy governing, unlike someone. She's a DEI candidate. And by the way, if you guys love democracy so much, can you just tell me real quick why it is that you're instructing people to go ahead and vote for a woman who was never democratically put in there by your own party?
Yeah, because she was vice president and she was going to be vice president under Biden. So therefore, when you're voting for Biden, you are also inherently voting for Kamala too, especially since Biden is such an old man. It was very likely that he could have passed away or something could have happened where she likely could have become president. So by voting for Biden, you're also voting for Kamala.
Okay. Real quick, before I rip this apart, right? Real quick.
We're waiting.
Before I rip this apart, let me just explain a couple of concepts to you. Yes, when Biden's president, the vice president, if he's infirm, gets to be president. This is pre-election, pre-anybody voting. It does not It does not default to the vice president because the president bows out. That is fucking insane. The Democrats could have put up anybody they wanted to. Anybody. They could have taken the second on the ticket and nobody could have said a fucking word about it. That's their candidate. What you just said, total fucking bullshit lies. Total bullshit lies.
It's not a lie at all. It
is a lie. It doesn't default to Kamala in an election. That's fucking bullshit lies.
I never said it defaulted to Kamala. Saying it's not. I'm saying by voting for Biden, you're technically voting for Kamala too. So
she was saying she got the vice president.
It's not really that. It's not really this big whole oh my god, democracy is being.
Then how come you didn't take the next candidate who got the second amount of votes? Why not do that?
Wouldn't her laugh be enough reason not to vote for her? Do you want to hear that cackle for 4 more years?
Yeah, that's pretty terrible, to be honest. But I still want an answer to my question. Why, if you love democracy,
15 minutes about nothing and tariffs?
Yeah, but why, if you love democracy, didn't you just go ahead with the candidate that had the second most votes for the primary? Why not? How come?
Because I think based on the actual the laws, there is a legitimate process to have the vice president, who is again in the first in the line of succession, take over when they're on the same ticket. Yes, there is a process for that. You can not like the process, but that's established.
Bro, they could have had anybody they wanted. That's the process.
Yeah, the DNC and the RNC are both kind of corrupt.
Yeah, so why
Is
didn't
that-
they
is
go
that
with
your-
why didn't they go
is
with the
that your
second
point?
amount of votes? That's the actual process. They could have had anybody they wanted.
Probably because they thought Kamala would have won anyway.
Yeah,
That's probably what most Democrats wanted to take over.
They don't care about democracy.
Nobody's
All they care about
forcing
is
you to
winning.
vote
All
for
they care
her.
about is fucking winning. They didn't.
Nobody's
You
forcing
didn't
you
go
to
with the
vote for her.
will of the people.
Well,
You
no,
don't
the will
give
of the
a
people
shit.
would have been
You don't
the
give
will of the people
a
was
shit about
the will of the people was
democracy,
Kamala
right.
because they voted for the Biden-Harris ticket in the primary.
Yeah.
Some
By the way,
people.
if I go back through your guys' streams after this debate, I just want to see if you guys will lie to me because I'll actually do this. If I go back through your streams post debate, are you going to talk about how Joe Biden's actually a very sound-minded candidate just weeks before he was removed? Tell me the truth. Tell me the truth.
I've only been streaming for 3 months, so I wasn't streaming back then.
Steve, am I going to hear you say that Biden is a sound-minded candidate just a couple of weeks before he was removed? Am I going to hear that, Ghosty?
I probably wasn't talking about politics either, to be honest.
So I'm not going to
I'll
hear
tell
it. I just want to hear that I'm not going to hear it, right?
I'll
You're
tell you,
gonna hear it.
I made arguments that even if he was completely,
Yeah, it's there.
I made arguments that even if he was completely brain dead, he'd be a better leader than Trump because he
So
can
this
actually
is
like,
Trump
he can actually
derangement
establish.
syndrome.
He can establish.
This is really
he
a
can
medical
establish-
issue.
He can establish a cabinet that actually will like get stuff done and not. He won't fire everyone. When they don't
Have
see
you ever
him.
tried lithium?
So
Would you be
wait,
open to trying lithium?
No, I love this argument. So wait a second. So unelected officials would be running the country with a puppet president, and you think that that's optimal?
I don't
What
think
do you
it's
think
optimal. I said I would
happens
still
every
vote for.
year?
I'd like that over Trump. I think that'd still be more
Well, I just want
successful.
to let you know that you've just endorsed what we like to call the deep state, dummy.
I just said I don't think it's as good. I'm just saying I think that still have better
You
results.
turn it over to the deep state over an actually democratically elected, competent president. Got it.
So,
Hey,
what is the
presidents don't
devil
do
that you
that.
know? What about Trump would make you prefer the devil that you don't know?
Wait, what?
What is the worst thing about Trump besides his tariffs?
I just think he doesn't really care about the middle class. I think he's kind of LARPing. I think he really just wants to help out people like himself, the rich and more elite class. And I think
So
That's
this is
kinda what I'm
this
against.
is just a vibe opinion.
So no.
the
So
policies reflect that.
it's his tariffs. He wants to get rid of the CHIPS Act. His taxing the middle class more.
I'm seeing the middle class more. How?
He's raising taxes on the middle class.
Oh.
By raising taxes on the middle class. How
Permanent tax cuts.
Yeah, that's the
For who?
opposite of raising
for,
taxes on
for
the middle
upper
class.
for
Who?
higher classes.
No. Wait, I'm sorry. If you admit that a corporate tax increase is going to raise the prices on goods, then what he has done is he's expanding the economy, allowing corporations to hire people at better wages. That's what he's doing. That's a tax cut for the middle class, doofus.
So if people pay more taxes at the end of the year, that's a tax cut.
No.
Because
That's
that's
not
what
what I
he's
said.
doing. He's having
He
people in the middle
decreased
class
the. If he how would they be paying more taxes? How?
by making them pay more taxes. By
How are they?
raising
How
their
is he
taxes.
making them pay more taxes?
By raising their taxes. If
Whose
you look at
whose taxes are Trump's raising? Who?
lower and middle income people, it's
Okay,
going
what's
to
the
go-
policy?
It's
Show me-
not going
show me
up
the
much,
policy.
but
Show me
it's
the
going
policy.
up slightly.
Yeah, show me the policy. I want to look it up.
So in the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that Trump signatured into tax legislation, look at stats, affected more high-income households than.
Yeah, that's great. She just said that Trump is raising taxes on the middle class. Can you show me what Trump's proposal is that is raising taxes on the middle class?
I will find it.
Okay, you find it. You're never going to find it, but go ahead. I'm going to wait patiently, and so will Flow State. Don't worry.
I will say this. I'll look it up in a second, but I do know, unlike Trump, Kamala actually has some policies that would give tax cuts to the middle class in particular, like actually addressing them and targeting them. Where I don't see Trump
yeah?
doing it at all.
Like what?
So she's increasing deductions. He's cutting taxes and increasing deductions.
Yeah, tell me, how is Kamala going to be cutting taxes on the middle class?
I think it's multiple ones, but I think a lot. Go see Dave response.
You literally don't pay as much taxes at the end of the year.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Can you explain how she's cutting taxes on the middle class?
If you make a certain amount of money
How much?
and less,
Yeah,
you
how much?
pay less taxes.
Yeah, how much?
I don't know the exact number.
It's $400,000.
I think she said under
$400,000.
$400,000. she said nobody's taxes would be raised under that.
Okay, that's not a tax cut on the middle class. What are you talking about?
So there's multiple like
saying that by not raising taxes on the middle class, it's a tax cut? What are you talking about?
You're paying less taxes.
How are you paying less taxes? What are you talking about?
Her plan says that these people, like, especially, which again, like, I don't agree with. I wish she would like talk more about like the middle class, but like for very lower income people, they're going to pay like extremely less amount of taxes than they have been paying.
Taxes now. They don't pay any now. They get more in the returns than they pay into the system now. So if you have like an earned income child credit of $4,000 and you have 4 kids, you probably get more of a return from the system than you ever paid in. What are you talking about?
That's not true.
It is true.
That's not true. Just
totally,
I know that's not true.
Oh my God. Okay, just listen. I will stop this whole debate so you can look this up. Okay. All I want you to do is look up one thing. Do poor people get more back from the system of taxes than they pay into the system of taxes? I will wait.
When my mom was making under $11,000 a year, she was paying taxes at the end of the year. She was not getting money back.
Let me make sure I got this correct. I just want to make sure I got this right. How many children did your mom have?
1.
Okay, let's say she had 3. What would her earned income child credit be at the end of the year? It would be more than her wages.
Okay, well, it wasn't.
Okay,
and then
I don't understand.
What if she didn't have
this
any
is like,
children?
I don't even know.
What if her children were over 18?
Okay, so can you engage with what I'm saying? Can you engage with what I'm saying? If
there are some people,
if a woman has 3 children, okay.
This is not really about. We're talking about middle class. We're talking like a single mom with 3 kids. The middle class, they would be paying enough.
You're not
they
going
would have
to
enough. They would have. No, we're talking about middle class. That's what we talked about. That's what came up a second ago, and they would be paying enough taxes.
I know. Talking about this.
I think we're trying to go into a hypothetical.
Never going to let the obfuscation happen.
Okay, so Andrew, your hypothetical. The current child's tax thing, whatever, is like $2,000. So if she had 3 kids,
4,000. It's 4,000.
It's $2,200.
Yeah, it's 4,000. Or I think it's at least 3. But I'm
talking about the earned income tax credit or something else.
The
child tax credit. I think it's 4.
I'm saying
I think that went up under Trump, by the way. So the thing is like
2,000
again. But even if it's 2,000, you make $11,000 a year. Okay, at the end of the year, you would be receiving $6,000. How could you possibly pay more in taxes on $11,000 than the $6,000 you get back from the government, lady? How?
So for clarification, it comes in it was at 2,000. It now went up to 3,600 per child for children age 5 and younger.
4K, like I said.
And then anybody else over that is 3,000.
So just real quick, just help me out here. $11,000. You have 3 kids. You get a $6,000 tax return. How did you pay more in taxes than you got back? Can you explain that to me?
My mom had 1 child, and I wasn't under 5 years old.
Even with one child, if you made $11,000, you got $2,000 return from the IRS. How did you pay taxes?
She also might have just been bad at doing her taxes.
How did you pay taxes if you got a $2,000 return on $11,000 of wages? How?
I don't know.
You don't know.
This is an actual case.
She has my aunt.
Yeah, this is not.
Do her taxes every year. She's like a tax.
I'm gonna do the Destiny.
We're missing the point. We're missing the point. The point of the child tax credit is to address the middle class. This is not.
She hates it.
This is not a good criticism of the tax credit, because the point of the tax credit is to address the middle class. So it would be people that pay no taxes where this would be relevant. We're not talking about people that make $11,000 a year. Trump has the same tax credit.
So running the hypothetical on middle class, even if we ran that and you still had 3 children, you still would be getting back a good portion. Then presuming if you're middle class,
you wouldn't be paying any income tax at all. You wouldn't be paying a single fucking dime. You'd be getting money back that you never paid in. So if you made $11,000 in a year, you had 2 kids, you got $4,000 back. There's no possible way you'd ever be paying into the system for your wages, the amount of tax you got back. Not even close. I doubt even on consumption, since food has no taxes on it, that you would even do that, because what can you afford to pay with $11,000? You would be a net drain to the system, Ghosty. Poor people do not pay taxes. They don't pay them. They never have paid them because there's nothing to pay. You can't get blood out of a turnip. Instead, they get all sorts of tax incentives back to them. They actually are a net fiscal drain on the system. And then you have welfare and everything else on top of it. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
And that's the paradigm that the government has the people in, right? Is they leverage that, they give part of the booty to the poor half of the population so that they vote for them again.
Yeah, that's part of the scam. I agree.
So that was my problem with like what I was trying to explain with Kamala, is I wish she would give more money to like the middle class instead of these extreme like impoverished groups.
No, what you said was that Trump had policies that was going to raise the taxes on the middle class and the poor. I explained that the poor don't even pay taxes for the most part, and they don't. And I just proved it to you. Now, can you show me the policy that Trump has?
Less taxes back.
Yeah, can you show me the policy that Trump has that's actually going to raise taxes on the middle class, a direct assessed tax? Go ahead.
I'm looking at both of them right now, and they both have the same tax credit provisions.
Yeah, well, I mean, for the child credit, that's true.
Right, child credit and earned income. Both of them are going to increase that.
So how's he going to fucking increase tax on the middle class? Can you explain that? What's his policy to do that?
I don't know if this was I don't know if this was what Ghosty was referring to, but Harris has multiple plans. The child tax credit is one thing, but it's also
not my question. It's not my question about Harris. It's about Trump. What policy is Trump going to do that's going to raise tax on the middle class? What's the policy? What is it?
I don't know the name of it. It was the chart I saw on for his plan that showed who was going to be taxed the most and who was going to receive more taxes and who was going to get tax cuts.
Do you know that income tax was originally supposed to be a temporary thing only on the rich? For World War II. Fun fact.
I think I did hear that somewhere.
Do you still have this chart that you're referring to?
But I think I know what's happening here. I think what Ghosty is saying is when you compare the tax cuts versus, like she's saying in totality, the middle class will end up paying less taxes under Harris. I don't think she's saying directly, maybe there was some this, but I think she's kind of saying directly like Trump is going to have taxes that will affect the middle class in particular, but more so in the aggregate, they'll have more of an effect under Trump. Is that kind of what you're saying?
So I'm just going to make a shout out to my wife real quick to bring me down a shot and another drink so that I can get through whatever is left in this debate. This is the most insane shit that I've heard all year, and that's saying something.
That is saying something.
That is saying something.
It was on the Wall Street Journal, but I saw like other people back it up, like other tax people. I don't know.
So Trump's plan,
people who do taxes for people,
CPAs, accountants. Trump's plan says it will double the deductions, and Kamala's raises it from 4 to 6. So that's a third.
Okay, can we move to? I guess we'll move to a different policy. So here's a policy that I'm really invigorated about and support in a massive way. Trump has proposed to cut all tax from all overtime pay. Any objections there?
Yeah, nope. That's stupid.
Oh, it's stupid.
What? We shouldn't be not taxing tips, and we shouldn't be.
You mean like Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris stuff that the lower and middle class earns.
I know she wants to do that too. The tax on tips, I'm like,
You know that's lower class people getting that money.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So we should be taxing poor. You want to tax overtime pay.
When we make all these tax cuts, where is this money coming from?
What do you mean? Where's the money coming from? There's no money coming from anywhere. You're letting people keep their money. You're letting people keep their money.
Yeah, it would be a stop of money coming from.
So Trump wants to balance all these tax cuts with his massive tariffs.
Hold on.
That's his plan.
Do you want tax? Do you want more or less taxes? Do you want more or less taxes?
No. You have his plan. The plan is the opposite. You just said that because of all the tariffs that are coming in, there's going to be a massive amount of tax revenue because we are taxing the imports and exports. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That makes no sense. You just got to say, well, he's going to balance the fact that he's still collecting massive amounts of revenue from tariffs, which is plan, and then he's going to let people keep their overtime pay. What a fucking monster.
And let's be real, nobody claims their tips anyways.
Yeah, that's why.
So it's not, they're not really conceding anything there. They already weren't getting it.
The overtime thing is kind of difficult because people might be like, I don't know, starting to work slower or something. Like, I don't know.
Overtime pay is time and a half, so they would already be doing that. There's already plenty of incentive for that.
I just think these massive tax cuts.
People are they're working slower, bro.
I am a little conflicted with
these fuckers flow states.
It's really not that complicated. They both have tax cuts, but the one Trump's proposing are probably going to affect the rich more and not as much the middle class. The one Harris are proposing, they're going to affect more the middle class and less of the rich.
The rich don't earn overtime. They're on salary or they have ownership interest.
For
aggregate.
clarification purposes, Ghosty, I'm a little conflicted with your statement only because it is contradicting to what you were saying to a degree. Because you were saying how you didn't like the fact that the middle class were being taxed, or to the higher degree, but then also. Flow State is right. The people that do earn the bulk of overtime or tips would be the middle to lower class who are working the overtime. So that would be very conflicting and very contradictive in terms of the argument alone.
It sounds really nice in theory. Like, of course, nobody wants to pay taxes, right? But taxes are actually like important for our society, for our government to run.
So we can drop more bombs, round up more immigrants.
Also,
sure,
I don't know about. I don't know about other. I know also Harris has proposed eliminating the federal income tax for tips for workers. I don't know about other aspects.
Trump has done the same thing. Yeah, they both have that. They both have that as a provision, but it's a nothing burger because, like I said, nobody reports their tips except for the bare ass minimum they have to, anyways.
I will give a caveat. It's probably happening a little bit more as like credit card and POS systems have like become more adopted, but definitely, cash tips are definitely not being accounted for.
Yeah. And taxes fund the debt.
Okay,
I think we keep going like point by point.
If you guys want money to deport people,
I don't.
Gonna get that from?
I don't want that. I'm just trying to figure out if you want more or less taxes for the average American.
I want a balance of goods at a nice price, at an affordable price, and then also a balance of not getting taxed out the ass. And I think both candidates, to be honest, are a little bit extreme with. But I don't.
This is an exchange, though. The more of one you have, the less of the other you have. So, where are you sliding it? Because I would prefer that the individual just be taxed less, and the government can deal with its own fucking inflated spending and budget issues.
No, but again, it comes down to the consumer. The consumer pays the price of the goods and services and all these costs of things. So inflation.
If consumers, if workers are not getting charged for taxes for overtime, that does not increase prices. That would actually decrease prices because the product that's being made with that overtime hour. Yeah. The business would be able to hire more overtime workers, so they'd be more productive with the same amount of business dollars spent.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe the overtime thing is okay. Like, this isn't something I'm like super crazy on. I just think if we do too many tax cuts, that's probably not good overall. Just like these.
We would have to stop sending so much money, so much foreign aid out.
We don't. Most of the foreign aid we send out is in like old military machines, weapons, and shit. It's not actual.
We send a ton of cash out.
I think none of these things are inherently wrong. Like tax cuts or taxes. It's more so how they're applied and how they'll be effective.
I actually think that tax cuts are morally wrong.
Like if you want to talk about,
I think that taxes are morally wrong. It's coercive.
Infrastructure, police. Like again,
like
the asylum people and whatever, like all this comes from taxes.
And if I could stop paying for a lot of these things, I absolutely would. I would love to stop buying some of these services that I'm forced to have.
Education.
I'm curious for this. Float St. Andrew, how do you feel about Kamala's at least proposed plan to invest into the police force, giving some more money?
Fuck that shit.
Her proposed plan to
I
do
figured
what
that was,
now?
I think that was Flow State, but I
Yeah.
don't know the specifics. I can do some live research, but I think at least she's proposing to make some investments into like the police force. Kamala.
I think both of them are. Because the police union is a big special interest group. So both of them will be supporting it.
Oh no! Hey, hang on. Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that Kamala Harris will invest in the police force to give them a bunch of DEI training and lower the standards so more women come in and make absolutely sure that the weakest people do one of the toughest jobs around. I'm absolutely sure that she'll do that. Now, I'm also pretty positive that Trump, who's a real law and order guy, will likely also invest in police departments across the nation, but perhaps will not do DEI standards and lower the standards so that the very weakest of the sexes can somehow get through the really basic training segments so that they can actually apply the law to criminal cases. But, you know, what do I know?
I'm going to trust the prosecutor over the convicted criminal to implement that, but that's just me.
Oh, I trust criminals way more than prosecutors. Prosecutors are slimy.
You're going to trust what does this have to do with her prosecutorial role? I want you to show me a standard of Kamala Harris ever saying that she's going to raise law enforcement standards so that what happens is you have to be able to meet the rigorous physical demands of the job. Or is she going to lower standards? I'd love to see that.
Wait, I'm sorry, that was your claim, right? So wouldn't
I
you
didn't
have
make
to
a
show
claim. He
us-
made the claim.
You made a claim that
No, I just
was
said she's going to
going
invest into it.
initiate
She said what it was going to
DEI
invest into it.
programs
To
to
a
hire
specific-
weaker police
yeah.
officers.
Yeah,
You
okay.
made that claim.
Here.
So let's see.
Well,
the
let's see. Under
substance for it.
Democrats, would you guys say that the standards have been lowered for DEI hires in police forces, or do you think they've been raised? Go ahead and let me know real quick, and I'll go ahead and pull this up, and we'll go over it together. Do you think it's been raised under Democrats, the standards, or lowered for DEI hires? Go ahead. Let me know. What do you think?
What, you mean like affirmative action?
No, not just affirmative action, but this would apply to sex as well, right? So do you think that, for instance, that Democrat policies in their police departments in their major metropolitan areas, that they're more likely to lower standards so that women can become police officers or raise them? What do you think?
I think it's a little more complicated than that. I think a lot of people they're probably lowering the standards because no one wants to be
Yeah.
a cop anymore. And so
Then
they're
what
kind
need-
of desperate.
what do
They're
we
kind
need
of
to fight
desperate
with
for
you about
officers. So
that?
they're probably like, let's allow more officers. That might be at
What
least
do
a
I need to
factor in
fight
why
with
they're
you?
lowering the standard a
What
little
do I
bit.
need to fight with you guys when you agree with me already? They're lowering standards. Give me a fucking break with this shit.
Cop standards
Unbelievable.
are already pretty fucking low, so
Yeah, I know. Wouldn't you like to see them raised up and have, like, I don't know, men out there in the field who actually are brawny and can not get
There
their gun
are
taken away from them and
mostly
shot
men.
dead, which is what happens to women constantly in this job because they can't do it?
constantly.
Yeah, constantly.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, well, here, I'll
Just
tell you
like,
what.
Just like
Let's,
just like all the
let's see,
black people
Ghosty.
getting shot constantly,
Well,
right?
let's see,
All these things
Ghosty.
are constantly happening.
More white
Well, that
people are
is
shot than
constantly
black
happening.
people.
What are you talking about?
No, I know. I'm being
Mm.
ironic because
How is
none
that
of these things are
ironic?
happening.
How is that ironic, though? Because it is happening. So there's no irony. It is happening.
I'm saying you're exaggerating these stats just like some people exaggerate the like unarmed black people shooting.
Here's my
shit.
question to you then, Ghosty. Would you say that standards are being lowered so that more women can join the police department to do the same jobs that men are doing out in the field, or that they're raising them? They're raising. Which one do you think is more likely? I would love to know your answer to this.
More likely or actually happening?
At both.
Well, investing into like education and like making better officers, that implies like they're raising the standard because they're
Yeah,
literally
I'm talking
investing
about
into
the
the
physical
education.
standards. I'm talking about the physical standards. Do you think that they're raising them or lowering them for
I think
women?
you don't think there's like any
No idea.
like physical courses in here? It's not just like
I can tell
classes.
you they are lowered. I
Yes,
was in
they're
the
lowered across
military.
the
They
board.
were lowered for me.
How you got in?
Well, in the military, yeah, but
No,
police-
well, there are. It depends on the job, right? But there are specific, like your PFTs are always lowered. The amount of even the actual physical, the actual like instead of pull-ups, you actually do the hanging arm thing or whatever. Like it's weird. It's really weird.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah,
also, I think there's a false perception like that we always need like a big brawny officer. Like sometimes we actually need like people that are more like educated, have education on mental issues and how to deal with that.
Yeah,
Not every case that actually most of the cases people cops get called for are mental issues that don't involve any violence. So we should probably like think about how to address those, not just the violent.
You're right.
Also.
Women who are police
Very
officers should be
true.
paper pushers and come out to be nice to people when they need nice people to come out and be nice to them. I agree with you.
So you want more
Have
mental health
special-
within law enforcement?
Based on how that's a big percentage of what they have to address on the day to day.
mental
Yeah, we
health
should probably
training.
address that.
You understand that when you introduce mental health care into law enforcement, you obliterate due process entirely.
Please explain.
Wait. A mental health
Okay.
assessment. So, like, when police are.
What
called
good is
to-
an assessment if it's not enforceable?
No,
So no, I'm talking about people that have like education. So like you might be more equipped to like address someone who has mental issues. Whereas if you're just a cop, and you don't have education, you might be prone to like do something more negative when someone does something more outrageous. Where
What
don't have
good?
some education, you might not have that effect. Go ahead.
None of this education and assessments, none of this shit is any good unless it's enforceable, right?
How wouldn't it be enforceable?
That's what I'm saying. When you enforce mental health, what you're saying is that you're bypassing due process entirely.
No. I'm not saying to train people to understand mental health so that it can be used as an excuse in court. I'm saying that they're properly trained to be able to deal with these people properly in the safest way possible.
Okay, you're not talking as a remedial measure. You're not talking about in lieu of punishment or in addition to punishment, you get mental health treatment. You're talking about de-escalation technique.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, but that would gut the police force entirely because most of those people are there because they've got a chip on their shoulder.
But most of the crimes they're addressing, like that they're getting phone calls are nonviolent like issues related to mental health. So why would you not be prepared to address those issues?
Well, what do you mean by addressing those issues? Do you mean as the court assigns treatment, or do you mean like the cop knows how to de-escalate?
The cop knows how to de-escalate. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, well that's fine. Cops don't want to de-escalate half the time, but yeah, no, I'm all for that.
Maybe we should invest in the education so they get better at that.
You can't
Why
educate
not?
somebody out of being an asshole.
Maybe you can change the standards of who you're having applied for a job. That might have an effect also.
I think you'd have to change the laws to where you're actually enforcing laws that have victims. You're protecting victims instead of just finding victims for the industry, the criminal justice industry.
I don't think I'm against what you're proposing. So
Yeah.
Yeah. That's like what we're doing now is we're finding victims, right?
Well, I mean, most of the prison inmates are nonviolent, conditional like parole violations or drug use, right? There's no victims in these things.
Yeah, well, that's why I said earlier, I don't even think any like nonviolent criminals should be in jail anyways. I think there should be some kind of like working system, like where you have to like work without getting paid for a certain amount, or like work where you get like a very minimum.
You shouldn't have to go to
like,
prison.
no
You should be a
pay.
slave.
Like almost like it, like if you do like tax evasion, like you instead of making a regular salary, you would make like a very.
Can we get back to
to
policies here? Trump-Harris policies.
we can get to the back. We can get to that in 1 second. I do want to say just I'm seeing a big difference between me and Flo and some other people on the other side. Where me and Ghosty are free to admit like Harris has some issues. Like I think a lot of us like don't love 100% of her policies in our campaign, but we're willing to admit where they have issues and where there can be improvements. Where I'm not really seeing that from the other side of the aisle.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah,
seeing
well, I mean,
Flo, I see Flo, you're better at this, but I'm not seeing anyone willing to talk like about the issues Trump has. In fact, anytime we bring them up, it's like you guys just want to like obfuscate them or like go past them as soon as possible.
What did I obfuscate on?
Like way earlier when I gave a claim like about the economy, every time I gave a solution, you kind of were like, no, let's not talk about that. But anytime we bring a solution,
What's
you want
the
to drill down
solution?
and go into
Well,
it.
let's do a new solution.
Give me the specific example. Go ahead.
No, you're doing it right now. So I want to say, why don't you show you're being
what am I
and
doing?
say-
I literally am asking you for the specific
asking-
thing
I'm-
you're talking about. What are you talking about?
I'm asking you to say what problem News has with Trump's campaign. You must have at least one. So why don't you tell me one?
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm here to have a debate with you on policy claims and on Trump versus Harris. I'm not here to give you ammunition against my claims, you dipshit. I'm here to have a debate with you.
I'll go into my
I'm
next
not
negative
here.
word.
I'm not here to tell you things I don't like about Trump. I'm here to defend my position. I'm not here to make your arguments for you. Why don't I tell you something I don't like you can critique? Fuck you. Give me an argument, fucker. Give me an
Andrew,
argument.
if we make an argument for them, it actually
I'll make the argument for you. Is there anything else I can do for you? Can I get you a cup of
it's-
tea? Can I get you some
called-
crumpets? Can I help?
it's
What else can I fucking help you out with?
Boys.
It's called being good faith, not having like reverse.
That's not good faith. The good faith is doing your job and debating, fucker. Now debate. Don't ask me to debate for you. Don't ask me to give you talking points. Don't ask me to help you out. Don't ask me to make your positions.
I'm trying to respond to your question. So my next contention or concern is Trump voters, they're in a cult. They don't want to admit any of its failings. That's another reason why we probably shouldn't have him in office. His supporters are delusional.
I am not.
They can't admit one thing wrong with them.
That's illogical.
There's many examples.
Yeah. Okay. Here, I'll go ahead and respond. This is a completely illogical claim. Here's what my opponent just did. This is how low tier this fucking guy is. He just said to me, I'm here in a debate. I've gotten my ass absolutely stomped out. And I want Andrew to tell me a thing about Trump that I can then critique that he agrees with, and he won't. Are you fucking serious with this? If I had a million issues with Trump, I am not here to tell them to you. I am here to debate the perspective on Kamala versus Harris. I am not here to make your arguments for you and make concessions for you and kiss your ass and hold your fucking hand in a debate. Make your arguments.
I know you're trying to say it that way, but what I'm trying to point out is your clear delusion and how you can't be good faith in this discussion. Where we can say,
illogical.
Hey, there's some issues with Harris, but overall it's gonna be way better. Where you can't do the same. Let me
make sure I get this correct.
I want to have this
I'm going to explain how illogical this is. Okay, and I'll just do it with a Socratic critique. It'll take us 2 seconds. Is it possible that I have many issues with Trump?
I assume so.
Okay, great. Why do I need to tell you what those issues are during a debate where I'm defending the positions of Trump, you idiot?
He's pointing out that sometimes just being honest and good faith to have like an actual
It is good faith. I'm the most good faith.
To go in an actual good direction
what are you talking
the election
about?
Instead of just being like, I have to be right and I have
Can
to
I
win
put
no
it
matter
to
what.
you? Can I put it to you this way? If this were a court case,
It would be good faith for me to help you out with your arguments about Trump.
It'd be patronizing.
Here. You know what? Here's my biggest issue with Trump. Okay, you ready? I'll be as good faith as I possibly can. My biggest issue with Trump is that on his way out with the deportation buses, he doesn't round up every fucking progressive and send them out with them. That's my biggest issue with Trump. He's not authoritarian enough. If he was, I'd be more happy when I went and cast a ballot for him. Is that helpful to you?
You're a monster.
I know.
It does make you seem a little bit more reasonable. I got to be honest.
I'm not here to make arguments for you, give you positions, assist you in critiquing the position I'm here to defend. That's the second dumbest thing I've heard all week in this one debate tonight. And man, I hear some stupid shit all day. Got to tell you. Why would I be here to help you with your position?
I think it's totally defined to defend someone or defend your role. But you also mention what his flaws and critiques. I think that's actually way better.
Why do I need to mention his flaws in a debate where I'm defending him?
Because I assume your goal is like me to get the truth. So you actually want to have an honest discussion where you don't want to hide stuff for the benefit of being right.
You know how you get to the
truthful answer.
You get to the truth through argumentation and who has superior arguments. I have superior arguments to you. And that's how people get to the truth. How they don't get to the truth is when you beg on your knees like a dog that I hold your fucking hand and tell you how to make your arguments against the candidate I'm here to defend. That's nuts. You need to learn how to debate, sir.
This makes me think that you were like kind of disingenuously defending the tariffs earlier, because I was curious. I was like seriously curious about how you could be just so gung-ho about them and just so like supportive of them. And literally nobody is, and it just must be because you have to be defending Trump.
People are. What do you mean? Are you aware that throughout U.S. history, before there was an income tax, the primary way in which we got our revenue was through tariffs? The United States has already used protection tariffs.
Very long time ago, and there's a reason we don't do that anymore?
Yeah, because we shifted the burden on to the individual with the income tax, which is fucking insane. Do you like paying the income tax, or would you rather the billionaire importers?
Tariffs put the burden on the consumers. It doesn't
So
do
do
any
corporate
good.
taxes. Do you understand that right this second, if you would actually tax the imported goods coming from other countries that have a surplus, you would not need to pay an income tax. You wouldn't have to do that. And you're demanding that you do that because you're so fucking stupid and brainwashed that you think that you paying income taxes somehow is necessary for this country to run. It's not. We're a massive economy. Everybody wants access to our market.
It has to do with bringing jobs.
How did we raise revenue
Jobs
before we
that
had?
we don't need back to America.
How did we raise revenue before we had an income tax? How did we do it?
It's irrelevant because
it's not irrelevant. Answer the question.
From back then than it is today.
Trade is no different than
different economy.
Trade's no different.
Completely different world.
Trade's no different.
Trade is trade.
Trade is trade.
Exactly
so real quick, I just want an answer. How do you think we raised revenue before there was an income tax? How do you think we did it? You don't know. You have no fucking idea.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, here I'm going to help you. Here's how we raised revenue. We did it through tariffs, and nobody had to pay an income tax. They got to keep they didn't have their income wages. That's a brand new thing. It's an invention of the 20th century, and it was written by bankers. Literally, this was written by bankers into law. They had Nelson Aldrich, by the way, who was against it. I believe he was poisoned later, right? I'm not even going to get into this because it's insane, but I'm just telling you very quickly that you yourself would not have to pay the income tax if you would take the countries that have a trade surplus with us and tariff their fucking goods. We would raise so much revenue that Ghosty would never get another dime taken out of her paycheck. You could offset it. You could literally offset it. Now, you'd have to do some things with unfunded liabilities, but good. They're unfunded liabilities. We probably shouldn't have those either. That's a really bad idea.
That's really weird that none of that is a part of like Trump's plan or argument.
Literally, Trump has said multiple times in speeches that he would love to get rid of the income tax with tariff revenue. He's literally said it. Would you like me to send you the clip?
Sure.
Okay.
You have it offhand. But
we can do a follow-up with that.
Sure.
Okay. Does everybody feel like they've gotten their points out? All right, I thought.
Closing statements?
Yes, that's where we're going to move to now. We can start over with Andrew and work our way back. If you'd like to do that, Andrew.
Yeah, this was simple. My opponents got absolutely fucking obliterated. They're dumb as a box of rocks. I don't even know why they came out for this debate. They have no idea what they're talking about. They have no idea about any policies. They had no idea. They literally had no idea about anything. They don't know anything about U.S. history. They don't know anything about how it is that we raise revenue in this country, right? They're just a bunch of mindless fucking NPCs. And what happens is NPCs are told every single day that they're special boys and special girls and that they're super smart because they believe the science and they believe the economists. And then when you put them to the question, you find out they're a bunch of clueless fucking morons, don't know anything about any issues at all, never know anything about any issues. The informed public, on the other hand, the conservatives, like myself, right? We actually know what the fuck is going on. That's why we obliterate these people day in, day out. Super simple. They have untenable worldviews. They don't know anything about anything, demonstrated over and over and over. No matter this was so bad that these people demanded that I give them arguments that they could critique against me because that's the only way I could be good faith to them. And then what they do is they say, well, we had to concede on a bunch of arguments because we're so dumb we can't make them. But I think it would be good faith if you would go ahead and make concessions on things you don't like either so we can critique those. It's the most low-tier shit I've ever seen in my life. I have no idea what the hell they're even doing here. Obliterated. This was easy. I just had a debate with Counterpoints last night, a million times smarter than both of you combined, and that guy made way better arguments. He got blown out too. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should immediately stop doing this until you figure out how to be good at it, because this was one of the most disappointing debates I've had all fucking year. You're pathetic, and I'll leave it with that.
Thank you so kindly. Flow state to you.
I'm just going to go get some aloe vera for all those burns. I still think, even though clearly the conservative platform is less harmful than the liberal one, Ultimately, at the end of the day, we are still dealing with two wings of the same bird. They're both walking us in the same direction, just at different rates, and none of them represent you.
Thank you, Flow State. Prawn to you.
Thanks. I guess I'll start off by addressing the income tax history. I wonder if there's a reason like why we changed from the income tax, or sorry, from the tariffs to the income tax. Maybe there's a reason why we made that change, and we've been doing that for a long ass time. It seems like Andrew is okay with disagreeing with like the majority of economists. I'm not okay with doing that. I'm not an expert though. Maybe he is. I'll admit that. I do think overall, I'm gonna cite the economists. But they say overall, there's probably gonna be a way bigger benefit to the middle class in a Harris campaign hesitancy versus the Trump one, where that's definitely going to be more affected by the rich. They're going to get way better. And I like how you're trying to tweak what I was trying to say. What I'm trying to demonstrate is, I can admit what Harris is has some issues. I think that's way better for getting to like a final solution where where we're all on the same page, being truthful. I think when you like aren't willing to admit your party's issues, like that's when it gets really hard to have clear and honest communication. That's what I was trying to get to. I came here a little bit open-minded. I'm voting tomorrow, so my vote is not solidified, but I was not convinced. I'm probably still going to vote for Harris. I'll just say that.
All right. Thank you. Ghosty to you.
Okay. I don't know if this is allowed. For my closing statement, am I allowed to ask Andrew a very simple question, a yes or no question?
That's if you'll entertain it, Andrew. That's totally up to you. I think he's talking to his people right now.
Okay. I was.
Hang on.
ask...
I'll agree to this.
Okay.
But it can't be a loaded question. Here's what I mean by that. Like if I said, "Hey, Ghosty, when did you stop prostitution?" That would be a loaded question, right? That would be what that would be. As long as this question is not loaded, I'll answer it yes or no. If it's loaded, I'm not going to answer it.
Okay, it's your choice whether or not to answer it. Do you
It's
believe
gonna be
in
a loaded question.
dinosaurs?
Do I believe in them?
Yeah. Do you believe in dinosaurs?
I'm sure. What?
Okay, that's my closing statement.
Do I believe in them?
Do you think dinosaurs were real?
I mean, I think that was at some point giant reptiles that walked around. Do I think that people who started in the Bone Wars made many, many, many mistakes? Yes.
Okay.
What did that?
By the way, remember how you were talking earlier about good faith, sir? See what that was right there? Because she was wrecked so badly, she wanted to end this by saying, but I was arguing with a person who doesn't even believe in dinosaurs. That was what the fucking, that was literally what she just tried to do there. Mr. Good Faith. Maybe you should put a check. I definitely don't.
I don't think so.
You got proof? Where's the proof?
I mean, your wife doesn't.
And I'm sorry. What's my name? What's my name?
He said he believed in dinosaurs. We can take it.
Yeah, is my name Rachel Wilson or is it Andrew Wilson? Yeah, okay then. I'm sorry. That was a great gotcha. You really had me on the ropes with that one. Anyway, I'll let you go back to your closer.
He doesn't.
Did you have any more final thoughts to that, Ghosty, outside of that?
I don't know. I'm good. Harris 2024. They're lying.
Well,
about
that's
the tariffs.
convincing. That's convincing.
They're lying about the tariffs. It's going to be everybody agrees it's terrible. So
how would you possibly know that? I have an econ degree.
We can't bring the tariffs for 10
years. I was a loan officer.
Last time I talked to you, like a week ago, you said you don't believe in tariffs. Like you said you think tariffs are generally bad always.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
What I said is they're always a market inefficiency. And then I gave a reason on the other side why you would want them.
Actually, they are kind of a market inefficiency if we don't have enough of them.
No, they're always a market inefficiency, but that's okay because if we export too much over time, we're sending all of our capital out. And if China owns America, we got a bigger issue than just high prices.
All right. Let's just move on to the super chats, if you don't mind. Jeff Bader comes in with the big 50.
Hey, Ghosty, can I ask you a question? How do you think Tyrannosaurus has had sex?
Oh, no.
Like, honestly, How do you think a
I don't know.
Tyrannosaurus Rex with its arms like this? How do you think it had sex with another Tyrannosaurus? What do you think? What do you think the process for that was? Since you're an expert on dinosaurs, I've always wondered, how do you think a T-Rex has sex with another T-Rex? What do you think they do?
You don't believe in dinosaurs, do you?
Probably laying down.
What do you mean? I'm just asking you a question. You're the dinosaur expert here. How do you think a T-Rex has sex? It's really weird, right? The little arms. Like they can't even get any friction. Like they can't grab that bitch's shoulders and really give it to her, right? They kind of have to I don't know. Like how is it done?
Have you seen their legs though? They're probably like power bottoms, you know. They got lots
Yeah,
of
I know,
action from
but
the
I mean,
legs.
but how do they lay on their back with their tail and shit?
They got really
right?
big mouths, though.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that works, Ghost. As a dinosaur expert, I was just hoping you could help me out with that. That's all.
I'm picturing like it's kind of like reverse cowgirl.
Yeah.
That's an answer. I'll accept that. Can we agree that T-Rexes give the worst blowjobs?
Oh, they have to. They have to, right? I mean, there's no way. There's no way. All those teeth.
Oh man,
Is that why they're all ornery? Do you think that the T-Rex was so ornery because it had all them teeth and no toothbrush, Ghosty? Is that why the T-Rex was so ornery?
That's crocodiles, I think.
Yeah, but I mean that's like a descendant of the T-Rex, right?
True. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it stands to reason. You know, if you have to eat like thousands of pounds of meat a day and shit, right?
Look, you proved if you really believe in dinosaurs, you're a step ahead above them.
Well, I'm just asking how the T-Rex fucked. I don't know how they fuck. You know, this could be brought up on whatever. It could be the ghosty question that Brian Atlas can ask on the next whatever podcast. How did a T-Rex bone another T-Rex with those small arms? How do they get the you know what I mean? Like, you know how most mammals and reptiles, they like grab the shoulders. They're really giving it to them, you know? I don't know how they do it with the small arms, Ghost. I just don't know.
Really, you know, there's like species without arms that procreate.
Okay, they put one
I'm just
foot
saying, like they're giant animals. I'm not sure how they get that forward inertia. You know, that's all I'm saying.
The male
I'm
puts one foot on the back of the female
I'm
head.
just asking questions. That's all
I'm
at.
very
just
proud
asking
of you.
questions.
You believe in dinosaurs. I'm very proud of you.
Yeah.
Can I say one more thing before we get to super chats? Sarah, I do want to say thank you for putting this together. Thank you, Ghosty, Flo, and thanks for Andrew for coming here. I know you want me to quit debating, but I'm just starting off.
No, I don't want you to quit
anytime
debating.
soon. So.
Now, listen. Here's my olive branch. I do not want you to quit debating. I want you to get better and come back here and whoop my ass. That's what I want.
I've only been doing this for a little bit, so I'll try to get better. Just for you.
I'm not like a big political person, to be fair, but still, like, it's just, it doesn't take much to know that Harris is just going to be better.
This is just Trump derangement syndrome.
I know that's not much of an argument, but
it sure isn't. But thank God you made it. This is why women.
Experts agree with it. The experts agree with it. The numbers show
that
it.
That's
everything. You guys can deny it.
Man.
You guys don't believe in experts. You know, it's all propaganda. Blah,
don't believe in experts.
What are you talking about?
I'll think for myself. You should think for yourself too. Why the fuck would you outsource thinking?
I trust tons of experts. What do you mean? But you're clearly not one of them, so I'm not going to trust you.
And let's look at this. Just this approach to life. Just outsource your thinking to other people and trust that they have your best interest in mind is absurd.
No, it's when I'm not an economist. I go to economists to go various.
Do you understand what a conflict of interest is? Do you understand what a conflict of interest is?
Yes.
Do you think that economists could have a conflict of interest when the person paying them has a preferred outcome?
Yeah, but there are so many different ones that agree with this.
All of them have the same boss. All of them are getting paid by the same person.
Okay, and economists care about their money, right? So if they care about their money, they would want to promote a certain president.
Economists don't have any money. They're the worst investors ever. If you want to make investments, you go to investment bankers. You don't go to economists. They're fucking broke.
Economists are propaganda.
It's not just economists.
It is.
It's people who do the taxes. Like I've
Those
listened to
are CPAs.
They're also
economists.
I know. I'm saying more than just economists. I've listened to the tax people on this, the economists on this, the investor people on this, and they all are saying Harris's plan is
truth
much better
doesn't
than
come
Trump's.
from authority. Do you know that?
Well, I think the problem is we can't even trust what Trump is saying himself.
Let me ask you.
You can't trust what any president says ever. They've been lying to you.
Can I just ask a serious question real quick?
100%.
Wait, let me ask
I don't even give a
Andrew,
fuck
'cause
about this. I don't even give a fuck about this election that much, to be honest.
Well, Ghosty, can I just ask you a serious
I wouldn't
question real
either.
quick? If I could demonstrate to you that most of the economists were in agreement that Trump was going to crash the stock market and they were wrong, would you still trust them in this election? If I could demonstrate that for you?
I don't know if I'm looking at the same economists that
If I give you the same ones, and I guarantee you it's the same ones, if I were to demonstrate that they were all wrong about their predictions that Trump would crash the stock market and instead it went to new highs never before seen, would you still trust the same economists?
not on the stock market, but maybe on a different
Yeah,
subject.
so it wouldn't matter. So ultimately for you, it doesn't really matter what the facts are. It just matters what the consensus is and right think. And because all that matters for you is right think, right? That's why I believe that your opinions are fucking completely irrelevant, and I couldn't change your mind no matter what. And I don't believe for a second this gentleman was an undecided voter. I don't believe for a second that even though I pummeled his entire worldview, showed him how stupid it was, he was always going to vote for Kamala. Stop lying to me, guys. Just stop. It's just not a good look. Stop it.
Okay.
I'm curious. I just want to ask one thing because I think this will be fun. I don't think this will cause more debate, but I think it'd be fun. Andrew, are you willing to do a little bet with me? I think we have a caveat this where this will only be if Trump wins the presidency. It'd be cool, like putting $100 to see if they'd actually do the deportation numbers he's talking about.
How much is he talking about?
I can find an exact quote, but we can also pick a number just to agree upon. But I just think that'd be kind of fun to do.
The exact number for that is
that he will do better on deportations than Biden, and he will allow less illegal immigrants in than Biden. You want to make $1,000 bet on that?
I think I'm gonna find a specific number, and then we can go back and forth if we
No.
agree upon
How about
it.
this? How about this? How about that? This is super
More than
simple.
Biden? I can't.
That
I
he
can
will
look it up.
let less illegals in, and he will ultimately have better deportation. Well, actually, no, he won't have better deportation. He'll let.
Why? 'Cause he
How about
told
this?
you he will?
Simple.
net number.
Hang on, simple. He will let less illegal immigrants into the country than Joseph Biden. How's that?
You mean then?
Well, I don't like the first part because I think he definitely will probably do better. He'll probably clamp down immigration, so I
Yeah.
don't disagree with that part.
Yeah, okay.
The thing I disagree. The thing I disagree upon is that he won't do the mass deportation. That's part of his major campaign. That's what I'm addressing.
Bro, you don't
He
have as
won't.
many to deport. You don't have as many to deport if you don't let as many in. And if you're saying that Trump already is not going to let
You're
as
saying
many
he's not
in,
going to do it? You don't think he's going to do it then?
I don't think he'll do the deportation.
Well,
That
the
he's saying he
numbers
will.
are already slowing down. Anyways,
Yeah,
the problem
yeah.
was there was a global mass immigration thing, and sure, you can say Biden didn't handle that right. I agree with.
Oh, he
you.
handled it the absolute opposite of what you would do if you were trying to stop it.
Can we
I
just?
just want to say I offered a simple bet that will basically Trump do what he promises in his campaign with his core pillars, and you're like, no, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, well then here, would you make the bet that under Harris that inflation will go up higher than economists predict right now? I'll put the same $100 bet on it. That inflation will go up higher than what economists. That if Harris wins, okay, that inflation will go up higher than economists are currently predicting in your model.
Under a Harris presidency.
Yes.
Let me think about it, but I might be open to that.
No, you might be. Yeah. Okay.
These bets are fun for me, so I'm okay with that if I lose.
But here's something we could say. Is that I think that Trump will let in far less illegals than Biden did. And if you say you won't take that bet, then that means that you believe already that Trump's going to be better on the border than Biden. So your argument's defeated either way. It's silly. You should just go vote for Trump. It's a good idea. Just go vote for Trump. Keep the illegals out, bro.
I know you looked at repeat points, but I never said that Harris is going to do a lot better on closing the border.
Vote for nobody and stop feeding the paradigm that's being used to control you.
We repeat these talking points. Nothing.
I don't want to watch your fucking lesbian smut. If you could take that down, that'd be great.
All right, ladies and
Thanks,
gentlemen.
State. I appreciate that.
Okay, are we ready? Everybody done? This is the most comical one I've hosted, so thank you for the donkey shitting and the paper towels and the T-Rex banging. That was quite humorous. I'm still trying to get myself together on that one. Jeff Bader came in with the big 50. Thank you from the Crusoe crew, and thank you to you, Jeff Bader. We appreciate that.
Always
Okay.
support content creators who support us.
Whew. Sorry, I'm still trying to catch my breath. KFX coming with the big 10, also supporting the channel that supports the debates. Thank you again. Jeff Bader again with the big 10. For those of you who don't know, this is live. Hitting the like button actually matters for the algorithms. Yes, if you haven't hit the like button on wherever you're watching, please be sure to do so. Courtesy of the Crucible courtesy of the say that 3 times. Courtesy of the Crucible crew coming in with the big 10, the Ghost of Pinochet. Don't know who
Ghost
that
of
is.
Pinochet. Yeah.
Pinochet.
Great
What is
guy.
Pinochet?
You don't know who Pinochet is?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's no biggie.
I will have to look that
That
one
doll
up.
with the big nose.
Did you get that shot from your darling wife? Maybe the whole bottle.
I don't know. Yeah, she did bring it, but I usually only try to do a shot with my friend Hector, and I haven't seen him in the chat tonight. He's very disappointing to me. Hector, if you are in the chat, put an @Crucible, you fuckhead.
Come on, Hector. And shout out to Rachel for the big 20. And then Don Juan comes in with 20. He says, even if Trump wants to do that, it'll be a complete waste of time. 1/3 of the males born in Texas in 2008 was named Jose, not Joseph, not Losif. The U.S. will be Spanish-speaking Catholic country in 20 years. Bienvenidos.
Yeah, the entire Southwest will be. I agree. Good.
Yeah, I think that'd be a cultural upgrade in a lot of ways.
You sure will.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, over the fucking secularist nihilist lunatic. Yeah, and by the 3rd generation, Mexicans are becoming more based, not less based.
Oh,
Democrats are going to have to compete with that, and that's going to be fun to watch. That's going to be fun to watch.
A lot of immigrants are pretty conservative. Yeah.
That's fair. All right. And Josh Brooks comes in with another 20. He says, Crucible crew, thank you for giving Andrew the opportunity to single-handedly save America by COB tomorrow. Make them think, realize their own contradictions. This content is and always will be better than watching sports. I agree with that. Sports are boring.
Might I take a moment to cheers to the Crucible crew for assisting in supporting channels that support us. Very, very nice of Sarah to once again invite me out to this. Very kind of her to do and setting this entire panel up. That's a lot of legwork. And so salute to you.
Thank you so kindly. Patrick Law coming in with the...
That's it. I took an L. Fuck. I got through the whole night. I got through the whole night. I didn't take a single fucking L to this chat. I just took a fucking L. These motherfuckers. These fuckers.
Did Hector arrive finally?
Fuck.
Oh.
Now you gotta do it. You gotta do the shot.
I was so close. I was so close. I took the fucking L. I fucking took the L.
What is it a shot of? I'm gonna guess like whiskey
That
or
was just
something.
straight vodka, yeah.
Oof.
Vodka.
Oh, well, yeah, fuck. I'd take an L on that one, too. No.
I usually don't take the L, but I took the fucking L, dude.
That's fair. At least you
It's
got
such
one
bullshit.
tonight.
They're
Vodka.
They're all L-ing me. They're fucking me up in the chat's bullshit. But anyway, whatever.
And Patrick Law comes in with the 20. He says, for setting up this absolutely one-sided 1v3 beatdown. That's fair.
I don't know if I think it was a 1v3.
Yeah.
I will say it was on my side quite a bit. Surprisingly.
Yeah, I was on it for a little while there, the immigration thing, but anyways.
That's fair. That is fair. And Shane Nair comes in with a big 10. He says, can the dinosaur expert tell me how the we rule the science side also doesn't know when life begins or that men can't get pregnant? Also, thank you, Sarah, from the Crucible crew. And you are welcome to respond, Ghosty, if you want. You don't have to, but only if you want.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, can men get pregnant, Ghosty, though?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Do you trust the consensus of sociologists who say that they can? Just
The
curious.
science you can trust.
Yeah, the consensus.
Sociology
The consensus.
is
Of,
not science.
oh, and neither is. It's a soft science, just like what else?
Econ.
Economy.
Econ.
Yeah.
Oh, econ. Oh, okay.
My heart isn't fully in this one, guys. Like, I'm just like, politics is not really my, I don't go fully.
No one's mad at you, Ghosty. No one's mad at you. This is post-debate. I don't hold any grudges, right? My job's to represent my view and destroy my political enemies the best way I possibly can using verbal judo. But I don't hold grudges. The Crucible never harasses anybody, and the debate's over. I'm not here to beat up on you guys post debate.
Like a wrestling
I think
match.
Harris is better.
Yeah.
Though.
This is the fun part, Ghosty, where we can just sit and shoot the shit while we read these. And P. Fletch, of course, coming in with the Big 10, Trump 2024 for pudding it.
For peanut. For
peanut.
peanut.
I'm like pudding it. What's pudding it? Peanut. Oh, I'm such a sorry. I'm like completely lost myself now at this point. The Trib one coming in with another 10. Just putting this here when Kamala wins and we're another step towards secularism because that other stuff ain't it. I love immigrants. My parents were
slaves actually.
Slaves actually, but yeah. Thank you, Trib. Airborne Animal coming in with a 10. A small donation from one of the Crucible crew. Thank you to you guys. I do appreciate you. A Blank Field coming in with another 10. Crucible support. Love this content. I love it too. It is quite fun, actually. And Blank Field coming in. Oh, you hit that one twice, Blank Field. I wonder if you meant to do that, but thank you. Iron Lung says, I'll take that whiskey shot with you, bud.
Okay, hang on. Not the whiskey shot, but I will have the wife run me down another shot of vodka. You have whiskey, I'll have some vodka. I am getting energized for tomorrow. I am doing a most of the day and evening election stream over on Rumble exclusively. All of you are welcome to pop through with your thoughts if you would like to. Happy to let people on. We'll be viewing it all day. It's not a thing I normally do, but I figure every once in 4 years, right, I can do an elongated election stream. Doesn't have to always be high octane, I guess.
That's fair. Trib 1 comes in with another Big 10. Thank you, Sarah, for being a W host. Just keep in mind that Trumpers, not conservatives, want less for you. They want to make your lives worse for their benefit. T-Rex compensates by having a long pee. The dinosaur one got me. That one definitely got me good. So that's
I wonder why Trib 1 knows that.
Oh yeah, why?
The thing is like Prawncess, if you want to kind of up your debate skills when it comes to rhetoric, right? Remember that people always have a cheap gotcha, right? But you can always turn one around. You can always turn one around.
Yes, we can turn them around. Oh, that's all I see for now. In terms of we went 10 and up.
Damn, Don Juan was doing so good with the Big 20, and now he's back to his normal shit.
Yeah, ask Andrew about.
I'm simply afraid I could not answer any of his questions about that Don Juan Plagueis for less than $50 to Sarah's channel. How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel, Don Juan?
He named our ring, so maybe we can have that convo a different day.
As a T-Rex, I can confirm that intercourse is very problematic. Stop it, you guys, as a T-Rex.
I'm kind of curious, but I also don't want to Google that at all.
I kind of want to. I'm sorry.
I feel like there's other more problematic dinosaurs if you think about it.
Stegosaurus.
Ooh.
Stegosaurus.
Yeah, but
wouldn't
they have sex like turtles have sex though? Like they would just basically
How do
it.
turtles
Right?
do it? That's a good question.
Well, they just like crawl up each other's shells, right?
I don't know.
How do they do that?
Yeah, can't some turtles like not turn themselves over if they get?
Wait,
don't they
lay
out
eggs
their
though?
Dicks, like really, I don't fucking know. They just like shoot.
Again.
So if you Google T-Rex sex, the images are fucked up.
Yeah, dude, don't do that. DJ flow state, stop it.
Well, surely this question has been addressed by somebody,
Somebody asked
whose job it is to address.
Hang on, what's the rule? I'm trying to remember what the rule is. The rule, it goes like this. Somebody in the chat help me out with this, but the rule is if it exists, there's porn of it. And
it's like rule 34 or something.
Yeah, 34. I think it's 34. If it exists, there's porn of it, and if there's not porn of it yet, somebody's making it. I think that's the rule. Is it 30? Yeah, it says rule 34. Rule 34. Okay.
What's crazy? You said that phobia. Someone's definitely written a thesis paper on that subject in particular. Just
for
that's
sure.
definitely happened.
For sure, it's happened. Yeah.
Research into how exactly dinosaurs mated, or in fact anything at all about how they hooked up, has drawn a total blank. To this day, scientists can't even accurately distinguish males from females.
Yeah, isn't that strange? Trust the trust the science. Trust
There's
the
no-
do trust.
They admit they don't know.
I
There's
do
no
trust the
bones.
science.
There's no
But
bones to be
but-
able to tell, right?
I do trust the science, right? They don't know, and I don't know. That's all I'm saying. They don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows.
Yeah, scientists admit when they're in the wrong. I think it's a good thing you should do.
I think so too. And the second you prove that I'm wrong, I'll admit it.
Oh, goodness. Christopher Scott coming in with the big 20. Thanks for the setup, Sarah. Yes, you are most welcome. And Benedict coming in with another 10. It has been a pleasure listening tonight. Enjoyed the laughs. Bourbon is where it's at.
But we'll try this anyway. A
Oh, is that
double.
a double? Dang.
But see,
Well, I have
bourbon.
to- okay, hang on. I have to redeem myself because I coughed slightly on the last
let's
one.
do it.
So we'll do double or nothing, as they say. Double or nothing. Ready?
I feel like we can't end the panel after this. We need to keep
Don't
it going.
cough. Don't cough. Don't cough. Oh, this goes into open panel after we close. So you guys. Oh!
You tried so hard.
Double
Forget-
L.
he was gonna try 10 seconds.
I took a double. Well, hang on. What happened was I fucked up again because I took 2 swallows instead of 1.
Oh,
Instead
you
of the right
swallowed?
down the hatch. Fuck. I fucked.
That's another L.
No, is that a third L? 3 L's on 2 shots.
it up twice. Fucked it up twice. They're L'ing me in chat. These motherfuckers, dude. I was almost there. I was gonna cheat and mute it, but they would have figured it out.
Man, I was just thinking that. I thought I was done with it. You'd already won that in my mind, and then you didn't mute.
Yeah, I didn't mute. I
Oh,
know, I failed.
That's fucking integrity, though. There's a W
He's-
for that
he's-
integrity.
Hang on, what was it like? You blew it, bro. You fucking blew it.
Unacceptable. I'm so disappointed. Even I
So
could do a shot of
disappointed.
vodka.
This is fucking worthless, Andrew.
It's too bad all these L's are coming out after the debate.
All right. That's when they're allowed. Mr. Boulet comes in with a big 20. This super chat is sponsored by Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company. Covered in weak arguments that hangs on mindlessly, use the soap that'll cleanse progressives into submission. Get the win with Tactical Soap today. Thank you, Mr. Boulet.
So he said never double swallow.
Double swallow. That's terrible.
never double swallow. Everybody knows that.
Oh my goodness. Now I wish I had some vodka. Ooh, and Daedalus? Interesting names. Comes in with a big 10 for the grift. Ghosty, do you believe in absolute truth? That one's to you.
No.
Is that true?
No.
Oh, is
I
that
don't
true
know.
though? But what about that? Is that true?
That's what I mean. I don't know.
But is it true that you don't know?
I think there is an absolute truth. I don't know if humans know it though.
So there is absolute truth. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know if
I do like
I don't know
the
if we can like obtain it though.
if it's perceivable. That's like how I mean.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Somebody
This
said,
is-
"Oops, Andrew forgot how to drink." Listen, my Irish forebears are not looking down on me right now. This is not cope. This is not cope.
I think I do like
Let's
the
go. It's
the
go.
scientific view.
It's hope.
After says the third time it's right. Okay, but hey, here's the thing. One more. I'll have the wife bring down one more, but it's a normal shot. And this time, if I don't cough, I'm not sure that's a total redeemer, but it's like a partial redeemer, right?
If you mess up a third one,
Dude.
We have to just keep taking shots until you get it.
You're right.
That's the motivation.
You can't
Keep
end
off.
on an L.
Keep coughing and change your vote.
this one's actually nice from Holly Dolly. She says, "Can you each say something nice about the other by the end end on a positive note?"
Sure, I'll start. So I do admire the tenacity of both interlocutors. I've seen Ghosty punch up going against people who are way above her weight class when it comes to debate, and she still shows up, and I do think that she tries her hardest, and I have respect for that because when people are young, they're kind of foolish, and they say foolish things, and they think foolish things, and I think that punching up actually has been helpful to her ideology. I see her softening up on some positions that she was a little bit more adamant on before, trying to kind of understand the other side. So I will say that. And then moving over to the other guy, I don't know him, right? And he just had really terrible arguments. But I would try to give you the same type of advice, right? Which is like, keep punching up, bro. There's not that many creators who are my size who will interlock, but if you can get them, get them. Keep on fighting the good fight from your angle, right?
Put this in our last convo.
Would anybody else like to say something nice?
Oh yeah, but Flow State's a stupid libertarian fucking retard. There's that, and I'm not saying anything fucking nice about him. I could have had a way better debate partner than Rob Noor, but I think he did okay. He did okay.
I'll accept it.
Okay.
You don't need a debate partner, though. I've acknowledged this. I've recognized.
I actually prefer to go 1v fucking 10 if we can do it.
I can get you 10 if you want 10.
Let's do it.
Gang bang.
No.
What the fuck, dude? Are you immediately?
Oh!
Okay. All right, we're gonna get the coughing out of the way. There we go.
You can't pre-cough. You're just irritating your throat more. That's gonna fuck you up more.
While he does this shot, somebody else say something nice about Andrew. I want to see him cough over the nice thing.
As much as I completely disagree with Andrew on almost everything, he is very polite and welcoming to debate with, and I never feel like, I don't know, like I can't think of the word, but it's a very nice, like, debating with you. You're very personable, I guess, to debate with, which I wouldn't expect. I wasn't expecting when I first did that. So
he's a sweetheart. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the Crucible has always had a non-harassment policy. My job is to represent my worldview and the worldview of my audience the best way that I possibly can, and that's what I come to do. But once the debate is done, we do not harass creators. We do not bother creators. We don't do any of that bullshit. We just don't do it. So my job is to destroy your ideology and make it as public as possible. My job is not to destroy your life.
I'll do my nice bits too. Unless Andrew, you're doing your shot. You want to do your shot first?
Yeah, ready?
Give him the compliment right in the middle of it.
Yes, please.
Yeah, wait, are you not doing one with me?
I don't have anything to shoot.
You fucking mealy mouth scumbags! I'm the only one. Nobody.
I got some.
I'll go double check. I don't think I have.
Ready? Here we go.
I have rum.
Don't hold it.
Nothing.
Breathe through your nose.
He muted. I could tell.
He's holding.
There's no mute, fucker.
I'm joking. I'm
He's
joking.
so hard. Does it tickle your throat, Andrew?
That was a. Hang on. Okay, so it doesn't absolve me, but I feel like. Okay, I don't even know. It doesn't absolve me, but I'm hoping that there'll be some mercy. I'm going to throw myself on the mercy of the chat. My chat is remarkably unmerciful, especially to me. They have no fucking mercy. There's like, oh, Andrew took an L. Well, then he's fucked. And then forevermore. That's how they look at it. It's bullshit.
You have to match 2 for 2. You got 1.
No. That's enough. That's enough. I still have a big ass stream tomorrow. Okay, I can't get wrecked tonight. Thanks.
You'll be all right. You just roll out of bed. All right, Prawncess, your kind words.
Start with the Go-See. Thanks for being a great debate partner. Thanks for taking up some of the airways while I was doing some live research. Definitely got to stay on top of research here where there's some misinformation being thrown out there. But I did definitely enjoy my experience. I do like these heated debates. It makes me a better debater. I definitely have some room for improvement. I've only been doing this for like a month or so. I've been streaming for 3 months, entering the debate sphere like a month or so.
Pop in the Crucible Discord. Those guys will set you straight.
I'm a member. I'll definitely hop in more.
Progressives. There's plenty of progressives in that Discord. You will be in good company, and yeah, that'll help sharpen you up.
There are progressives in there. Is that what you said?
Oh yeah, yeah, especially Corinth. You meet a guy. So okay, So
Let me
the
finish my
Crucible-
comments, Andrew. 1 second.
The Crucible has one particular progressive who's kind of I fucking hate saying this, but he's kind of based, right? But he's a fucking progressive, but he is a philosophy major. He's quite brilliant, and he is brutal as shit. And sometimes I listen to the guy and I'm like, fucking motherfucker actually made a good point. And then of course I get in and start tangling with him. But the point is that there's some brilliant progressives inside of that Discord. Corn's one of them. I highly suggest you come in.
I'm already a member. I definitely spend some more time in there. Let me just finish my round of comments. Next, Flow State. I've been a couple panels with you. It's always fun to interact with you. You're definitely unpredictable. You're not. You don't have always the takes I kind of thought you would have when I first met you. So you definitely seem like an open-minded individual. So I do like that about you. I usually enjoy our panels together. And Andrew, I definitely respect your rhetoric, debate ability. Gotta be honest, I've had a lot of political debates. I think this is the first one I'd say is pretty challenging. And you're definitely part of the reason that. I'm sorry, that's not meant to be a diss to you, Flow State. But also thank you for coming to these smaller panels, supporting us, and supporting small channels like mine, the Prawncess. Please sub. I'm small. I'm below 500 subs. Support me.
You know what pisses me off? I hate saying this.
Is it something Prawncess just did?
No.
Following your channel. Okay.
What actually upsets me. This is something which actually upsets me. The support for smaller channels, smaller streamers, people who have 100, 200. I was there. You know what I mean? Now this debate, I averaged I think like 5.5 thousand live viewers. I learned this actually from Destiny. Right? I learned this actually from Destiny, and I will say he pioneered this idea that there's a lot of smaller creators who are very, very talented, very skilled, and interlocking with them early on is a good idea for both sides. And that guy has always brought smaller creators on and debated with them. And in many ways, that's one of the biggest reasons I respect the guy. He's never been like, I'm too good to debate you. Now I'm blacklisted by him, but even then he ignores the fucking blacklist because we end up fighting it out anyway, right? But in many ways, that is what earned me his respect, is that he never thought you're too small for me to deal with.
I like that. I like it a lot. And I think you started with the concept of like, we were all there once. I mean, I'm still there. We're like, and if you don't allow the smaller creators to engage, well, then you're just holding yourself back, honestly, because you're not allowing room for.
Destiny's a fucking Coomer gremlin piece of shit, and I will always be there to be the thorn in his side, because I'm Batman, he's Joker, I guess, right? That's how his audience sees it. But the thing is ultimately that was a good lesson learned, and I've always respected him for doing that.
That's fair. That's fair. And Just Gerald coming in with the big 50. Thanks for hosting. You have a great laugh. Well, thank you so much. I had to mute myself several times because I didn't want to interrupt the panel. But Andrew definitely had the dad jokes rolling for me, so it was quite comical. I love dad jokes, and they were kind of hitting that realm. And Don Juan coming. Oh, I'm sorry, Prawncess. Were you done with your nice words? Flow State, did you want to give nice words?
Sure. I think that
I
was hoping to fly under the radar. No, I mean, everybody's. I think the most forefront positive attributes that everybody displayed today has already been covered. But I would say definitely Andrew's ability or willingness to engage with smaller channels is something that I've always respected, and both of you two did stick right the fuck in there the whole time and didn't get upset or pissy or rage quit or anything like that. And I think a lot of people would have.
That's fair. That's very fair. Don Juan comes in with the Big 10. Andrew, your Irish forefathers are looking down at your lack of Catholicism. They were grateful when the Spanish helped them against the Calvinists. Flo, don't forget to read Aquinas. Everyone took L's.
Sorry, Don Juan Plagueis, but my Irish forefathers were actually Orthodox long before they were Irish, and there was a schism. So fuck off.
Alter Void coming in with the Big 10. Just wanted to help out, but I have one question for the panel. If you only have one win and you say double or nothing, how many wins do you now have?
2.
1.
Yeah, I was thinking 1.
Well, I have 0 because I
Jesus.
coughed twice. I coughed twice, and I couldn't redeem myself with the 1. So if I double or nothing, I would actually maybe be at -2. If it was double or nothing.
Did you take a third one?
I did.
He did. He
I
made
redeemed
it.
it. I redeemed it on number 3, but it was a normal
So you
size
need
shot.
a fourth one to redeem it.
Yeah,
You need
that's
a
what I
fourth one to
said.
break
do
even.
think- All right,
I agree.
I do think a 4th.
Yeah.
Just tell her to bring down the bottle.
All right.
She's filling it with water. That's why he says
That's
water.
why she's making it half.
That's more
half one.
normal size shot. Woman, one more normal size shot.
He's doing the fake face. He's like, oh, disgusting.
Oh, this water is so burny.
Do you want to see me to pour it out of the bottle or what?
I've seen him have the
It's gonna be
whole
unopened.
bottle. When we had what was it? The sperm tour one, the sperm donor tour. He was like actually drinking it straight out of the bottle.
That's what I do. I swig it.
Oh my goodness. No class.
Well, here's
here.
the thing. If anybody ever doubts, I will literally pour that shot and light that motherfucker on fire, and then you can see for sure. You can't
Oh.
light water on fucking fire, can you?
Is
All you
vodka
have to do
flammable?
is,
I don't think it's
all
high
you have
enough.
to do is
Okay.
shake
Hang on. Here we go.
if you just shake it,
Here we
vodka
go,
has
here we go.
bubbles. They see
Yeah.
it or doesn't.
Oh, he went for Grey Goose this time.
Oh, is that Belvedere?
Great.
Oh, it's Grey Goose. Grey. All right.
I'm kind of meaning. I don't think he's faking, but
What if the bottle is filled with water?
All on camera.
yeah, if you want to be really nice, Dave and Buster's shot glass too. But yeah, if you want to be really safe and secure, you gotta have an unopened bottle, open fresh.
Yep, you motherfucker. Hang on.
No, all you
What's
have to
that?
do is
What's
shake
that?
it.
No, wait. No cough,
Definitely water.
bro.
Well,
It's maybe
Pete
easier
Fletch
to
comes
not
in with a
drink.
good point. He says, Andrew also took an L due to peer pressure. We all sat here and convinced you to do the fourth shot.
Why do you think you would ever need to convince me of that?
Look at Pete Fletch trying to use peer pressure to shame peer pressure. It's a weird fucking paradigm there. L for Pete Fletch.
My
If
chat
Andrew-
says it's still an L. They said it's still a fucking L. This is bullshit.
Andrew, just
Bullshit,
curious.
mother-
At what point does binge drinking become degenerate?
At what? Well, I'm not binge drinking. That's ridiculous.
I'm not saying I'm just wondering at what point. I don't know. I'm kind of memeing. I'm just wondering if you had an answer to that. I assume you're against
you
binge
mean-
drinking at some point.
Yeah, you mean when someone's a drunkard?
Degeneracy is the way of the future.
Let me ask you a question. Let's think about this objectively from the Christian ethics side. You know that there are priests who are in the middle of their fast. Like a priest came to my home one day and he cleansed it. And he was in the middle of a fast. And I said, Father, can I offer you some food? And he said, of course. And he sat down. He had breakfast sausage and eggs and bacon that my wife made him in the middle of a fast, because what he said to me was, though I'm in the middle of a fast, I'm never going to turn down the charitable meal of anybody who offers me one. The idea, but the idea here is actually very sound. And the idea here is, why would I not break my fast? Why would I piously signal to you that I'm fasting and have you make like a vegetarian omelet for me rather than eating and breaking bread with you? Right now, you and I, we're having drinks, we're having a good time. Isn't that the best way that I can really bring you over to my side ultimately? I can crush
Good
your
point.
worldview in a debate, but can I also break bread with you? Can I also talk to you where you get to see me?
I definitely think
It really is.
alcohol consumption is definitely a good bonding experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's vodka in this cup.
And there you go. The thing is, here's what I've learned in my some 40 odd years on this planet. Men can't fight over two things. If I offer you a steak and we're eating, we're not punching each other. And if I offer you a drink and a steak, we become friends.
Oh.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I'm sorry. I'm multitasking, but Yeah, I don't think I
That's
disagree.
And just for the record, we will open the panel here shortly. I always let the panelists have their time, and then once everybody who chooses to leave leaves, then I'll open it up if anybody is waiting for that. Another new account comes in with a Big 10. People like Kyle Rittenhouse and Darren Wilson have, and that's the cops, right? Have had their lives ruined by lies pushed by media. Even some still being repeated after the facts are out. Why shouldn't they go to jail? That's a good question. If
I
anybody wants
think
to
that we know
respond.
the answer to that because I already explained it.
Mhm.
The impact of being able to sue people for free speech, or I'm sorry, criminalize them for free speech, is worse than the impact of people being able to tell lies. The best way to counter a lie is with truth, right? You put all the information out there, and then the truth will rise to the top.
No, it won't.
Is it perfect? It
No,
will.
it won't. That's dude.
Also, like, what
We
about
have
opinions?
algorithms. We have the public square as it exists. You will admit right now, like on Twitter. Let's take Twitter for instance.
Okay.
Only under Elon Musk now can truth rise to the top.
Not even under Elon Musk.
Where does truth rise to the top on YouTube, sir? Where?
Well, with debates like this, don't you think some truth rose to the top here?
It's to the
But
fucking
wait,
top, dude.
When you
Come
say
on.
truth, you mean people
top
being
of the-
able to say slurs and use the F word and just say
People should
racist
be able to
shit
do
and
all those
stuff.
things.
Like,
yes.
no, I agree, but like when you say there's no like freedom of speech, blah blah blah. Like I understand some things like that. Some topics like the pandemic or 9/11 and stuff, like I think these should all be able to be covered without being demonetized and stuff like that. I think that's stupid. But for the most part, when people are talking about like I'm not allowed to say this, they're talking about like the N-word with a
Coop.
hard R and shit. Like
Well,
that's what most
okay.
people are doing.
Well, then explain the delineation. You think that people should be able to combat what they consider to be misinformation, even if that's misinformation. What is actually, from your worldview, wrong with going on YouTube and saying 10,000 times the N-word with a hard R? What is actually wrong with that?
In my view,
No, from her view.
I
Shouldn't-
don't see
Hang
anything.
on, let her
I don't
answer. Let her answer.
I don't even like necessarily have like a problem with that. Like I don't
Then say it.
care. But
Yeah,
when you're
then say
talking
it.
about free
But
speech,
you can't say it. But you can't say it, right?
But like what about that is so truth liberating?
Well, it's not a matter of truth liberating. It's just
Well,
a matter
'cause
of
you're talking
testing
about
the
truth.
logical consistency. When we're talking about truth, I'm saying the truth doesn't rise to the top. But if you're talking about the N-word with the hard R, for instance, you say, I have no problem if somebody says it, right? Why? Why don't you have a problem with that?
I mean, it like bothers me on a personal level, but do I
Sure.
think we should be like stopping, like arresting people or like well, I think this should be out in the open so we can know who people actually are.
So why do you
Can I
think?
jump in here?
So why do you think that is suppressed?
I guess because a bunch of people complained
Because
about it.
advertisers don't want their ads in front of
Yeah.
content like that. Like just because it's truth, like might be able to get like a truthful effort, like video of someone getting deleted by terrorists. Like you probably don't want that on your YouTube platform because like it's gonna scare off advertisers.
how
So-
are you not going to say kill, but you're going to say the T word?
Sorry, I'm still figuring out the words you can say on YouTube.
Well, let me give you an example of how egregious.
I was going to add one more thing there because I'm curious,
Yeah,
Andrew.
go ahead.
Do you think like should corporations be able to kind of police what they want on their private platforms? Because I agree with your concerns, but I wonder how that interacts with the private
course.
platforms.
There's nothing we can do about this. But if we're talking about how the truth rises to the top, that I have an issue with. Let me give you a perfect example of how that's not true. Right now, I do TikTok invasions all the time. I go on TikTok. I literally eviscerate progressive scumbags on TikTok all day long.
Mm-hmm.
If I say something this uncontroversial, men with an XY chromosome who produce semen are not females, I'll get banned. Is that suppression of truth, sir?
That is suppression of truth.
Let me ask him.
Me, again, sorry, I'm multitasking. There,
Let me repeat it.
yeah.
I'll
I
repeat
think you're
it.
saying on TikTok you can't say like
On
stuff like that.
TikTok, if I go on TikTok and I say a male who produces actual sperm, has XY chromosomes, is a male, I'll get banned.
I believe that.
Is that
yeah,
the
but-
truth rising to the top?
No, but I don't think any of these platforms or algorithms are bringing the truth up to the top. They're bringing like what's
Agreed.
most
Right,
clickable.
but that illustrates my point. though.
Agreed. The truth does not rise to the top. Is my point.
No. My point was
Well,
if
I don't disagree.
you're
I
allowed to
totally
have
agree with you,
truth,
yeah.
if you have a lie and you're allowed to combat it with truth, the truth will win. You just gave a paradigm in which the truth is not allowed to be presented.
But the truth is not
Well,
allowed to be
but even
presented, sir.
even if you allow both, like
Flow
for example,
just stop. Like, let's not bullshit. The truth
TikTok,
Okay, so
TikTok
is not
TikTok,
allowed to rise to the top, right? It's really not.
I see your point, and where like there's a lot of these discussions that we're not allowed to have because one side is going to be like you're not allowed to have those discussions. So I guess I'll concede on that. But like when a lot of people are talking about like these things, like oh we can speak the truth on Twitter, it's like most of them aren't actually talking about real shit. They're just like
That's
saying
okay.
nonsense.
So
What
I think,
what
yeah,
is that?
depends on-
Wait.
depends on-
What does that
No,
mean?
like jump in here real quick because I think it depends on why they're banning the thing. Because if they're banning it to like stop misinformation, that's one thing. But if they're banning it because like oh they realize like hey advertisers not going to want to advertise on our platform if we like have debates about Transformers. Maybe let's just ban the topic altogether.
Transformers.
I heard that's what they say on TikTok. I know
that
that.
means robots in disguise. You know that, right?
I'm on Sarah's channel, so I'm trying to be.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
so I know
that,
what
I
you
mean,
Thank
you do realize the entailment there. Let me ask you just.
But you
very
wait just a
simply.
second. You said you're okay with private platforms kind of dictating what they can and
Well,
cannot
there's
say.
nothing
Oh,
you
did
can do
not
about
say
it,
that?
but you do realize that TikTok is a Chinese company.
I do agree. That's an
And
issue.
that part of the tariff program and part of the Republican program
I think
was to
America
stop. Hang on,
bought-
to stop Chinese propaganda from being able to infiltrate the United States. And what do you want to do? Do you think that it's okay to ban TikTok?
We should probably do something. I think the way it currently is run, in the current regulations, they probably we probably need more.
Why are,
America
why
already-
are you voting for Harris, bro?
We
What are
already
you
did
doing?
this.
What are you doing with your life? Stop voting for Harris. Look, if you know that this is a disinformation company, which is run by the Chinese and is designed specifically to run propaganda to demoralize the West, and Republicans are telling you this is true and you know it's true, why are you voting for fucking Harris? What are you doing?
Wait, but didn't we propose buying them under Biden's administrations? Like I don't know why this is like a left or right thing. I think
Buying them?
Democrats.
Buying
Am I
you
wrong there?
do you want the United States to buy TikTok?
No, America did make some kind of
But it would still be the same thing. This is the same idea,
wait,
right?
You're missing my point. I'm saying both Democrats and Republicans probably don't want the TikTok issues. Both parties agree. Yeah, we should probably address that.
Republicans don't want it. Democrats don't. And here's why
Democrats are not in favor of like having Chinese having a bunch of control via TikTok. They're not for that.
Well, can you show me the Democratic proposal to stop TikTok in the United States? Go ahead.
I gotta look it up because it's been a while. But didn't something happen under Biden? I'll look this up while Bill see
Yeah,
this.
you
kind
look
of
it up.
on.
Look up what Republicans said, not Democrats.
Wait, so you want freedom of truth or whatever, but you want to ban TikTok?
That's not truth.
Who would you
What
like
is-
to be in
what-
charge
what
of
is-
deciding what is true and not?
What is propaganda?
Nobody.
Ghosty? Let's start with what is propaganda. What is it?
Propaganda is an intentional like force of information to persuade masses of people to think a certain way.
Are you a propagandist?
No.
What makes you not one?
I'm not intentionally trying to make people think a certain way for a like specific purpose, especially maliciously.
Let us assume for a second that you knew you were wrong, but you'd make a lot of money by pushing a narrative which was incorrect. You knew that.
Yeah.
Is there any penalty for you?
Other than defamation lawsuits, no, I don't think
No.
so.
There's nothing. And so what happens if we allow foreign governments to move their social media platforms into the United States to, to push a progressive
There's the call.
message, which says, men can be women and women can be men.
Well,
Is that
to be
demoralizing?
fair-
Is that demoralizing to your enemy?
I mean, that specific topic is like open to debate.
Well, then let's debate it. Can men be women? Can men be women? Are you propagandized?
The transgender
Are you
people exist.
propagandized?
I will say transgender people exist.
Yeah, sure. I would say the same thing. But what we mean by transgender means what?
Somebody who has what is it? Body dysmorphia
Surgery.
or whatever.
Okay, so they're mentally ill.
And they in order to be
Are they
like-
mentally ill?
body dysmorphia is a mental illness, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So why is it that we're taking the word from a bunch of mentally ill people about what a woman and a man is, Ghosty?
Just because
We're not taking the word of them. We're talking about professionals that work with them. I think we're taking
they're
their
Just
word.
because
professionals.
it's a
But Ghosty just said
mental
that she doesn't
illness.
believe in sociology, remember?
Maybe we disagree there. Go see. Go ahead.
I
Remember
didn't
how
say I didn't
Ghosty
believe-
said she doesn't believe in sociology? Remember
I
that
said it's
just a
not
few minutes
real-
ago?
I said it's not a
Oh.
real science.
Oh, it's not a real science. And who
But
says that men can be
psychology
women?
is.
Uh,
Psychology is.
Sorry,
though.
psychology is
It's just science,
sociology.
too.
Psychology is sociology.
No, it's not.
Oh,
It's
really?
rough
Psychology is
science.
Go
not
ahead,
sociology.
go ahead and pull up sociology and psychology.
Sociology
see
is
which
the study of
branches.
social sciences. Psychology is the study of
Wait. What is
the brain,
sociology?
right?
What is sociology?
The difference is
Study of-
scale.
What is sociology?
The study of like social issues, social sciences, like social
Mm.
interactions.
And what is
Andrew,
psychology?
Wait,
is the
Andrew,
study-
let me ask you a question. Go ahead.
Sure.
Address that one.
Go ahead.
I'm just curious. Like, do you think no one is actually suffering from dysphoria?
No,
Like,
I
do you
think they
that's
are.
not a thing?
I think they are.
I was just curious.
I think that there are people who have a condition where they believe their limbs are causing them problems and want to cut them off. Would you say that they should?
If it gives them a better life outcome, then yeah.
How are you measuring better? If they feel better in the moment.
I just want to make sure I got that
All right,
right.
yeah.
Your little brother comes to you and he's like, "Hey, my right arm, I really hate this right arm. I'm gonna fucking chop it off."
Is it causing
You would-
pain?
This
Well,
doesn't-
sure, it's causing mental anguish. Yeah.
That doesn't apply. To
No, that's a real
No way.
fucking condition. I'm not kidding.
Yeah,
It's
that
a
one
real
is.
condition.
But wait, it is the best solution to wait, is the best solution cutting their arm off? Because I think that's the difference where a lot of people are
Sometimes
saying
they cut the arm off. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know enough about that one, but maybe if they're gonna live in anguish without doing that for the rest of their lives, like maybe I don't know. I just know enough people.
Now, if I cut my right arm off because it's causing me anguish, am I now not a male?
Your arm?
Yeah.
no, that's not the same thing.
No. Okay. So let me say my penis is causing me anguish and I cut that off. Am I now no longer a male?
Muzzle tov.
That's definitely not the determining factor for me. I'll say that.
Yeah, I would say so.
Wait. Can I just ask you to answer me honestly? If
Okay.
my arm was causing me anguish and I cut it off, am I a male, sir? Still.
Oh, yeah.
If I cut my penis off because it causes me anguish, am I still a male?
I guess like biologically, but you can.
No, not biologically. Am I still a fucking male or not?
Well, it's a complex question, right? Because
How come if
I know you guys.
I'm
I
still
know
a
you
male,
guys.
but if my
I know you like
penis
to
goes,
dispute. No, because I know you like to dispute that like gender, I guess like isn't a real thing or whatever.
what is
But
gender? What is it?
It's different than sex.
It's an expression of male and female, I guess.
Oh, okay. So if we look at both ends of gender, if it's on a spectrum, what are we pointing to?
Both ends on a spectrum. What are we pointing
So
to?
if a gender is a spectrum, we have to have 2 points in which the spectrum points to. What are both spectrums pointing to?
You mean male and female?
I'm
Is that what you're
asking
saying?
you.
Wait, well, there's a rainbow is a spectrum. That doesn't mean like by default it's like it ends with red and ends with another color. Like
It ends
No,
with
a rainbow is not. That's not a good example.
I
silly.
just-
it's literally a spectrum of light.
Wait. So the color red is in a rainbow, yeah?
Yeah, but you don't have to classify yourself as either red or
Yeah,
blue.
great.
There's a lot of
Is
there's a lot of intermediate
the
steps, right?
color red in a rainbow?
Yes,
Yeah, so I agree with
think
that.
Is the color red in a spectrum?
Yeah.
Then it's pointing to something, which is within the spectrum of red. So now let me ask you a question. If you're saying that male female is
So
on
wait,
a-
just so you know, it starts with red because that's like how our eyes work. We happen to see
Great,
red
yeah,
first.
that's
it's very,
great.
It's
None
very
of that
possible we could have.
matters. It's
It's
totally
very possible we could
irrelevant.
have. It's literally directly relevant. We
Yeah,
could have.
no,
We could
go
have. We
back
could have
to
evolved
the
eyeballs that would
programming.
have started somewhere else, and then would have pointed elsewhere. So
Okay,
I just don't
great.
think. I don't think it's very accurate to say it's pointed to red. You can say it
Okay,
starts
great.
with red.
What is gender? What is gender, sir? What is
You're
it?
asking me now?
Yeah,
Well, do I want to answer a question? Because once I brought up my thing, you kind of didn't
because
like that,
it's stupid, and I'll explain why.
Well,
What
I'm
is
just
gender?
curious-
You brought- you brought-
let him answer.
no.
Let him answer.
I'll go to this. No, I'm giving a very good response where you're saying, oh, it's a spectrum. Therefore, we had to like have this dichotomy where I'm like, no, it doesn't necessarily have to be that. Spectrums can be, it's not a 0 or 1 kind of thing.
Okay. Oh, it's not. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's see if we can't test this. Is red a thing?
Yes.
Great. So then that means not red is the thing?
Yeah.
So then there must be a delineation point between when one color becomes red and when it's not red.
No, there's no clear delineation.
So then how is red a thing?
Because it's something like it's a part of the spectrum we identified, and like we can identify it as like a color that we all
There
agree
must
upon.
be
So,
some
it's a measureless-
delineation point between
No,
when red and
No.
not red becomes red.
Saturation.
No,
I guess like
you're-
the saturation.
Oh, saturation. Okay, great. So
No,
then if
wait, I got to jump in here real quick. You're basing it off of like human perception. We happen to perceive colors a different way. Other animals perceive it very differently. So we're just going by
Okay.
what we have. So I think
Yeah,
that's the main
what we
difference.
have.
There's no clear like, oh, red starts here and orange starts here. It's more so we kind of identify like, hey, this part of the spectrum we kind of
So
we want
There
to
has
label
to be.
Wait,
There
I'm almost
has
done.
to be.
I'm almost done. To be practical, we were like, okay, let's label this color, this part of the spectrum, this, and we'll delineate it. But that's not how it actually works in reality. It's a constant gradient. There's no point where there's like definitively you're going from one color to the other. We just divided that because it's easier for communication.
There either is a distinction, a delineation,
so
or there's no
it-
distinction.
Exactly. It's impossible. What you're talking about is a contradiction. Is there the color red?
Yes. It's
Then
an
is
idea.
there the
Yeah.
color? Then is there all colors which are not red?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Then
I already said yes.
There's a delineation.
Yeah, but you're not listening to me. The delineation has to do with communication. It's easier for us to say, okay, all these colors, all these
Then it's
colors.
not a thing. Then it's not
they
a
had-
thing. Then red doesn't exist.
Do you understand? Like there can be there could be like a spectrum or something that like where there's a constant gradient, but also we might label parts of that to make it easier to identify.
Sure.
I
Let's
don't
do
know what
that.
any of this has
That's
to
all I've been
do.
saying.
Well, then,
Yeah,
then let's do
go.
that. Let's do that.
I've
If
been
there's
saying
a
that for the past 5 minutes.
and there's certain parts which are easier to identify than other parts, would you say that a penis versus a vagina would be easier parts to identify than anything in between penis and vagina, considering
For
how many
gender?
people
No.
have penises and how many people have vaginas?
Maybe for sex, but not for gender. I would think.
Because
So what
gender's
is
not a
gen- so-
thing.
okay, great. So then what is gender?
I'm gonna hop off the
Pure
go see that.
imagination.
I think I've been talking about-
Hop off. Okay, you hop off. We'll let Sarah get back to her super chats.
Oh, people,
No,
Gosi was addressing this earlier. I'll give the same definition earlier, where it's kind of like the colloquially the things we associate with a certain sex. So things you associate with being a male versus being a woman.
What is gender?
Those things are not. Those things are not inherent. Wait, I'm you asked me a question. Let me just answer. I'm almost done. But those things are not inherently involved. Like, yeah.
So I just want to let you know what you just said. Gender is alluding to things that we consider to be associated with a what?
Currently, I'm saying the current definition is associated with sex, but in a different society, we might associate it less with sex.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, what you just said was these words: gender is a construct which we generally associate with what?
Sex.
Sex. Yep. So then both points of the gender debate would be pointing at what?
Yeah, but just because society today has this association that's accurate.
So both instances of gender would be.
Answer?
Yeah, that's the answer.
It's literally I said that 10 minutes ago.
Holy shit.
That's literally the definition of gender.
But here's the thing, right? Is that understand from my perspective? You think Andrew Wilson bad faith? Try to put yourself in my shoes. When I literally catwalk you to the fucking answer, and you still won't give it. Because you hate the fact.
No, I said straight up 10 minutes ago.
Answered all your questions. None of us. We have not dodged any of your questions for the past 5 minutes. I've answered all of them.
Okay, so gender's pointing at what, sir?
I said this. It's associated with sex. I don't disagree.
It's associated with sex. So if both spectrums are associated with sex, what there really is sex, and what the social construct is fucking gender. Yeah.
I can't believe I had to add this caveat. Currently in today's society, because it's changed. We had different ideas of gender in the past. It'll probably change in the future. So there's no reason it has to be the same as today. Currently, today in society, yes, it is associated with sex, but it doesn't have to be that
associated
way.
with sex. Change. So what is real is sex, and what is a social construction is gender. Correct.
I think I agree with that layman definition.
Okay, great.
Once it stops being associated with sex, it's no longer gender. It's no longer a gender trait once it stops being sex associated.
Oh, but what is your argument? Is that
my argument is simple. My argument is that sex is a biological reality, and that the associatives that you put on this spectrum are actually just indicating sex. And so if we know what is true is that we all have a sex. What is not true is that we all have a gender. Then what you're pointing at is the thing which is real that you're trying to be, even if it's not real. For instance, let's just take an elf. What is the characteristics of an elf from Lord of the Rings?
20 years.
Okay, I agree. What else?
They live a really long time.
So if I were to say I live longer than average and I glue elf ears to my fucking head, am I an elf?
No, but in a fancy environment, there might be other species that also have pointed ears, and it wouldn't be,
great,
it would be
great.
crazy.
I'm talking about
wow, all people with pointed ears are therefore elves.
What are the characteristics of elves that are different than those of other species with pointy ears?
I'm not a Lord of the Rings expert, but
you're not an expert, right? Yeah, I'm just.
Lord of the Rings, I'm not a fucking nerd. I don't know about Lord of the Rings. There might be other species with pointy ears, I imagine.
Are you actually an elf? Because the characteristics of elves, you meet whatever those characteristics are. Are you actually that thing?
Well, I qualify as an elf because I'm really little. But go ahead, Prawn, if you wanted to answer.
Well, I think you're kind of put it, and I don't know what Ghosty feels, but I think you're kind of putting some progressive box where, to me, there is a difference between a biological sex and gender. So I do agree there's a difference there. But that's why I'm not.
One is real and one isn't, right?
Only
one has to do with your perception, both how you perceive by others in your own perception, and one is not. So I think that's a big difference.
So which one is real?
I don't believe in that dichotomy.
So you can answer the question: which one is real? Is sex real or is gender real?
They're both real.
Which one is entirely subjective?
Yeah.
Which one is an objective reality? Which one is not?
Sex.
Thank you. Okay, we can move it on from there, Sarah. Thank you.
So sex.
Thank you.
Wait,
Thank you.
Andrew, wait. I'll let you go see it. But wait, I agree with you. I just had a second go.
You don't fucking agree with nothing. All you do is obfuscate and lie your ass off because you don't like the what you say.
You're not very good listening. I literally said one is the perception of you, both your internal and other ones. That would be subjective. So I actually agree
what are
with
they
you.
pointing at? What are they pointing at?
No, wait. You're acting like things subjective is a dunk. I literally just said the same thing in different words a second ago. So it's not like pretending like, oh, I fucking dunked on you when you literally said the same thing I said in different words.
We established there was no objective truth, and now sex is.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then we have nothing to argue.
One is based on perception. One is not.
This is their sex, and then what you do is you say gender. The gender spectrum between sex deviates towards sex, which means there's no middle ground. You're either this or you're that.
That is based on today's society. That is not inherently the system. It can change. It's changed the past.
It's not inherently true. Okay, fair enough. If it's not inherently true, is sex
in other societies today? There are like a third genders. Let's
find out if this is true. Is sex objectively true and gender is not objectively true?
I think I agree with that.
Okay, well then there's nothing more to argue about.
One has nothing more to argue about, and one does not.
But like, why
perception would still be pointing at what is objectively true?
No, what makes this such a big like issue, though? That like, what is it about the fact that transgender people exist makes it like not truth or
transgender?
Or, like, what is your problem? Like, what is your problem?
What is a transgender person? Let's start with that.
Somebody who has body dysmorphia and associates.
So they're under a delusion? Would you agree they're under a delusion then if they have body dysmorphia?
Well, if it's a real condition.
I agree. It's a real condition. Would you agree that this condition indicates that there's a mental illness?
By your definition, are you saying all mental illnesses are delusional?
It's a mental illness that needs treatment, and in order to treat it.
Agreed. So it's a mental illness that needs treatment. If I said that I was the Queen of France, why would I be wrong?
This isn't an equivalency.
It is an equivalency. If I said I was the Queen of France, why would I be wrong?
Because you're not the Queen of France?
Okay. With that, I'm going to go take a leak. I hope you really fucking think about what just happened. I hope you really think about what just happened there. I got to take a leak. Sarah, I'll let you go on with your super chats.
Thank you. I hope you don't need any help in there. Marathon Kev coming in with the big 20 says, watching from a distance, salute Sister Sarah and my ninja Flo. What's up, Marathon Kev? We love having you here. Unknown Known says, thank you for being a great host as always from the Crucible chat. Thank you. Starving Autist, I'm not reading yours. Number one, I said it would have been 20 and up. And then number two, I can't read that super chat. It was not very nicely worded, and that will trigger every TOS possible. But thank you so kindly. Teriak comes in with the big 20. He asks the question, how can gender be a spectrum if we have bisexuals?
Can I answer that?
Sure.
Everyone feels differently, but bisexual has to do with what you're attracted to. That's different than what your gender is. Those are not inherently linked.
That makes no sense, that question.
Because bisexual necessitates that there's two sexes. And gender is a reference to sex.
That's a good point.
I think I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good point. And then Benedict comes in with another big 10, says, what gender is your dog and how do you know?
Ask its kindergarten teacher.
So far, there's no evidence that dogs had dysphoria. If that was an issue, we might want to address it. I just want to say this quickly about the French thing.
Dysphoria implies that it's not true. Dysphoria implies this is a mental illness based on something not true. I just want to let you know that.
The big difference between like this analogy with like you're the King of France. The thing is, there's evidence that shows actually addressing your dysphoria and like kind of identifying as other sex actually alleviates your symptoms. I don't think that'd be the case for the.
Oh sure, you know what? I'll grant the argument. If if I say I'm the Queen of France, then you're going to tell me that I am and treat me like I am, right?
Yeah, but that probably wouldn't help you. Where it would help.
What if I could demonstrate that it did? It alleviated my symptoms to treat me like the Queen of France. You had to roll out a red carpet every day, throw roses at my feet, and follow all of my commands. Would you do it? If it helped me,
we're not asking people to do that much for
me. Would you do it?
Yeah, I see an opportunity here.
We're asking people to use the same like pronouns. We're not asking people to roll out the red carpet
If
for you.
it
So
helped
again,
me,
it's not.
would you do it?
No, probably not. I probably would not put that burden on
probably
people.
not.
Where
Yeah, that's what I
the same
thought.
thing, if it
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you because it helps.
Why
fuck
wouldn't
you?
you?
I'm not
All you gotta
kidding
do, all you gotta do is
right
make,
now, if trans people were asking for that level of, if
I'm
trans
not
people
gonna
were
lie
asking
to you.
for that
You
level
fuck you.
of
I'm not gonna lie to you.
accommodation
You
beyond
fuck
people's
you.
pronouns,
Queens of
I would be against that.
Queens of France exist.
Nobody's gonna fucking lie to you to help you. Fuck off. Bullshit. Fuck off.
Well,
We're
I
not gonna
guess
lie
the
to you to help
question-
you. All you're saying is, yeah, I would have to lie to you to help you, but it's so much of a lie that I just feel like I shouldn't do that. But I feel like it's such a little lie that you should do that, Andrew. Fuck you. It's the same shit. You're just asking me to lie to help them, but you wouldn't lie to me to help me with whatever my fucking condition. Fuck off, dude. Fuck
The
you.
answer to get- let me-
Is your whole
Fuck
thing
you.
like, oh, a transgender woman is not a biological female? Is that your whole gotcha?
I mean, that's objectively
Yeah,
true.
we agree.
Here.
No, I agree with that too. There's
We're
like
not progressive.
no,
We're sane.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You're lying to me. And here, I'll demonstrate it very quickly. Is a trans woman a woman?
I address they're a transgender woman. Yeah.
Yeah. Is a trans woman a woman?
Biological, or are you talking about the gender?
Is a trans woman a fucking woman? Can you say yes or no?
I have to ask you a question. I need more information.
What? So hang on. So then, what is a trans woman versus a woman then?
Well, Andrew, just even earlier, you agreed. At least we feel that sex and gender are different. So you should
Great.
at least
So
accommodate
what's-
that.
so
we
what's
agree
a
those different.
trans-
So you had to specify. Are you talking
Great.
about
So
the,
what
are you talking
is
about
a
the sex
trans woman?
or gender a woman?
Okay, so I would say that a what you call a trans woman is a man dressing up like a woman and pretending to be a woman. That's what I would say. So you tell me then, now that you know my position, and I unequivocally told you it, what is a trans woman?
A trans woman is a biological male who has body dysmorphia, who transitioned to present as a female in order to address their condition.
Oh, great. Are they females?
Biologically, no.
Okay. Are they women?
Yes, or I will address
there
them
we
as women,
go,
but
there we
they're
go.
trans women.
So what is okay?
I
so
know
they're
there's
not
a difference
women.
between women and trans women, but
Okay,
I have
so a
no
trans
problem
woman is
with
a man?
addressing trans women
So
as
a
women.
trans woman is actually a man.
Do you understand how, like, at least based on our worldview, like that?
Can
that
you let her
that
answer,
question?
White Knight? Let her answer.
I will. I'm sure she's
Let her answer, bro. Let her answer.
This is very important, though.
Yeah, and we'll get to you. We'll get to you. We'll get to you. We'll get to you, Sam. Let her answer. Is
the
a
question?
trans woman a woman?
They are a trans woman.
So what is a trans woman?
I already told you this.
It's
We're
a
just gonna
man
go
dressing
around in
up like a woman.
circles.
It's a man dressing up like a woman.
No, they're not dressing up. I mean, that might be
Yes,
part
they
of
are.
it, but they have. Like I already explained this. They're biological
So
male.
okay, well let's start with this. What is a woman?
Again, like that's a loaded question.
It's a
I
loaded
guess.
question. What a woman is? Really?
Yeah,
It's a-
you know.
Let me ask you- Hey, stop,
let me
stop,
jump
bro.
in. No,
Stop.
you said
No, it's
you
my
said
turn.
you
It's
did.
my
You
turn.
said you let me jump in.
We'll
So
get
no,
to
you
you,
can't
bro.
ask.
We'll
You
get
can't
to you.
ask
We'll
questions
get-
back to
We'll
back to
get
back.
to you.
and then
We'll get to you.
jump in.
Stop spurging. We'll get to
No,
you.
you can't. You
Ma'am,
can't be like, I'll get
well,
to
stop
ask
spurging. We'll
18
get to you.
questions.
Stop
All
spurging. Stop
right,
spurging.
boys.
Stop
Back to
spurging.
man. Well, just let me jump in. Then you get it.
Stop
Let's
spurging.
all
We'll get to
settle
you.
down.
I'm
You're not
just
going to forget your
asking
question.
you-
Just address it after I jump in.
Shut up, bro. Shut up. It's 1v1. Wait
You
a
can't
second.
han- you can't
Ghosty.
handle it.
Ghosty. Are you a woman?
Yes,
What is that?
an adult female.
Okay, great. And are trans women that?
No, they're trans women.
Okay, thank you. That's all we needed. So it's a man. Got it.
But it's not a man. Yeah, I mean.
I identify as a woman. Are we the same? Literally, just now I turned trans.
Have you been diagnosed with
I
dysphoria?
just think
You just
think-
mentioned dysphoria as a big part of that. So
That's
I feel like
not a
that's,
requirement.
I just don't
Goatee,
think.
did you not mention that?
I don't know. I know many people who are trans, and it's like not.
And are they
It's like-
and are they women?
it's not this like la di da di da, like I just want to be a man, like I want to be a woman.
Yeah,
No,
are they women?
That you guys like kind of
Nobody's
make it
saying
Are they
it's
women,
kinda
Ghosty?
whimsical.
Are they like you, Ghosty? Are they women?
They are trans women.
We keep
And
asking
I know
questions.
lots
Can
of
I jump
people.
in?
They're
Lots of
men.
people give me
Put that
shit
aside for a
for
second.
even lots of people will give me shit for even just like making that differentiation, but there is a difference, especially as a
And-
feminist.
Okay, what's the
Let me get
difference? Like
This is
if a
what the
I
man-
big
already
deal is.
explained it 10 fucking
Yeah,
times.
you said
But this is what
you said I'm a category of this thing, and I agreed with you. You're a category of this thing,
Mhm.
and the thing that makes you this thing are these criteria. And then I asked you, what is a man then? Well, it's the criteria of these things. Well, then all you're saying is that everything which is not ontologically you is a man.
No, there's that's why but you guys agree that trans men and women exist. But you're
Depends
not
on what
you're
you
trying
mean
to
by
put
that.
them you're trying
Andrew
to
said
put them
earlier, dysphoria exists.
That's a very strange.
Dysphoria exists, cross-dressing exists, surgery exists.
I agree. Well, hang on. No. I agree that men with mental illnesses exist, and I agree that women with mental illnesses exist. Can you explain what a trans person is?
I literally said it 10 times.
Yeah, so it's a man with a mental illness.
A man or woman with body dysmorphia.
Yeah, and then body dysmorphia is what?
It is a mental illness. This
Okay,
isn't some
so
like,
then
ooh,
what
no,
exists-
I know, I
so
agree.
what
It's
actually
a
exists is men
mental
and women with
illness.
mental illnesses. It's simple. It's so simple. Even a fucking retard can get it. It's so simple. A literal second grader can understand these concepts. The only reason you double down on this, because you don't want to hurt the feeling. You don't want to hurt the feelings of the
you have
people
to
who
be
are liars.
honest to have a different
No,
opinion,
'cause-
to come to a different conclusion.
No, but that's the whole problem. The problem is you're making it out like a liar. Like it's like a liar.
It is a
You're
lie.
calling
It is
them
a lie.
liars.
Yeah, it's not true.
And
So
so
then
this
there-
is
if somebody
Let-
tells you something which is not true, and they know it's not true, then what is it?
Wait,
But it's true
Andrew.
that they have.
Andrew, did you not agree earlier that gender is a spectrum? You said this, right? You agree with me there?
I said based on your worldview, if it is a spectrum, it's still pointing to two things. I don't even believe
Okay,
gender
well,
exists. I don't think gender exists. I don't even think it's a thing. I think
It's
you just
nothing.
make this shit up so that you can try to say that, oh, well, there's social
Oh, you think-
norms that
You think
women
sex and gender are one and the
and
same?
I
I
can
can
prove it.
clarify that.
Here, I can prove it.
sex is the only
Right.
real thing. Gender's not a thing at all. It's just
young man-
imagination.
If a young male plays with dolls, is he now a female?
No.
Oh,
No, I would say no.
that's weird. But what you consider the concept of gender, if a young male plays with dolls, right, is he a female then?
Wait, what? No.
No, exactly. I agree. So in both cases,
I feel like we should define gender
bro,
again.
I'm trying to explain it to you. We don't even need to. We'll both agree on the definition. Gender would be the expectation of social norms based on the sex. You would agree.
Do you
Yeah.
agree with me? Where like that's currently today, where it doesn't have to be 1-to-1 with sex. We could change that worldview where it could be more correlated and less correlated to that.
Even
Sure.
the name transgender implies
I'll
it
just
came
grant
from
it.
left to right.
I can literally grant it. You're going to lose the argument either way. If a little boy who's playing with dolls doesn't make him less of a boy, and if a little boy playing with dolls doesn't make him less of a girl, then what makes him more of a boy or a girl?
And we're talking about gender in particular.
Yeah.
See, I would say it's a again. I don't
It's
like
how
the
you
dichotomy
feel.
where it's not a clear spectrum where.
Yeah. It's not.
That's
a clear
what we're putting.
spectrum. I thought it was.
Wait, Andrew. I'm trying to answer a question. You just asked a question. Can I fucking address it?
Wait,
as
is that clear?
As soon as I respond to a question, just you're trying to overtalk me. Yeah, very good faith. So I'm trying to answer your question you just asked me.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that'd be a better society where like I don't think we should have like this view of like, oh, men only have these characteristics. I think there should be a more open view of what a man is. And I think if we kind of separate the difference between sex and gender, we are able to do that. Where I agree with you, we should not have that perception where like if a young kid plays with dolls, he's associated with a certain gender.
So
I want
then
to
what
I want to
a
divorce
woman?
that connection. Go
Then
ahead.
what makes him a woman?
Are you making the argument that we can better help trans body dysmorphia by not accepting their transition?
I would make that argument.
What?
He wasn't,
is
but I
no-
would make
There-
that.
First of all, there's no transition. You don't move from one thing to another thing. You are. By the way, that
Okay,
would
you
that would
understand the
literally
concept,
void,
though, right?
Stop.
You-
That would
you're
void
not
the
actually, like-
concept.
You're
That
not
would
actually
void the concept of identity. That would void the concept of identity. You can only be ontologically what you are. If you could ever be something other than what you are, then that would violate the law of identity. It's illogical. You are what you are. That is the second rule of logic, the law of identity.
Okay.
I think I know what you're
So-
saying. Like, I agree. Like, you should go to a more. Go ahead, Ghosty. Sorry.
So do you think to help trans people, you to better help trans people, you would rather just deny their desire to transition
You mean like we do
or
with
to be
all...
accepted as the opposite sex?
Like with
Yeah, of course.
schizophrenics, and we
Yeah, of
deny their
course.
voices.
Yeah, of course we're gonna tell people the truth. Yeah.
And you think that would help them? Because I
Well-
don't think the
well-
medical
well,
field
hang
agrees
on.
with you.
It's not. It's just about helping them. It's about helping all of
Medical
the public.
industry.
Wait, it's
We
about
don't-
helping all of the public.
How is
Why?
it hurting
So
the
go,
public?
Ghosty.
Wait, wait.
Well, let me-
I wanna ask-
here.
ask
I'm
a
gonna
question,
make the, shut up, fucker. Let me make
You
the
love asking Ghosty
argument.
questions. Can we get a little bit of back and
How does
forth?
how does this chick ask me a question and you instantly cut in? Shut the fuck up. So
We're
back to
taking
you,
a lot of the
Ghosty.
bandwidth. I don't even know this.
Back to you, Ghosty. Well, okay. So I'll tell you what. You do this. Every time she asks me a question, you go ahead and cut in.
Every time?
Go-
Okay. I'll
yeah,
stick to
every
it.
single time. Go ahead. Ask me whatever question you wanted to ask me so that I can never answer the one she just asked me.
You're actually, I'll give Ghosty a second and then I'll jump
Then
in.
shut
Right
up.
after that. Right after that,
So
I'm gonna jump in.
back to where we were at.
Ghosty
before I
asked,
was-
I thought Ghosty asked a question. Are you gonna?
and I'm trying to answer it. You have to stop talking though, bro, or I can't answer it. How can I answer a question if you keep talking? Okay, great. So anyway, Ghosty, back to your question. Your question was, should we affirm it? So to answer this question, let us assume for a moment, and this is true, that there are millions of people who do not want to affirm this because it does them harm. If that is the case, that it does you harm to affirm this thing, in other words, it's against some type of religious value or something like this, why is it that all those people should affirm it anyway?
If it's against your religious values,
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I'm not gonna force you to
Oh.
accept that, I guess.
Mhm.
I don't understand how it's harming you specifically, but
Because
like
we're
I
lying,
can't make
because
you.
we're not telling the truth.
Well, speaking
And
of
so
harm,
if
I'm
it's
gonna
part of it,
ask my
if it's
question
part of
now because I think Andy's gonna go off another question. So that's tangent. So I'm just curious.
I was
At least
answering
the
her
research-
question. I was literally
There was
answering
no
her question, not
fault.
asking her
There's no
what.
fault.
Hold on,
questions. I'm gonna
Prawn.
jump in
Hold
here.
on, Prawn. I know you're excited. Just
Boy,
hold
you're
on.
you're really spurging when I'm trying to answer the question. So if you're a Christian, right, you would agree with me that the value of lying is no good, right? We're not allowed to lie. So if you tell us that we must lie in order to affirm an untruth, doesn't that do us harm?
I guess from your perspective.
Well, that's why.
So it's just a disagreement based on belief values.
No,
Can
it's not
you
a
name
disagreement
one-
based on belief values? You and I agree. This is not a woman. This is not a man.
Oh, wait,
You're
I
just
can't.
a-
Listen, I gotta ask my question at some
The
point.
distinction. It's
I'm
real
curious.
quick.
What's the question?
We'll get to you. We'll get to you. We'll get to you. We're almost done.
No, I don't. I don't believe you.
He won't get to
Here's
you.
the distinction. Here's the distinction. The distinction is, Ghosty, is that you're the ones asking us to lie.
I guess
think-
I was just I was asking the harm. I was asking the harm, and I guess if your harm is that you can't understand the concept
It's
or don't
ontological
believe in
coercion.
the concept of it, and you consider that a lie to your religion, then
I'm not
Sure.
religious, and it's a lie.
Okay,
it's
now-
just a
now-
lie.
but in order to make other people, why are you going to put that on other people though?
This is
Okay.
their
You
delusion.
don't have to. You don't have to accept
I
it.
can actually explain this very quickly. If I could, for some reason, show you and demonstrate to you that if everybody believed in Christianity, the world would be a better place, would you then advocate that all people believed in it?
If you could actually do that,
If I could
successfully,
actually demonstrate that it in some way improved the world, if everybody believed in Christianity, even though we knew Christianity was a lie, would you then advocate we all believed in Christianity?
me personally, no.
Okay, well then shut the fuck up. Anyway, so back to you, sir. Ready for your question?
I'm curious now about this because
you know what? Let me get in front of Prawncess on this one.
I'll be real quick. It's gonna be real quick. It's gonna be a question.
I'm just fucking around. Go ahead.
So I'm curious, is at least based on my knowledge, the research shows like addressing their dysphoria does like kind of make them less deletion prone. So I'm curious, like if you don't like that solution, what do you think is the best solution to address? At least if you call it mental illness, what do you think is the best solution to address their mental illness?
Very simple. I think, for instance, that if everybody was a Christian, that they would be less deletion prone. Therefore, should everybody be Christian?
I don't believe that'd be true. Why would not?
Because Christians delete themselves less than secularists.
Is that true?
Yeah, that is true. Look it up. I'll wait.
I'll just take your word for it.
So since that is true, should we advocate everybody be Christian?
Wait, you didn't really answer my question though, because I'm asking what do you think is the best solution to address
it's a logical
No, but no, you're trying to not answer my question by asking me a question. I'm asking you, what do you think is the best way to address their dysphoria? You don't like the current.
I'll answer your question if you immediately answer mine. Is that fair?
I'm happy to, yeah.
Okay.
Let me rephrase it one more time though, because again, I'll admit I could be wrong here. I'm not an expert on the subject, but research seems to show that addressing their dysphoria, kind of like working with it, has good outcomes. You don't seem to like that. So
for the people with
curious.
Dysphoria. For the people with dysphoria, yeah.
I'll say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would tend to even agree that might be true.
So you don't seem like the results.
Your turn. Hang on. I just answered your question.
That was not my question. That was the premise.
We made a deal.
That was not my question though. That was actually I said it before.
Okay. Answer your second question. Now this time, when I answer your second question, will you must answer mine?
Andrew,
okay.
Stop. You've been taking up way more than airspace. Stop acting so like just angry. I'm trying to jump in,
bro.
I'm the time.
I just want to make sure that we're clear.
How much time do you think you've been?
This is how you got your airtime back, man. You should have done this all along.
Just want to make sure that we're clear.
But Andrew, like, oh my god, this guy wants to enter the panel. How dare you try to enter the conversation? You've been taking way more of this time, the airspace. Just let me jump in.
To be fair, Prawncess. To be fair.
Sure.
Hold on.
To ask your question, I just want to make sure that after you ask your second one, you will actually answer mine.
Prawncess, just to be fair, because Flow State didn't do a whole lot of talking time, I usually divide the time by the sides. Just like the last debate Andrew was on, Torsia did very, very, very little talking, so therefore Andrew had more floor space. So I divide it that way and I look at it in that direction. So if you and Ghosty are both doing a lot of talking, I let it go both ways. But for Andrew's side, if Flo's staying more quiet, I just let him have the mic to himself. So
fair enough. I do understand that. I do gotta say, yeah.
But you look at question, but you promised this time, right?
I promise. Yeah, I promise. Okay. I'm a good
go ahead. I'll answer your second one.
Go ahead. Clear. My question is, although it's a preface, my question is, you don't seem to like the solution. What would you do to address their dysphoria that's different than what we're doing today?
Tell them the truth, and if they self-deleted, that's still better for the public.
Okay, at least you bit the bullet. Okay, what's your question for me?
There's no bullet to bite, because I'm just going to ask you the second question back, and you're going to agree. If it were true that less people would self-delete, if you can convince them of the delusion of Christianity, would you then do so?
I don't think that'd be the case, but I'd be open to that.
Literally answered your question, yes or no. Can you answer mine, please?
Yes, I'll say that.
You would convince them to be Christians?
I don't believe that's the case, but if that was the case, we're definitively
okay. So now I'm going to demonstrate to you that Christians delete themselves lesser than secularists, and since that is the case, you are now going to convince people that
you're missing a big part though. Because
my question, can I ask my question before you answer?
I already answered the question. You're asking a second question now?
Yes.
Wait, you said one question. Yes. I already answered it. So now you want to ask a deal.
Question? We made a deal. So
Wait, I gave you yes or no, and now I want to expand upon my answer. Can I do that before you ask your second question?
Go ahead. You're not going to ever be able to evade, though, but go ahead.
I won't evade. I'll ask your question. I'm not hiding. I just want to give it.
I just want to let you know.
I just want to expand upon my answer before I go into the next question. Is that fair enough? I think it's safe.
Go ahead.
I'm honestly kind of off track, but I think that the difference is. Fuck, just ask the second question. I fucking lost the point. God damn it! I need to be a better debater.
I gotta write this shit down. You were gonna ask. Okay, well then I guess you have to answer mine. So if I can demonstrate this for you right this second, that secularists delete themselves at a higher rate than Christians, you are going to forevermore advocate that people be Christians. Yeah.
I'll say yes with the caveat. Remember what I was going to say. And keep in mind, part of the reason that probably the Transformers are deleting themselves more often is because we live in a society where they are not viewed as they want to be viewed. Where maybe if they're perceived differently, which again might be impacted by having a more secular society, I bet they would end up deleting themselves a lot less. So I want to give that caveat.
But you can't prove that, right?
No, actually, I think that we have research to say it's pretty true.
Can you empirically prove it?
I looked into data, but just based on how the best approach we have today for adjusting adjusting dysphoria is kind of like making them more similar to what they feel inside. That makes me think that's probably the best solution we have right now.
Okay, great. But can you empirically prove? Like here, I'll give you an example. Do you believe that right now there are just as many young people per capita who are transgender as there were in the 1920s? Per capita.
There's probably more, right? Yeah, I'd imagine.
Why would there be more?
I was gonna say probably the same.
Why would there be more, sir?
What do you mean? Like actually experiencing it or identifying it?
Yeah, per capita. Are there as many people with gender dysmorphia now as there were in the 1920s?
I want to clarify. Diagnosed with? Definitely, because we probably were not diagnosing anyone with that back in the 1920s.
I'm not asking diagnosed.
Okay, so just would have had it.
Yes.
I don't know. I need more research.
What would be the contributing factor then if you're born with this for why it would be in the 1920s that you had it less than you have it now, unless it was social conditioning?
Well, I'm not saying either way. Go ahead.
There were definitely trans people like all throughout.
Yeah, do you
history.
think that there were as many per capita as there are now?
I don't see why there wouldn't be.
Yeah, that makes sense. There should be if they're born that way, right?
I think it'd be the same if you mean going on ghost definition with people that suffer dysphoria. I think it'd be the same number. Yeah. If you compare it back, maybe not diagnosed because back then we probably weren't looking for it.
Diagnose it, right? So can you tell me something? If affirmation is how you stop them from killing themselves, then how come there was way less suicides in the 20s amongst the same peer groups that there's way more suicides in right now with trans?
I bet at least one factor is it's probably more guns available, so it's a little bit easier to accomplish.
There was way more guns available in the 20s. Way more. There wasn't even a background check system.
That's how you got food.
So can you explain this to me? How it could be
I gotta look that up. But
this many people had gender dysphoria, the same amount as right now, and yet the suicide rates per capita for the same groups were way lower when nobody affirmed it?
It's a good question. I gotta look more into it though.
Yeah, it's a good question because you're fucking dumb. You never think about nothing, and all of you should be ashamed of yourselves. Ready for the next super chat.
Praise baby Jesus. I've got one that came in on the Buy Me a Coffee app. The legendary Trash Panda came in with the big 25. Says, Andrew, take it easy on us raccoomers. TF. Also, take another shot. I doubt you could handle it. Also, what Zen flavor are you on?
Well, right now I'm it's these like lime things. Citrus.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm about to pop another Zen. About to pop another one.
Fair enough.
Also, I had to look this up. I'm looking this up. There's way more guns now than the 1920s. So I know what you guys are talking about.
Available to people to buy. No, you had a background check. You have a background check system which was implemented by the Brady Act. You had the assault weapons ban. You've had every amount of gun control in the 1920s. You could have a Thompson submachine gun shipped to your front door.
Would you say that people today are hardier or more sensitive?
I don't know.
You don't think people today are like, little soy boy snowflakes and shit like that more than in the 1920s?
I'm not sure how I would quantify that, but let us assume for a moment that they're more soy boy now because you affirm their delusions. And so they kill themselves more. We probably shouldn't do that, right?
I don't know if it has to do with affirming their delusions.
Oh, I don't know. The same.
Before we get off that, look on that rabbit holes.
It has to do with
you guys had to admit at least total guns, there's definitely way less in 1920 than now. You can make the per capita argument.
There was less people in 1920 than now. Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't make guns less
Population.
available. That makes guns more available. Even though there's more people, there's still more guns around available. So that's going to make an impact.
Help me out here. What do you think the population in 1920?
I just don't clarify because you guys were saying
okay,
wrong
great.
things.
What do you think?
Per capita, I'll agree. We can move on.
What do you think that the population of 1920 was versus now?
Way smaller. I totally agree. Population has exploded since then, and definitely that would impact.
So it was in 1920. Was it about half?
The problem is you guys said total. You didn't say per capita. You guys should have specified per capita. I would agree with you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you agree with okay. Even though I did say per capita, but okay.
You did not. Let's go rewind it. You did not say that.
You can rewind it, and I just told you that guns were much more readily available in the 1920s than they are now. Way more available. You can go to your local hardware store and buy a machine gun. A machine gun.
Do you don't think we produce and sell more guns in total in America now compared to 1920?
Yeah, because people own 15, but almost everybody had a gun in America in the 1920s. It was very common.
Okay, it's fine. You can walk back your original argument. I'm saying
there's nothing to
total amount of guns. There's way more now than back then.
There's more people. There's more guns. No one's disputing that.
It has nothing to do with the self-deletion rate, though.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this. Let us assume for a moment that we had a country. Let's assume for a moment, sir, that we had a country where you had 330 million people and only half of them were armed versus a country where you had 100 million people and 2/3 of them were armed. Which country would have more access to guns?
One more time, sorry, I'm bad at math.
So you had 300 million people and about half of them had guns versus you had 1 million people and 2/3 of them had guns. Which country is more armed?
I don't disagree. I said per capita, I agree with you. Yeah,
Shut the fuck up, you fucking idiot,
I'm making your own argument. I said I agree with you per capita. You guys can barely take it. You said total guns. You were wrong. Sorry, Andrew.
Oh my God, dude, this guy. I'm gonna rip. I'm gonna
one concession
out so that I have less of a good head of hair than
I do think less people were probably I think more people were less likely to commit suicide back in those days, and people had like more family immediately depending on them.
But they had the same amount of gender dysphoria. Why are they killing? Killing themselves left? Why are they killing themselves less?
Things were also harder back in the day, and people probably killed themselves less. People had
nobody was affirming, but nobody was affirming their gender. Why are they killing themselves when no one's affirming their gender? That's weird.
Well, it's not just about killing yourself. It's about just overall happiness. Like
alcoholics are happier if you let them drink.
Sure. So are smokers.
In the long term,
are they really though?
In the short term.
Yeah. I'm very confused. I would think that the self-deletion would be the ultimate form of not being fucking happy. And yet for some reason, all the same people in the same age demographic in the 1920s were not self-deleting themselves, even though they had the same rates of gender dysphoria. And they had no affirmation for this. That's super fucking weird. Can you explain that to me?
Because it was my assumption is that because it was a different time and you couldn't come out as trans or even gay, so you probably were forced or highly pushed into some kind of family life. So you had people depending on you, a social like.
So you're saying that the best thing that we can do is force them back in the closet and give them responsibilities. I agree.
Good idea.
Great idea.
No, because that's not a solution.
Really good recommendation, Ghosty.
I love you, Ghosty. You're right. Push her back in the closet, give them more responsibilities, and then they won't have to worry about it.
I support Ghosty's proposal.
I support it too, Flow State. You are completely correct.
Oh my God. Ha ha ha.
How about something like it's a little adjacent, but like something like conversion therapy. Do you think that it's effective, or does it end up more people like bleeding themselves in the long run?
I don't know.
I didn't hear the question. Say it again.
Something like conversion therapy. Do you think it's an effective measure, or does it end up with like more people deleting themselves?
You mean towards religion?
Toward trying to convert gay people to not be gay anymore.
Oh yeah, no, I think that saves their lives. Yeah.
You be willing to back up the stats on that? Like you're okay with like the
sure
sex rates?
Sure. What was the self-delete? You would agree with me right now that there was as many homosexuals in the 1920s as there are right now, right?
Again, identify with, or like actually being open about it?
They are. There's as many homosexuals in the 1920s as there are right now, right?
Yes.
How come they're deleting themselves less in the 1920s than they are right now?
I don't know.
I imagine like deletions of
Ghosty,
wait,
Ghosty,
I have an idea.
She gave me the best answer ever because she said the key words. I don't know.
Well, I think it's like many factors. I imagine at least one factor would be something you probably agree with me, where as become like more secular society, we probably be more open
So
to that.
secularism is bad and leads to self-deletion. I agree.
God damn it, Prawncess. What the fuck are you doing?
I agree. Secularism leads to self-deletion. I agree. You probably shouldn't do that then. We should probably be reinforcing Christian ethics, shouldn't we? Great idea.
Again, I don't get the solution, but I bet
ethics are the reason secular people are killing themselves.
I bet gaslighting and brainwashing everyone, the idea of like that hell exists, like, might prevent some people from doing that want to end up doing that. Yeah, I agree. That might have an effect.
Yeah, I agree. We should force Christian ethics on people, and they'll stop deleting themselves at the same rate they were deleting themselves, even if they're homosexual or trans. I totally agree. That leads to the better outcomes. I'm completely right. Both of you agreed with me. I love doing this to you. I'll do it to you all night.
I tried to build a bridge, and he even overtalks me then. So,
yeah.
Oops, wrong.
You want to read this one, Sarah?
Do you want me to read this one?
I can read it. Sarah, could you ask Prawn, why are you gay in a Nigerian accent?
Why
I really
are you
like to know the answer. Despite my name, I'm a straight white cis male. Voting for Kamala.
Boy,
all right, let's barrel through the chats, Sarah, because I have to go. But I will say this to the Crucible. Can we make her read a bunch of super chats tonight? Can we make her read a bunch of super chats tonight before I go? We've gotten off on like tangential arguments. I've enjoyed it, but let's spam Sarah with some super chats before I go this evening. I'd appreciate it.
Thank you so kindly. All right, I'm just going to start them right up here. G.R. Gracie comes in with a big 10 saying, debating gender itself is pretty gay. Trib1 says, with the 5, it's objectively true that males exist. It's also conceptually true that men and women don't act like a monolith. We are unique, therefore gender exists. The Queen of France is a title. It's just
wait,
like
that makes no sense. If we are all unique, then how does gender exist? Gender would be pointing to something which is not unique. That's
I need to pour another drink.
That's so stupid. But anyway.
That's okay. The Queen of France is a title, just like gender. Not a gotcha from Andrew. France is also a title. It's also a piece of land that humans gave meaning.
Yeah, so it's not true. Got it.
And Chuck wants to know which one is doing the moderator. Surprised that didn't come up tonight. Thank you, Chuck. Austin.
Yeah. Okay, but Chat would never forgive me. I'm going to ask Sarah because he'll never forgive me if I don't. And you don't have to answer. But are you still with Based Oracle?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, that's been a long time.
Oh. Is it because he was
Is
bald?
it Andrew's fault?
Hang on. Is it because he was bald, Sarah? Is it because he was bald? They want to know. Okay, look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna ask the question, the hard questions. I get asked the hard questions on your shit. I'm gonna ask you, is it because he was bald?
He's not bald.
He's kind of bald. Is it because he did streams with his shirt off? Is it because he did streams with his shirt off? They want to know. They want to know. The inquiring minds want to know, Sarah.
Just difference of opinion.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, Austin King.
It's because he was bald and did shirtless. Bald and shirt. All right, go ahead.
Dodging questions just like Andrew all night.
Those are not personal questions that he's dodging. Austin comes up with a 5. If gender is a spectrum, what are you transitioning to? Wouldn't you already be whatever gender you identify as?
Good point.
Robert says, Trump Vosh 2028. It's going to happen. If Trump is 1488, Vance can convert. Vosh can be Trump's 2028 running mate. Inauguration move to 2/14/29. Benedict says,
how much meth is that guy smoking, dude?
I don't know.
All right.
A boss Trump ticket that'd be interesting.
Benedict says, you started to say something about bourbon, Sarah. Here's a 30 total in this price point. Might I suggest Buffalo Trace? Have a good night, folks. And no matter what, go vote. Excellent advice and an excellent choice.
Hang on, Sarah. Hang on.
Yes.
Woman, bring me one more shot, and then I can finally redeem myself. Go ahead, Sarah.
Here you go. Peer pressure. I have to defend the chair to Transformer. As a Transformer, it can't be a white knight. Maybe we should just call it a bumblebee. To the progressive, should prisons separate prisoners based on sex or gender? That's a very good thought process. If anybody wants to respond, you're more than welcome to.
Sex.
Oh,
probably.
Oh, that's really weird. Why?
Why
should they do it based on sex? That's so weird.
I'm not denying biology, but I'm also not denying body dysmorphia and transgender people. Like, I think there's a medium here.
Can I ask you this, Gosi? Just like a really super.
Not that important to me.
Can I ask both? I'll ask both of you this question. Just super simple question, right? Do you think that prisoners would be more likely to grape a woman who claimed to be a man but still had a vagina versus a man who had a penis? Which one do you think they'd be more likely to grape?
The one with the vagina.
Oh, the one with the vagina. So it's like the indication of reality when it meets your fucking delusion doesn't seem to matter anymore, does it?
Well, speaking of, it's almost like we should maybe we shouldn't have a 1 or 0 dichotomy. Maybe have a spectrum of people. We can divide people up.
Yeah, pussy.
Maybe doing one or the other isn't the best way to. Maybe it's not the best way to go. People don't really identify that.
Dichotomy. If you got a pussy, a prisoner wants to fuck it over a dick. How's that for a dichotomy? You want to dispute that?
Yeah, we can just have another topic where we can have another section where none of them had to deal with that. You know, it wouldn't be that difficult.
How do they not all deal with that?
So you would separate
jail.
Oh yeah, you would separate the sexes. Yeah, I know. I know. I know.
But not into two categories. More than just that. And that would solve a lot of the issues we run into today.
It's so good for you guys to finally have to confront your own cognitive dissonance and fucking asinine nonsense. Cheers to both of you.
Honestly, this is actually a great example. Andrew agrees with me. We shouldn't have it based on. We shouldn't have a dichotomy where it's just like male and female. There should be a more complex system where we divide criminals up into. I totally agree. Wow, we found a bridge.
Okay, so but I'm sorry. On this spectrum, how many genders are there? Should we?
I'm gonna go get a drink.
Should we go ahead and divvy them all up based on the gender they identify as?
I'd probably go based on what has the best results, but go ahead, go see.
I kind of disagree with you on just that point because it's just not the. It's just causing too much.
Oh yeah.
Like chaos at that point.
Yeah, too much chaos.
Say. Like
it's almost like we can take 2 criteria.
It's also
it'd be so hard to add a third category. That'd be so hard.
There's such a small percentage.
I'm sorry.
If you put it's almost like we wouldn't need that many resources to address their issue because there's such a small part of the population.
Are you saying that if you're saying that you would take transgender, put them in a third criteria, and then put them all together?
I'd probably do it more complicated than that. But if you want to make a really simple solution, that would be better than that'd be better than the cheap system we have today. Yeah.
It's just for me. When it comes down to prison, I'm not trying to accommodate for criminals.
Can I please?
Yeah. Well, we're not trying to accommodate for you.
I just want to know, how would you divide them up?
So like I said this a second ago. You probably weren't listening. I said I don't have a definitive system. I would do whatever has the best results.
Okay.
So if people end up getting grade less in a different system, I'd be for that. Whatever that system is, whatever the research says.
You don't know what the system is, of course, right?
You don't know either because you don't have a solution either. You just point out. Wait. All you did was point out the issues with the system we have today, which I agree. There are issues.
No, I'll give you my system.
The only thing is I'd be open to a solution. Go ahead.
I'll give you my system.
I'm listening.
What you would do is you would divide up males with males and females with females.
We have no issues with SA and jail today. Despite that, no issues at all.
Hang on. Nobody's disputing that there's not male on male grape or female on female grape. What is in dispute is whether or not if you have a vagina, you'll get grape more. The answer is yes. So if that is the case, then we will put the vaginas with the vaginas, the penises with penises, right, dummy?
No. How do you think? What's the guy who's he's not Blair, right? He's the opposite, where he looks like a dude, but he's not actually a dude. You know what I'm talking about, Ghosty?
Yeah,
Something
sure. We'll
Angel.
just use
Buck
Angel.
Angel's name, where he like
Uh-huh.
most people, if you ask 100 people, they're like, that's a dude, but he has a vagina.
Yeah,
so if you put
Concede
him
to
in a
your
cell,
argument.
if you put him in a cell with a bunch of women, how do you think that's going to go? It's probably going to lead to also bad results.
hang on.
No, but if you put him in a,
I'm going to totally concede to your argument. Let us assume for a moment that Buck Angel, if you send him to a cell full of women, you're saying that Buck Angel's going to assault them more?
If you did it en masse, it probably would have results you're talking about similar to. It probably would not alleviate all your issues you're addressing.
I'm
Because
saying
you're
for Buck
putting- so
Angel,
you're
I don't know
saying if
which
you
one it
put-
would be safer
So you're
for
saying
him to go to.
You're saying that if you put a female with females, the SA will be lowered. If you put males with males,
If they're very dysphoric, yeah, there might be
and
issues.
the males with males, the SA will be lower. But if you put the females with the males, the SA will be higher, and the males with females, the SA will be higher. I agree.
It's not like I'm suggesting there's a possibility, and I don't even know. I'm saying I'm open to the research that if you had a third category of people that are dysphoric, maybe they are separated on their own, there might be better results. If that was the case, I'd be wanting to put that forward.
Well,
is that ridiculous?
It's actually illogical. So let us assume we're going to go ahead and make your prison. All you're doing is mixing males and females, yeah?
No.
I'm sorry. If you had Buck Angel and Blair White, right, that would be F to M and M to F. Right? Are you saying
there'd be different types of dysphoria?
Stop, bro. Like, are you saying that the people with the penises?
I'm answering your question.
Can I ask the question before you answer it? Are you saying that the males wouldn't be more likely to say the biological females?
So you're making an assumption. Maybe I fucked up by saying just putting dysphoria in two groups, but in my head, I'm dividing it into two groups because dysphoria is going to express in two major ways, where you feel like you're the opposite sex. So usually that means you feel like a woman or a guy. The two things express. So I would maybe I'd probably divide those different types of dysphoria.
So now we're going to
wait. I'm also one more second, and then probably address the concern you're bringing up. Go ahead.
Okay. So now you're going to divide all the F to M's and the M to F's, and they're going to be in their own social groups?
If they had better results, I'd be for that, yeah.
How frequently can they change their mind?
If they're just females and they're just males, why would you assume that the grape rate would be any less than it would be amongst
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. If it had better results, I'd be for that. I'm not saying either way what I'd be for. I'm saying
what do you assume? Bro, let me ask you a question. If you have males who have X amount of stat rape on males, and you have females who have X amount of stat rape on females, why would you then assume that if you were to take the trans version of those things and put them all together, that the rate would go down?
Are you making an assumption like that people that are not actually dysphoric would enter? Is that your concern?
Males are still females.
Yes.
Why would you then assume that the SA rate would go down even though they're the same sex? That makes no sense.
I say this one more time. I'm not making an assumption. I'm saying if that was proven to be the case, I'd be for that system. I said that 5 different times.
That's what I'm asking you. What do you think?
I don't know. We already said this. It's good to answer. I don't know. We don't have the research, but if it said that, I'd be okay for it.
Logically test it. We're just going to logically test it.
10 times. It's crazy.
If you have females in a prison, is there going to be grape?
Yeah.
Okay. If you have males in a prison, is there going to be grape?
Yes.
Can you point to me the thing that if you have males and females in prison and there's going to be grape is going to reduce it simply because they identify as the opposite sex, even though they're the same sex?
Is that to me or Ghosty?
Either one.
Wait. Sorry, it's confusing. So you're saying by putting... Which one are you asking for? Are you asking to put...
Okay, here, I'm going to make it super simple, but pay attention to what I'm saying. It's very important. Ghosty, do you agree with me that males in male prison will grape each other?
Yeah.
Do you agree that females in female prison will grape each other?
Yeah.
Less than males, but yeah.
So fine. Do you agree then that if you had M to F transitioners and section them all off, they're still males and will still grape each other?
Oh, you mean if trans people had their own prison?
Yes.
Oh,
I see.
Yeah.
It would not be a 0, but it might,
because it would still just be males and females. So I don't understand why somehow the grape goes down even though we're segregating by the same exact thing, which is by sex, except we're just making a new category by sex. So now what you do is you take all the males who identify as females who are still males and put them all together, and you take all the females who identify as males and put them all together. Why do you assume that the rape rates are going to go down? That's my question.
Yeah, if you're in prison for life, like, people are probably gonna.
Yeah, no, but can you answer my
rapists.
question? Can you answer my question?
Sir, I said I'm not making that assumption. I said it like 5
You're not
times.
making that assumption because it's fucking stupid. It's stupid. All right, Sarah, go ahead. Sarah, it's the stupidest shit I ever heard.
You asked me this a dunk, but I said this from the very beginning, where if the evidence showed that, I'd be for that. I don't know how I had to say it sometimes. If the evidence says something's gonna be a positive, I'm probably gonna be for that system. If you say the opposite, if someone shows the opposite, I'm not gonna be for that system. It's not that complicated.
You know what? Great argument. How would you gather this evidence absent the segregation to show the evidence? And I'm just going to ask you, if you're going to segregate, why would you assume that male to male or female to female grape would somehow decrease just because they had transitioned and call themselves something else? That's my fucking question. Can you answer it?
Well, I'm making assumptions, so I don't know that. I'm saying I
Yeah,
assume
you
if
don't know that.
What I am assuming, if you mix cis people in dysphoria issue, that might lead to some issues and concerns.
That's not my question. What's my question? Can you repeat it back to me?
You had to repeat it, but I'm telling you, that's what I'm trying to address.
You don't even know my question. Okay, I'll repeat it.
It didn't make any sense to be honest.
I'll repeat it. This is fucking okay. I'll try again. There's males. There's females. Let us assume for a second that all the people who identified as being male, even though they were female, they identified as being male, got put in a block. And all of the people identified as being female got put in a block, right? Why would we assume that the amount of grape would decrease from those who did not identify as being those things?
I could be wrong, but didn't you bring this up earlier where like there are issues where if you have someone who doesn't have the same genitalia as everyone else in the block, they might have some issues? Is that not what you're talking about?
They're the same genitalia.
Josie, you're muted.
Oh, he was talking about making like a third and fourth prison for trans people.
Sure, but it's the same thing.
But it wouldn't.
So
protect
you have a
them from
penis, you
rape.
identify as a female, all of you go to the same block, or you don't have a penis and you all identify as a male, you go to the same block. Why suddenly do the grape rates go down? Can you explain that to me?
Is that true? I'm assuming you're.
I'm asking you. Why do we assume the grape rates go down? Why?
You were trying to make a system like to protect them because it is kind of like difficult, right? Like where are they more safer to go into? And that's why I just think like, I don't know, maybe it's a case by case basis, but for me, my personal advice to trans people is just like don't do crimes and go to prison because it's probably going to be extra dangerous.
Oh, great. Well, my advice to everybody is don't do crimes and go to prison. I'm glad that we resolved that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think like in a male block, if you're the only one who's in like a cis male, you might be like targeted or treated differently than the rest of people in the block?
If you're the only cis male?
So if you're not cis male and everyone else is cis male.
Oh yeah, all the sort of gay straight guys are gonna be coming for that.
Yeah, they're gonna come fuck you, bro. What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm trying.
You're gonna get a lot of honey bun.
I agree with you there. That's why we should probably separate them.
Let's try it the opposite way then. If you were to mix females with males, would the grape rate in prison go up or down?
You mix men and women? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Definitely would go up, I'd imagine.
Why?
Because most people are heterosexual.
No, because they want to fuck pussies. Okay, got it. So Buck Angel, if Buck Angel has a pussy, and you put Buck Angel in a prison block where he has a pussy, okay, and these are people who are prone to grape, is Buck Angel going to get graped more than the general population?
Yes, that's why I think Buck Angel
we can
would
move
rather
on from
go.
there. That's the end of it.
Yeah, that's why I think Buck Angel would rather go in a female prison, probably.
And
Shit, I would rather go to
he would
female
suffer the
prison, too.
same rates as every other female prisoner of grade. That's
The female, respectfully, the females probably don't want to be with Buck Angel also. That's why they should probably also be allowed to be like, hey, no, Buck Angel should probably on his own space. We're not comfortable having someone like this in our block also.
Yeah,
It's
but
amazing how
why?
much mental work y'all are doing to try to make something that's not logical.
Let's move on. I can't even take it.
I'll agree. It's not. So, like, how do you feel? I know in transformer bathrooms, like, do you think Buck Angel should be allowed in a female versus a male bathroom?
No,
Is that the same to you?
Because he's not a he. It's a she.
No,
she should go into a female bathroom.
It's a man that has a surgical vagina, right? Oh no, it's a female that has this.
Yeah, it's a woman that
Let me
transitions.
ask you a question. Why do
I've
we
even talked to
segregate?
Buck Angel on a
Why do
panel
we
before.
segregate bathrooms to begin with? Why not just
I
make
don't
them
know.
all multi-sex?
I think
all
we
of
should
them.
just have single stall bathrooms, to be honest.
So wait a second. You have no problem going into a bathroom where there's tons of men, right? Ghosty?
I mean, I go into the male bathroom when the line's too long, but that's just me. I'm not
Would you
scared
care
of getting
if
like, raped in a bathroom. Like I feel like that's
Well,
like
you're
not
not the best looking chick, but let's assume there was a really good looking chick. If there was a really good looking chick, would you assume that she wants to go into a male bathroom?
I imagine most women would not be comfortable with that. I'll agree with
Why?
you.
Why?
Because it's dirty. The main reason is because
No,
they're
let me ask
dirtier.
him. Why?
Women's bathrooms.
They feel less safe.
Yeah, they feel less safe. So let me ask you this. If that is the case and they feel less safe, why would they feel more safe with men coming into their bathroom? I don't understand that.
So I think the average woman would feel more safe with Blair White coming in versus Buck Angel, even though
Yeah, maybe.
Blair
but-
White has male genitalia versus the other
Yeah,
ones.
great. But let us assume for a second it's just a guy with a wig on who identifies as being female. Can he use that same bathroom?
But that's why I specified. I think it depends on the exact case and scenario where we might have a third
Who
category.
makes the judgment? Who makes the judgment?
That's a good question. I would kind of leave it up to
The individual?
What's stopping men
No,
from
it's-
entering a female's bathroom?
Let him
and raping all the
answer,
law.
women?
please. Let him answer. Who,
Well, I would
Sign
lead.
on the door?
it's left up to the judgment? Who?
A big factor honestly would be the women's block and what they're comfortable having in their block, because I think they're the most
So
susceptible
if
for the negative
anybody with
effects.
penis comes in, you're fine with that, right?
No, if they want them to be on their own, I'm okay with that. I said that earlier. And that leads to better results.
Segregated bathrooms are fine, you fuck. They're fine.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm okay with
Good
like
Lord.
individual stalls, gender neutral stalls. I'm saying I think it's ridiculous to say like, oh, we had to allow Blair White in this bathroom, but not the other way around. There's a difference there.
What's the difference?
One is way more intimidating to women in the women's restroom. Blair White causes
Say, I
causes
don't
way
want
less
anybody
fear
with a
than Buck
penis.
White.
I don't want anybody with a penis or XY chromosomes in my bathroom.
They
What is
say
the
that,
problem?
but again, you're missing my point. I'm
If
saying
they say
in
that,
reality,
what is the
if
problem
Blair
with
White
that?
walked into the room, they would be more comfortable with that than if Buck Angel walked in.
Let us
So I'm
assume
saying it
you're
doesn't-
even correct. Let us assume you're correct.
Yeah.
If women collectively say, I don't want any male in my bathroom, what's wrong with that?
So in this case, you're saying we should ban Blair White and Buck Angel from.
I'm just going to ask
bathroom?
you again. I'm just going to ask you the question.
I had to
again.
clarify
Women
because I don't understand.
collectively
I
say-
brought up. I'm bringing
if
up the
women
comment of-
collectively say
I'm
we don't
asking
want
any-
anybody
listen.
who was born a male in
I
our
had to ask that
bathroom.
before.
What is the problem with that?
Okay, I had to ask questions. We keep talking about sex and gender. So are you saying in this scenario, is Blair White or Buck Angel allowed in the women's restroom?
No. Well, I mean,
Neither are-
Blair
wait,
White,
neither are.
Blair
Because
White would. Blair
Is Buck
White,
Angel allowed? Because he has.
Blair White would not be allowed.
Genitalia.
Buck
Is he
Angel,
allowed?
who is a female, would be allowed. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd be against that.
Why?
If women felt more safe without that, I'd be for
With
that.
a woman who had a pussy,
Yeah.
If you're a woman,
you would be against
should
that.
be aware of
You'd
your
be against
surroundings
that.
at all
You'd be-
time.
hang on.
A sign on a
So
bathroom
women-
door isn't
what
going to
about
stop a
women-
man from
Can I-
coming
can
in
I
and
finish
raping
my
you if he
argument with
really
him,
wants
please?
to.
Can I finish my
This is
argument with
such a
him?
bullshit
So
conversation.
let's say,
No, it's not
that the woman was super buff and she was on all sorts of testosterone and she was super strong. Are you saying that women would be against that?
Yeah, so there's a difference there. How much
You're
you're
too
passing
buff for this bathroom.
affects how safe women feel. Yes.
No, there's all sorts of buff women who use the women's bathroom. Nobody cares.
Did you not
gives
hear my
a fuck.
question?
And there's
It's-
effeminate men
it's
who use
have-
the men's bathroom.
Yeah, but a buck woman and buck angel are not the same thing.
Yeah, they're the same thing. What
No,
it is
they're not.
it's a woman
They're not.
who's taking chemicals to make themselves
Buff
look
women are not bald
what they are.
and have male pattern baldness. So no, it's not the same.
Bro, do they have a pussy?
Yes, I agree, but I'm saying that's
Okay,
not
great. Then if you were to ask the woman,
I'm
if
trying
you
to
were-
address the women's fear in the bathroom.
yeah,
so
if you were to ask the woman individually, would you prefer
so
a
scared.
person who looked like a man, which many women look like men, came in here who had a pussy? Would you prefer that women who had a pussy came into the women's bathroom? What do you think they'd say?
they're probably not okay with that. If a buff, wait, sorry, say it one more time. Sorry.
Okay. If you were to ask women, there's plenty of buff women. There's plenty of women who are on testosterone, things like this. Would you prefer if everybody who came into your bathroom had an actual vagina they were born with? What do you think they'd say?
I did answer the question, but are you incorporating dysphoria into that somewhere? I think that's a factor.
No. Literally.
Okay,
Listen,
it's not.
listen
It's not. Wait, I'll answer a question with that in
you
mind.
can understand it.
I'll answer it. But okay.
If you went to any random woman and said, would you feel safer if the people who came into your bathroom were born with a vagina? They have a vagina, and that's what allows them to go into your bathroom. What do you think they would say?
I imagine if you asked that on a poll, they would say yes, but maybe in reality, their experience might be different.
Okay, great. Yes. Okay. We can move on from there, Sarah.
It's almost like when you abstract things, you might have a different answer than when you actually experience it in reality.
Jesus, but one thing that nobody really did mention was children in these different bathrooms that we go into stores all the time, and I'm very reluctant to allow my child to go into a bathroom on their own, whether male or female, because today's age is crazy and you just never know. It drives me nuts. All right, where I left off was Don Juan coming in with the Big Ten. He says, left, but was informed that Andrew responded to me. Funny how Ireland had its first Eastern parish in the 1960s, but you can be the 2% of Ortho-Irish. Councils of Lyon and Florence, the East left.
Yeah, well, Don Juan Plague is 0. Did it start as an Orthodox or as a Catholic nation? That's my question. I've asked it multiple times. You seem to refuse to answer. But anyway, go ahead, Sarah.
That's fair. All the others were taken. I like that name. Comes with the big 20. Will someone ask the people what is the difference between gender and personality? And I feel
Great
like
question. What is the difference? But okay,
Oh,
fair
no,
enough. Go through your super chat, Sarah. I do have to go here because I do have a stream in the morning. Go through your super chats. We've been arguing nonstop. We've been arguing nonstop.
I'm okay with it. You're not holding me back on anything, so that's fair. If you wanted to address the question, you were more than
You got to go
welcome
through the super chats, or else they'll revolt, Sarah.
They'll revolt. Oh no, Joven comes in with the Big 10. Easy question, Prawn. Oh God, if a guy blowing a guy is blowing a transformer straight. By the way, deletion rate is the same even after surgery. Look it up. Higher Jewish.
Don't engage with it.
I don't know what that means. Oops. Brandon
I can
says
say no to the first part, I think.
Oh, well, we did this one already. Obnoxious Blightbringer comes in with the 20. Watching these two dorks walk into a buzzsaw has been hilarious. Shout out to the Crucible crew.
By the way, the best chat anywhere on YouTube.
That's fair.
It's full of fathers, and it's full of fuck ups, and it's full of fathers who are fuck ups, and they're still patriarchists, and they're still fucking awesome. Best chat on YouTube, because we still try to hold other people accountable, even as they pretend that they're not, and only we are. But anyway, go ahead, Sarah.
Sounds like you probably got a shortage of degens down there, though.
Yeah, and I insist that we have more of a shortage of them. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, I've brought them all here for you. S Dude comes with the big 5. Ghosty, Prawncess, please don't vote. Trib one
I
says
am voting, and I'm in PA, so suck it.
Fair
Can't
enough.
stop me.
Trib comes in with the big 5. That was a spectrum. That's what a spectrum is, Andrew. That's how categories work, labels, etc. Gender is a spectrum, and that's why we use it. Unless you want to
Anytime your fucking dumbass wants to debate this and get destroyed just as bad as these people did, go ahead.
Fair. Dr. Kaladin comes in with a big 10. Hail from Crucible. Andrew, can you give us a Pop Unlimited POA?
All right. I have to do this. Yes.
Unbutton the shirt.
Ghosty, join the dark side. We require it. The Sith require your presence. And here's the thing. The Democrats are fucking evil. The Jedi pretend that they are your friends, and they are not. Only on the Republican Trump side will you ever find true bliss.
The Republicans of the Empire in this scenario?
What the fuck?
We try.
Creepy.
Jared, did you get that reference, or are you so much of a normie you don't get that one?
I know what the dark side is, Mr. Star Wars.
The dark side.
Come
Come on, it's a good impression. It's a good impression. Ghosty
He's
has
the emperor.
never
You guys
even
know
I
that.
don't
watched
get
fucking-
I don't get the
The Sith?
reference.
God, you
That's me.
suck so
He's the-
bad.
he's
It was a
emperor.
racial joke.
Anyway.
I'll say
What?
Oh, of course.
Stop that.
he was. Well, I mean, he does wear a hood, but he was being the emperor in Star Wars, the original.
Bum, bum, bum.
The analogy: the Republicans are the Empire, and I agree. So yeah.
Okay, well, here's my challenge to you.
Rebel.
Here's my challenge to you.
I'm just joking around.
Okay, hang on. It's this composer did all three of these compositions, but you can only remember two. I guarantee it. Do Indiana Jones. Do the composition for Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, there we got one. Now do Star
John
Wars.
Williams.
Star Wars.
Dun, 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 dun.
Now do
Jurassic
back
Park.
to the now do Back to the Future.
Oh, no, I do know this one. Hold
Go
on.
ahead. Go ahead.
Did you do that in that order?
Go ahead. No, do Back to the Future. Do Back to the Future.
Dun, 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 dun,
Fuck,
dun,
she
dun,
got it.
dun,
But that's
dun,
not fair.
dun,
It's not. Hang on.
dun,
But it's not fair because it was me and an entire panel. It was me and an entire panel. This is not cope. I did not take an L. It was me versus an entire panel. That's not fair. But anyway, go ahead.
She got all of them though.
I love
She got two.
it.
She got 2 out of 3. Everybody gets 2 out of 3. But I had a whole panel. That's bullshit. Okay, hang on. Sarah, I'll redeem this. I'll prove it. Do Indiana Jones.
Hold on, my brain.
Just Sarah.
Happened 1 minute ago.
Do Indiana Jones. Do Indiana Jones. Do it.
5.
Okay, we're waiting.
Wait.
This belongs in a
I
museum.
see the ball. I see the. Hold
Do it.
on. No,
Do
it's in my
it.
head. Stop.
You can't do it. She can't do it. I told you. Nobody can do more than 2 out of 3. No,
Can I give
shut up. Let her do it.
Let's give her another song.
Indiana Jones.
Just hold on.
Waiting.
Oh my god.
Can't do it. You can only do 2 out of 3. You can only do 2 out of 3. I took the W
I
against
still
my
feel
chat.
like you're
I
coping,
took
though.
the fucking W against the chat. Fuck
Nah,
all of
you did. Those
No, I
goalposts
took
ran
the W,
away.
bro. I
Those
took the
goalposts
W.
are out the door.
I took the
fucking love
W.
Indiana
She got
Jones.
2 out of 3. Only people can only get 2 out of 3. I took the W.
You were able to
Fuck you.
catch
I
that
know
goalpost
it,
and
I
get your
know
W
it.
back.
Literally, somebody just did Indiana Jones, and she still can't get it. I took the W. I took it. Sorry, I took it.
Same composer also did Jurassic Park. Very
That's
prolific.
what I was waiting for. I was like, I know the Jurassic Park one. Is that coming next?
No,
The
no.
dinosaur
Come on, Sarah. Indiana Jones. Do it.
Hold on, my head.
You can't do it. She
Man,
can't do
you're-
it. She can't
oh,
fucking
I
do
know.
it.
I
can't
see
do
the
it.
whole fucking thing in my head too.
The minute you lay
Well,
down, you're
Jess
going to have it all.
Jess says it was dirty pool. They say it was dirty pool, but this only works if it's with one person, and it's always the same. They
Hold
can only do
on.
2. They can never do 3.
You could act better, Sarah. You could just like Google it. We'd never know.
You can't do it. Can't do it. I win. I took the W. Fuck you, chat. Fuck you, chat.
The ultimate debate.
Mhm.
Who can say the most?
Well, they're
John
the
Williams
they're the
songs?
actual ones I'm always debating with, because other than them, I have you, and that's not really fair. But anyway, go ahead, Sarah.
Oh, you fucking hurt my
You
head.
got it yet?
It's like it's right there. Like in music is what I know. Actually, Indiana Jones was what I played at I played all epic music theme songs for my wedding reception.
That's
And
awesome.
that was like my favorite entry one. And I can't even think about it. You're hurting my head. All right. Shadow Healer comes in with a big 10. Fun fact, I've done math. Everyone in the U.S. could fit in the state of Texas. We have room and then some. Antarctica is the size of both Mexico and the U.S. combined.
Yeah, well, I mean, nobody's going to go live in Antarctica, but okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Though I do agree that we could do with a lot more human beings on this earth and advocate for that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I think, space in America is not an issue.
Bust
we
raw.
tend to live in the cities, but there's a lot of rural space. It's very open.
Yeah, move to the rural spaces. Agreed.
Techno Hippie comes in with the 10. I'm a white American of Polish descent. If I chose to identify as a black Ethiopian, is my identity valid? No, because I'd be Delulu. Same logic. Andrew, Christ is God.
Christ is God.
Christ is God. Austin King coming in with a big 20. If you agree that body dysphoria is a mental illness, why would affirming this as true be helpful? Imagine telling someone schizophrenia, the voices they hear are real. Is that helpful?
Are all mental illnesses the same?
Nope.
No. Do they all have the same treatments? No.
Nope.
This is the only one where the treatment is to deny reality and affirm the delusion.
Hey, you know what? You're right, Ghosty. I just want to ask you a single question. Are Christians delusional?
Depends who you ask, I guess.
Are Christians delusional? I'm asking you.
Some of them.
Delusional is kind of a loaded word.
Yeah, so
But
I'm just asking you, are
sometimes-
Christians delusional?
Some of them.
Should
yeah.
you affirm that?
I'm not going to tell them what to believe because I don't think anybody knows what God actually is.
Should you affirm
so-
it? Should you never speak out against it and say anything about it because you need to affirm it because it makes them feel better?
Well, I don't have proof that they're
That's
wrong
what she's
either.
doing.
Oh,
So-
okay. So then you should affirm it?
The difference is with
I'm
schizophrenia.
not telling them what to believe.
There's not good. The difference is with schizophrenia. There's no good results for like enabling their behavior. Whereas the only
Cutting
the
your
best-
dick off is a bad
the only-
result.
wait, let me just finish. I'll be done. Yeah, I agree. If you enable schizophrenia, that leads to bad results. If you
No, cutting your
if you
dick off
work-
is a
if you
bad
work-
result.
Yeah, I'm not even for that all the time. Most even people
That's
don't agree
not
that's
how
the best
they
solution for
go for
everything.
them.
But hey, I am okay with what the professionals are addressing that has the best results. So
Do you have any
process-
opinions that contradict a professional's
just gonna
opinion
ask,
or an expert's opinion? What is something that you know to be so true that an expert could disagree with you and you would not be swayed?
it's the expert opinions plus the actual results, where it seems like
You haven't
opinions are-
not
these-
looked at studies on all this shit. You take people.
Well, I'm
to-
just gonna
I'll give you
assume
caveat.
you
I'll
have.
give
I'm
you
gonna
caveat.
assume you
It
have.
was-
Shrooms are the
I'm
best
gonna
drug.
assume you have the Prawncess. I'm just gonna ask you the same question. Is Christianity a delusion?
I think it depends on how someone's getting there.
I'm asking you.
I think yes in some cases.
Okay, great. So did you affirm it?
Again, no, because I don't think that
Yeah,
has
then
like.
shut the fuck up, dude. Anyway,
No, you
next,
missed my
next
point.
super
I get-
chat.
Wait, I'm gonna just okay. Let me done. Thing is, affirming it has different results, whereas this seems to
What
be
are the
best.
difference?
the
What are the
best
different
result where
results?
Affirming this has the best results in that it ends with the most with adjusting their deletions. I'll say that where. that's not
What
seeming to
is
be
the
case elsewhere.
result? What is the result of affirming
Last-
Christianity?
One more time. I was going.
What
go on
is the
transpose
result of affirming Christianity?
There's a lot of different results.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah,
different
what-
results. We don't know.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Do you think that Christians are more or less likely to delete themselves if you affirm or do not affirm their religion?
I'm assuming you say it's true. Again, I'm not against affirming some people's religion.
If you don't
So
affirm it,
do you think that Christianity is a delusion?
Yes,
Should you affirm it?
it depends on what results you're
If
going
it
for.
led to less self-deletion, should you affirm it?
Yeah, if that's your goal, if you want to
And
make people, if you want to make
would
Christians,
it
Wait,
lead
I'm
to
not
less
saying-
self-deletion if you affirmed it?
for Christians, probably, yeah.
Well, then you should what? Affirm Christianity, right?
Yeah, Christians can go. I'm not
Great.
against Christians
Great.
going to
I'm your
church.
Christian
Yeah,
overlord.
I'm not against
Shut your
it.
fucking mouth and become a Christian now. Right this second,
No, wait,
motherfucker, because
I think
that's what we
you missed
demand,
here-
or
what
else
you
you're
missed
not
here-
affirming our
what you missed
delusion.
here- What you missed here is there's no research saying if you're an atheist, suddenly becoming a Christian is going to make you like suddenly happy and not delete yourself. If you legitimately believe like the Christian like writings and like doctrine, that might make you happier overall. But if like
That's
you don't
not
have
what I
that
asked
mindset,
you. That's not
and
what
then-
I asked you.
well, no, because
You fucking
you're
lying,
saying
gutless piece of shit.
because no,
I asked you
missed
if
you
you're a
missed
Christian.
what I said if you're a
Bro.
Christian, yes, that will probably lead
You're
to
the
better
biggest
results.
lying
Yeah.
sack of shit on planet Earth. So we'll do it again. We're gonna do it
not
again.
gonna-
We're gonna
I
do
said-
it
Dun, da,
again.
da, 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 da. Da, 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 da.
Oh, okay.
It's
Hang on,
too
Sarah.
late. Jesus.
Nah,
Sarah,
you-
hang
you're
on, Sarah.
qualified.
Sarah, you got it. Hang on, Sarah, you got it. Now
She
do
listened
Indiana.
to it.
Hang on. Nobody say a word. Now do Indiana Jones.
That is Indiana Jones.
She just did it.
Now do Star Wars. Now do Star Wars.
Dun, 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 dun,
Now,
dun.
hang on. Now, Sarah, do Back to the Future.
Oh fuck. Wait. Dun, 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 dun,
I think it's not
dun,
fair.
dun,
I think it's cheating.
dun, dun, dun,
I think it's cheating.
She's a
It's cheating.
savant. We found her.
It's
trolling.
It's cheating. You're fucking cheating. But anyway. All right, fine. You cut in. We have to keep it rolling. But the thing is like clearly I demonstrated that if it's a delusion, you believe it's a delusion, you won't affirm it in some cases because you think the result is worse. That's exactly what Christians think back. You have no argument to this. You're fucking dumb. But anyway, I'll let Sarah go on.
No, I think this is the difference. I think the main difference is like most people, like secular people. Well, I mean, maybe not most, but for me personally, I'm fine with
Chad,
Christians.
She's cheating. She's cheating.
I'm fine
Chad.
with Christians believing in whatever they want to believe in God, because I don't think anybody can affirm or deny.
No.
That's
That's not the
Give me
question.
another one. Give me another
That's
one.
literally not the
no.
question.
You made the
question is,
implication that I'm against
not
Christianity.
affirming
I don't think that's the case. I'm not against that.
If not affirming Christianity and not affirming what Christians believe led to more self-deletions, would you affirm what they believe? That's my question.
Oh God.
Let's try it again, Ghosty. Here you go. Ready?
Sorry, I was reading
If
chat.
you think Christianity is a delusion and not affirming what they believe leads to more self-deletions, would you affirm what they believe?
So not affirming what they believe leads to more self-deletions.
Mhm.
Would I affirm it even if I think it's a delusion?
Yes.
Okay. No.
No. Okay, then we can move on from there.
We nailed it. We ended all the debates. We got to a final answer.
I mean, if somebody was gonna like straight up kill themselves to my face though, and I was like, I don't know. I guess like I see your point, but I don't know. I
It's
feel
just
like
the
it's, like,
same point.
different.
It's just the same point in reverse. That's
think
why
it's
liberals
different.
liberals have so much trouble with this, because it's the same point you're making, just back to you. And you
But
say,
one's a
I'm not going to
mental condition
affirm,
and
I'm
one's
not
a
going to
religious
affirm
belief.
mental illness, and I'm not going to affirm delusion. But when we say the same thing, that's bad. And that's why I think that liberals are fucking
I
stupid.
just said something. Me and Ghost are not against affirming religious views. We're fine with that existing in society. You're against us affirming trans people views. That's the difference here. I'm okay with you going to church and reading your Bible, and you can do that all
Great.
day long. I don't give a
Tell
shit.
me,
That's
then
fine.
tell me Jesus Christ is God right now. Do it.
Well, again, I said for Christians. I'm an atheist. So that's
Yeah,
not
I'm
my
a
opinion.
Christian. I want you to affirm what you consider a delusion.
gonna
Tell me
kill
Jesus
yourself if
Christ
I
is
don't?
God. Tell me Jesus Christ is God
Do you
right
want to
now.
risk it? Are you willing to have that blood on your
Tell
hands?
me Jesus Christ is God right now, sir.
You're missing it because maybe.
Are you going to tell me? I'm sorry. If you don't
No,
affirm
I'm
my
not.
delusion,
I'm
I might
not.
do all sorts of bad things. Can you please tell me Jesus Christ is God?
The difference is you're making me. Actually, I won't address that.
Lie?
Yeah.
I'm making you what? Lie? Not tell the truth? You fucking
Every-
idiot.
Every time you don't tell him that God kills a kitten.
Yeah.
No.
What the fuck? Leave
Sorry,
me
Kat.
alone. All right. Oof. All right. I don't even know. Alter Void says, "Don't worry, we are not a cult. You can join us. We're just the chat.
They are just the chat, and we don't have a cult over here on the Crucible, except for the cult of good entertainment. That is what we do have over here. For the best entertainment, we do have a cult around that because we have a cult of wanting to be entertained. And we appreciate you guys sending in those big super chats, especially to our supporters.
And Alex Jones with the 5 said, thanks, Andrew, courtesy of the Crucible crew. By the way, Prawncess needs to bite the bullet and come out. It's a little, oh, come on, be nice. Looking good. Thank you.
I can handle it, but yeah, a lot of projection coming from chat. I understand. I mean, my name is the Prawncess. I'm kind of asking for it.
Yeah.
And Ekan comes in with a big 20. He says, telling kids that Santa exists and they stop being bad to get presents doesn't prove Santa exists, but it does prove that Santa can be used to help children behave.
Agreed.
Hmm.
Which is why I tell my children, there's no fat fuck who comes down the chimney every year to give you presents. It is your parents who get all of the credit, and I eat the cookies at night because it gives me energy to make little sisters and brothers for you. That's
I'm sure
that
they
is
love
what
hearing
you
that
said.
Christmas
That
story.
Anyway, go ahead.
Anybody know the Superman theme?
No.
I don't remember that one.
Which
either.
one? There's probably a couple.
I know there's
don't
like a
know.
lot. Probably like the original one, but
What about Rocco's Modern Life?
third.
That's
Wait a second, you don't know
Rocco's
Superman?
Modern
You don't
Life.
know?
It's
Really?
modern.
This is
That's
terrible.
Batman.
But anyway, whatever.
yeah, Batman.
Don Juan
Yeah.
says Catholic. That's it on
Orthodox.
my end. And I can go through and read the smaller
Agnostic.
ones when you guys all roll out. Holy shit. You guys certainly had a lot to duke out this evening. And I hope everybody had fun doing so.
Has anybody changed their opinion at all since when they walked in on
I
anything?
have changed my opinion about multiple things. I thought perhaps I would be going up against extremely intelligent interlocutors who were willing to really challenge my worldview, and I was wrong.
Damn.
How humble.
How?
I think
So
to get- I
humble
think
of
to-
you.
I think to be challenged, you have to come in like open-minded. So I don't know.
Why do I need to be open-minded to a challenge? Why shouldn't I be closed-minded until you change my mind? Which is exactly what you said to me when you said, I'm a Harris supporter. However, I'm willing to have my mind changed. That is a closed-minded position, which is willing to be changed.
True.
You're not very open-minded about like
Not very open-minded, yeah.
gender.
I think it's okay to be willing to listen to arguments, but I don't think we necessarily have to be agreeable to them to a degree. I think if you already have your principles and values set and somebody tries to come in and knock that down, I think it's okay to swap back and say no.
And be careful, your mind's not so open your brain falls out.
Ooh. Yes, I agree with that too. I think if somebody starts saying things that are completely against my principles, like my baseline, like I immediately shut off and I'm okay.
But Sarah, I do have to get out of here. If you want to barrel through whatever's left, I
Oh,
gotta
we're
get rolling
good.
for the
That
evening.
was the end of those, and then I'll read the smaller ones a little later when you guys all.
Can
All
we get an
Well,
example?
guys, thank you so much for the very fine evening, with the exception of Flow State, who I never have the pleasure of dealing with because he's just as bad as the leftist in my purview. But
I
less
hope I'm
so-
worse.
But less so this evening because he was right on a couple of things. But anyway, in any case, from all of us here at the Crucible, we do want to wish Sarah the Tomato, go subscribe to her channel. Make sure you support the channel. She did put all the legwork in. And thank you very much, Sarah. You have a wonderful evening, huh?
Thank you,
Andrew,
you as well.
Can I show my shit on your stream also?
Go ahead.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for coming here, supporting small YouTubers like me. I'm a brand new YouTuber. Sub 500 subs. Help me get there. I do also host, and he's gone here, and moderate, but come debate on my channel as well.
You're gonna do that? Come on.
I
now.
had to at least try. I got to put myself up.
I'll give you props for trying.
That's fair. That's fair.
Now, what is something that you know to be so true that an expert could not change your mind?
What is something? Who are you asking?
Prawncess. That's fucking sad.
When I first thought, it's like nothing comes to mind because I usually trust expert opinions. usually the only reason I disagree that if like my anecdotal evidence disagrees with that, but I feel like that's not the best basis to go upon.
No, that's definitely the best basis to go on. You trust other people's information more than your own information intake. You're gaslit entirely.
I will say I think there's like useful information like stats and generalizations, but you can't necessarily live your life off that. So I do think you have to use a different lens when applying stats and generalizations to your life, where you might have to take a different approach when applying it to your own situation. So I do agree. That's, I think, where more anecdotal information is useful.
What about like, well, an easy answer would be like your spiritual beliefs, right?
Well, I don't feel like those are fixed understandings.
I'll give you this. I think I am biased in that I do like on a. You probably could convince me to move from the left, but I feel like I am very ingrained in the left, where I feel like their best. I agree with their principles, so it'd be really hard for me to like to move to the right, because I feel like the underlying principles that define the left, I definitely identify more with. So it'd be really hard for me to move away from those principles. Like I agree, like social programs are effective. I think regulations are effective. So getting rid of those completely, I'd be really against. Like that would not lead to good results in general.
I didn't get the vaccine. Does that count? Like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like,
That's,
what do you mean by?
I mean, that's good. I'm surprised, I guess, a little bit, but a lot of weird cancers showing up places.
Do you mean like? Are you trying to say like?
So what I'm trying to say is that I know that there's two sexes and that gender is not a thing, and that this is just a weird cultural paradigm. Nobody can tell me that there's multiple sexes or intersex or any of that stuff. Those are deformities. And it doesn't matter what an authority says to me.
Well,
is there anything like that that's just so real that if they said, you know, this is a car, right? You'd be like, well, the actually, you know.
So for me, like, I don't get that my belief on, or my standpoint on that, on like experts or anything. It's based on like people I know who are trans people and like their experience and what they've like shared to me, and like my understanding of what like the position they're in. So I've come to understand how they, I don't know, are what their experience is. And I've met so many that have like the same idea that it seems legit to me at this point.
I haven't heard you reference experts nearly the amount of times that Prawncess did. So that was not necessarily about the trans thing. The trans thing just sort of spurred my curiosity about what in his worldview is not subject to the decree of experts.
Interesting. So I feel like I definitely use experts a couple times. I feel like I use that less in that argument, but I would also use I would kind of reference the professionals and like their best practice to alleviate the issues they kind of see in practice. That being said, I do agree there's a grain of salt that needs to be applied. You can't just take everything for granted. I do agree some skepticism.
So you're gonna open the panel, or is it late?
We can go on for maybe another 45 if you want.
I'm game.
Does anybody want to leave the panel?
I think I'll stick around.
Everybody good? All right. We will stay here. Give me just a second so I can make my separation.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sarah has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raging Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like, she's trying to be a comedian. You know, she's trying to be funny.
All right. The link is officially dropped. We'll go on for as long as we can. Now that I've had a couple drinks in me. And like literally all I had in my cabinet was Blue Caraco or Carousel, however you want to say it.
What even is it?
It's more of a liqueur that's like
Oh, I know what that is. Yeah.
it's more like you would put it in a blue
Yeah.
motorcycle. Yeah. So, but
So
it was
you're just
all
drinking that straight?
well, I put that in with orange juice, and it's actually pretty good. But now my mouth is blue. I look like I was drinking a Star Wars drink, and it's quite comical. Hi, Teriak. Teriak. All right, let me do something while we if anybody wants to join the panel. I've gone ahead and opened it up. I wasn't going to originally just because this went on for so late. But while we're waiting and letting people kind of gather in or get themselves situated, I do want to read the $2 super chats that came in. I only don't read those during the panel, during these round of panels, only because it's like a huge time suck for the panelists, and especially when they start arguing and stuff, it goes back and forth and back and forth. So I try to at least try to go just 20 and up.
You warned these poor brokies at the beginning that you weren't going to read them.
I told them at the beginning, but I'm going to read them now. I always tried to read them at the end, but I'm going to read them while we give other people the opportunity to jump on panel before it starts. So Stevie comes in with the big 2. Has Andrew never worked a real job before? I believe there's actually a history to his job. Then he comes in again. Andrew is scared of Hurricane Pero. Just for the record, nobody is afraid of Hurricane Pero at all. At all. Josh Brooks says, breathe, Sarah, breathe. Laughing my ass off. Thank you, Josh. Yes, I was rolling at the donkey pooping thing with the paper towel wipe. That had me rolling. Truther Cop says, FS owes me money. He knows why. Do you owe Truther Cop some money?
I don't owe Truther Cop shit.
He says, thoughts on Operation War Speed? I have no idea what that is. Flo, do you?
That was Trump's plan to get the jab mobilized quickly and distributed.
Shout out. And then Stevie says, Nelson Aldrich wasn't poisoned. Andrew's an idiot. I have no idea. Don One says, how about no taxes on income or goods? LOL. GR Gracie says, Warmy White Guy mentions the final solution. It sounds like Mortal Kombat. The final solution. Finish her. Stevie says, the T-Rex jerked off by crossing his legs. That's actually pretty good. To Thrive says, come on, Andrew. Thomas Sowell is a G. Max stops by saying, thank you for having Andrew on, Sarah. God bless. Great job, Andrew. Way Underrated says, as a T-Rex, I can confirm that intercourse is very problematic. Yield to Me says, Crucible Crew, Andrew does take the L to his chat, but no one else. Well, I think he took the L on the 3 songs tonight. I won. That was a big win for me. I won one, finally. Don Juan says,
5 minutes when you got there.
I know. I was sitting there and it was like going through my brain, and then it was like, like it was this moment of joy. Prawncess asked Andrew about determinism versus free will. I believe we went over that.
You read that before, yeah.
TDS on full display. Easy peasy, Andrew Dubb. Trump 2024. Don One sends the $1.99. I believe that was referring to the why don't you just send a $20 super chat already. Starving Autist. I'm not going to read yours only because of the lingo in it. Lansing with the 5 says, was T-Rex a bird or a lizard? I believe they put it down to a chicken, right? Like comparable to chickens now. Just gave Andrew another L. I asked Princess, LOL. Holly Dolly. Oh, whoever was jumping on, you can jump back on. I was just going to finish these before I brought you on since you weren't cammed up. Holly Dolly with the 5 says, can each of you say something nice about the other by the end of a positive note? And that actually worked out really nicely. Thank you, Holly. To Thrive says, question for Andrew. How is the Celtic cross an Orthodox symbol? And that I have no idea. The Trib One says, oh yeah, I don't remember what company lied about Trump the way Fox lied about the election fraud. Does it exist? If so, who did it and what was the lie? Unknown Known says, thank you for being a great host as always from the Crucible chat. Trib1 says it's objectively true that males exist. It's also conceptually true that men and women don't act. Oh, I read this one already. I read that one. I think I got. Oh, Don Juan says Pope in Rome send Palladius and Patrick to Ireland. The bachelors from the Millionaire Bachelor say hi. Hello to you, MB. That one I read. P. Fletch says Andrew's next drinking L in 5, 4, 3, 2. Don Juan says Catholic. He says the Pope said again St. Palladius plus St. Patrick. Prawncess doesn't know the 5th commandment. And then we went through the Superman theme.
Not off the top of my head.
Catholic. Jiu-Jitsu sends in the whatever 279 just to say hello. And then Teriak just found you. Sub mate, would enjoy more convos in the future. You're a cool dude, brother. Be checking flow state. Checking you. Flow state out soon, mate. Fair enough. All right. Thank you for being patient. Somebody did pop backstage and then jumped pretty quick. If the link is pinned at the top of my channel, if you want it. But I do ask if you don't cam up, I will have to shield it, and you will have to go through hoops, chutes, and ladders to be on the panel. All right. I'm going to leave the floor open to you guys. I'm going to take a little tinkle break and fill up my blue-green drink again.
Leave your mic on.
As long as you can behave, I will walk away. All right? Go.
It's like
Yeah, so-
wireless.
So one question I was kind of wanted to ask there was, do genitals dictate gender?
No.
They
No.
should. I mean, yes.
What's that, Flo? So if genitals do not dictate gender, why does removing them affirm it?
Checkmate.
It doesn't for everyone. You realize a lot of people with dysphoria that identify trans don't end up doing that. You realize that.
Right, but there's only one surgery that affirms, right?
Yeah, but that's not even like the solution for everyone.
Well, yeah, I think what he's saying is there's a lot of trans people who don't go through top or bottom surgeries, but they're still like trans. They still identify as the opposite sex. That's just like one like part.
Because then this brings us back to the gender is the spectrum question. Then what are bisexuals then?
Bisexuals are people who are attracted to both men and women.
It's either a gay man or a fun chick.
Yeah, so in terms of the whole kind of like entailment there is that there's only two sexes. So
well, then there's like pansexual people who are attracted to like trans people, like every type of person there is.
Yeah, but
I'm
bisexual dictate there's only two.
Well, no, because I mean that's we.
I mean, this is trying to corner the argument based on semantics. Like, you're not wrong. I just don't know that it's the strongest argument.
I think bisexual might be like someone we use like as a terminology, but it doesn't really mean that. Usually, and then someone who is actually bisexual would also like find someone in the middle or someone on that spectrum also maybe sexually appealing.
But to what Ghosty was saying there, like surely pansexual is a direct contradiction to bisexual.
They're two different things, yeah.
They're contradicting each other.
What is pansexual again?
Pansexual is like you're attracted to everything and everyone and everything. So like a trans woman, trans man, cis man, a bi person, literally, and you don't have like a preference on person.
But we're really just sliding back and forth between the two ends, right? There's not actually a third gender that people are switching to.
Yeah.
So gender is not on a spectrum, it's a binary.
I would say there's like a category of person though that's not I wouldn't categorize them as a like scientifically you could say a trans woman is a biological male, but like they identify more as female, and that's their literal like brain makes them feel like everything about them is female and discards everything male about them. So
that's not true.
I mean, they like hate they literally can't stand their everything like male about.
And I have trans friends too. There's no shade at them. They're also not the ones who are insisting on pushing forward
exactly
an untruth on everybody else, right? It's never the trans people.
Yeah.
It's always the do-gooding straight people.
No, I know. That's why I'm fine with saying like it is a mental illness, and like trans women are like trans women. They're like trans women and women are two different entities.
Well, how would you be?
But I'm fine.
But let's
with
say
accepting them.
Let's say you're a doctor, right? And a patient comes into you, and they're having they feel as though they're a boy, or whatever kind of thing. How do you tell the difference between someone who's just like, let's say, a woman who's just a tomboy, and an actual woman who thinks that they're a man?
So a tomboy and like a trans woman or whatever, a tomboy doesn't actually like hate their body and their they just like male things more, whereas like a trans person literally I'm not trans, so I'm trying to like
so they don't jump to medical transitioning immediately. They do social transitioning. They go by different pronouns. They change their wardrobe, and like like about 80% of them like drop off. And
But how would I know? How would that person know?
How would a trained psychiatrist know how to diagnose something? I don't
know.
No, dude,
you're the patient that comes in. How do you know as a woman that you're not just a tomboy instead of like being trans?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's why again we have trained professionals.
Well, so I think he's saying like, can you tell a doctor you're a biological female or male? I would say yes. You probably should mention that if you're talking to a doctor. But again, there's a difference between biological female male versus your gender.
But again, like the patient's very confused. Like they seem to like a lot of male things. But how are they able to tell whether or not they're just a tomboy versus a trans man, I think, or whatever the fuck?
Because tomboys don't just like
Wait,
fully
how do you tell
like
if you have
reject
cancer
their
or
body.
That's
what I'm saying.
It's not something
we can measure the tumors. We can actually like identify what a tumor is.
Sure,
but in this situation,
to measure dysphoria.
No, what I'm saying is, how does the patient know that they're not just a tomboy?
Yeah, there's a psychological inventory that they do to like screen you for stuff.
So what's an example?
And then they'd like
Darko, don't give him too much because I want to ask your question a different way. So, Tarek, how do you think we diagnose like mental issues?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you the question.
What spectrum are you on, Darko?
All of them.
But Tarek, like you asked a question, so like when you answer a question back, like how do you think we go about like assessing different? Like,
I'm still trying to get the answer. Because like you just saying, we just defer to the experts.
Sure. I mean, okay. So do you want me to Google the DSM-5 for you and like read you the definition of like what gender dysphoria is and like?
It's a very easy to understand concept, but you're acting as if going to school gives them some sort of super perception. It doesn't.
No.
It stays very subjective.
No, it gives them a set of tools and training to be able to like.
Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental anything?
Yeah.
You ever had ADHD?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the process to get diagnosed with that?
Yeah, there's like a pretty big like psychological inventory that you do and like some like talk stuff that you do and like, there's steps you
take.
I
filled out, I answered a few pages of, I answered a questionnaire on paper. That was it. He did talk.
Yeah. I didn't just go to done.com to get my like Adderall prescription. Like,
but my point is that it's a subjective and flimsy diagnosis.
Why?
Why? Because to diagnose me with a chemical imbalance, I was treated with chemical drugs. I was given about 6 pages.
Sure, listen, don't like I don't know why you're blaming the field of psychiatry for like your drug seeking behavior, but like
Gentlemen,
Did
let
you
me
want-
do a voice confirmation real
Yeah,
quick.
sorry.
Edward, is that you?
Yeah, it is, Sarah.
Okay, no peens on stage, right?
Ma'am, of course not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm blaming them for not being better at their job. If they know it's a chemical imbalance, and they know it's treated with chemical drugs, why are they not testing for these chemicals? What even chemical is it?
What,
Are you
do
lying
you
on the
understand
floor?
how complex the dopamine
No, I
system
didn't lie.
is? And
I didn't lie on the
there's
floor.
no reasonable way to like physically test for that, like without like very invasive, very dangerous surgery.
If there is a chemical imbalance, they should be able to do a blood test, right?
No, that's not how that works.
What chemicals are out of balance with ADHD?
Neurotransmitters.
How did I know that?
I mean, it seems to be linked to like a dopamine deficiency. I mean,
So you don't see how this is a flimsy diagnostic threshold.
What do you mean? Like, you use that kind of stuff all the time.
I know it's it's always weak. It's
what's weak about it?
I
It's
I can't understand it for you.
It depends. Also, it depends on
there's
what mental disorder. It might be really easy to get diagnosed for like something ADHD, but other things might have a higher bar. Like there's like a long thing that might like start with the initial assessment. There might be psychological evaluation. There might be diagnostic criteria. It depends on the
Depends on what
we're talking about. But it's not always like, oh, I signed a form, now I got drugs. It's not always that simple.
Yeah, I mean, like, do you believe that schizophrenic people are real?
Yeah. That's a way different thing than say depression.
Whoa, wait. No. That's purely a mental thing. That's probably just a chemical imbalance that they're treating people, with tranquilizers for. Like, why? It's a weak, flimsy diagnosis. Like
I don't.
Is it?
No,
wasn't that your point?
They're clearly living in the middle of delusions, right? And I don't know how they treat nor diagnose.
Okay. So you're saying they're clearly like you can just intuit. So like, did you go to school for this or something? But how do you have this superpower to like intuit like what's going on here?
I don't know enough about schizophrenia to actually answer this, but I know enough about depression, anxiety, ADHD. These are all emotions. Really?
Why should I trust your opinion on this? Like how do you know so much about this?
You shouldn't trust my opinion. What I'm showing you is that you shouldn't trust anybody's opinion. Going to school doesn't
I
make
think
you
that's
a magical
stupid.
god.
Yeah, no, I mean I think we should trust like peer-reviewed science.
I can tell.
For sure.
Because they don't have a track record of being wrong, right? Big Pharma did get people addicted to all sorts of things.
Is this an Always Sunny episode? Yeah, science is wrong sometimes. It's an iterative process.
It's not like doctors were saying that smoking was healthy,
Mm-hmm.
Safe
and effective.
Evolves over time, for sure.
Right. So then why would we trust the science where it's at now, knowing that it's going to evolve down the road?
The scientists get their fun.
Your mic is.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Science gives us like a current understanding of human behavior. And
have you applied the scientific method to what you trust, like experts?
Yes. What
is there demonstrable results of them not being trustworthy?
No.
There are results. Okay, so I dated somebody who was schizophrenic, and when he was not on his schizophrenic medicine, it was very clear. It was very clear that the doctors properly diagnosed him and gave him a proper medication to treat his schizophrenia, and it clearly worked. Like it was a very clear difference that the medication he was taking was working and helping him. So I trust that science and those doctors and those medications.
And while I can take the moment to interrupt here, Alex comes in with the big two. I diagnosed schizophrenia, affirm my vision.
With Alex Jones Foreskin as your username, you probably are schizophrenic.
Yeah.
Base schizo-pilled.
Thank you, Alex.
I'm pro schizophrenia. Schizophrenia seems to be overrepresented in the human population. Like it occurs at like a way higher rate than most other mental illnesses, which seems to suggest the idea that it's being selected for.
Does it really?
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever been around a schizophrenic person.
Oh, well.
I probably have and don't know it if it's that common. My ex-wife has DID, but she didn't get that diagnosis until after the divorce.
Yeah, so back to this, like the DSM-5 criteria for gender dysphoria in adolescents or adults. One of the criteria listed is a strong desire to be rid of one's primary and/or secondary sexual characteristics. So again, I ask, if gender is not rooted in sex or genitals, as known, why does removing it affirm it?
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's rooted in it, but it's not determined by it.
It's one of the DSM characteristics, which you said, like this is the criteria that we use to diagnose. These are the experts talking.
Wait, what's your question?
So you said to me, it's like, I asked the question, is is gender dictated by your genitals, or your sexual characteristics? And one of the criteria in this DSM-5 criteria for gender dysphoria in adolescents and adults, one of them is a strong desire to be rid of one's primary and/or sexual characteristics. Then I asked the question: if gender is not rooted, if gender is not rooted in sex, then what? If gender is not rooted in genitals, then why is removing it affirm it?
So like what you're looking at is diagnostic criteria, right? And if you look a little bit above those bullet points for like the paragraph where that says you need like at least like 5 of 7 of these or some shit. So yeah, it is one of the diagnostic criteria for it. That's a weird bad faith hacky way to represent that.
Yeah, so if you only need to have some of this partial thing, what happens if there's a lesbian tomboy? Like, would you not concede that there could be a false diagnosis?
They're
here?
a butch woman who fucks women, and that's okay. Like, or what?
Yeah, but they could match some of these DSM characteristics. No,
they probably won't like match enough to be diagnosed as trans. Like you know, if they're like, hey, I'm actually like really comfortable with my body. Like, I just want to fuck women. Like, yeah, like I feel that way every day.
You're a tomboy.
That's how I feel too. I was gonna
say. Yeah, like tomboys exist.
Like Flo says.
That's partially why you need to like work with a professional who can like help you like through the issues, because you might not have the whole picture yourself. I agree.
Well, Alex comes in with another too. He says, "If that is the case, then I am the expert, or then am expert diagnosed me wrong. Then the expert diagnosed me
an expert diagnosed me wrong.
Okay, thank you.
Because we told them they were schizophrenic.
Fair enough. Thank you, Alex.
Did you guys ever hear about that?
And we're just the voices in their head. This is all an illusion.
I mean, I'm just hearing a lot of voices in my head right now.
Did you guys ever hear about that lady who was convinced that she should have been a woman who was blind, and then actually found a doctor to put drops in her eyes to make her blind?
What?
Do you guys agree that that action should have been taken by a doctor?
Doesn't it start with like "will do no harm" or something like that? Isn't that the?
And yet she found somebody. Do no harm. Isn't that in the same realm?
Well, it depends. This is
How do you consider the harm? Do you consider it more harmful to let her believe she's blind and be miserable thinking she's blind even though she's not, or is it more harmful to actually make her blind?
Yeah,
make it permanent.
I don't know, like. If I was a doctor and a lady came to me and was like, I'm gonna drip bleach into my eyes unless you like give me a better way.
There's no reason to think that was the paradigm.
To make me blind. I mean, like,
if I was a doctor and she threatened
a hard calculation.
If I was a doctor and she came to me and threatened me that she was going to go ahead and do it on her own with bleach, as a doctor, I still wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I'd be like, that's on you then. Like, I can't stop you from harming,
you can't blackmail a doctor.
The big difference is here that.
Well, no, you just have to find a libertarian doctor who's like, yeah, bodily autonomy, do whatever the fuck you want. Like, you know, if you want to do heroin, I'd give you heroin too, dog. Like, let's fucking go.
The big difference is we don't have, Edward, the big difference is we don't have like a, actually I said huge, but a small population where they seem to like be dealing with self-deletion issues. And this seems to be a huge address there.
They're not.
Seem to be on it compared to the rest of the population. That's not an issue.
They are, but it doesn't change after. It doesn't go down after reassignment. What does change is, I mean, the variable nature of
not reassignment, addressing dysphoria.
Right. Well, the variable nature of gender means that a lot of times the people who detransition, they're not counted ever as in the statistics.
And the Trib one comes with a Big 10. Gender is dictated by societal awareness, based off of characteristics that are assumed off of sex. In other words, gender doesn't exist without patterns in sex, but sex isn't gender. Tied, but not same. Thank you so much, Trib. And then Sad Dane comes in with the 20. He says, in most of EU, we still call it a mental disease. Thank you.
Prawn, I admire the size of your balls. What did you think before going in tonight, before the whole debate with Andrew started? What did you think, how it was going to go?
All right, listen.
Oh, I won't stick on this too long, but definitely, I did a lot of prep. I bet you feel the same way. I've never had that much of a challenge, and I wasn't ready for like all of his tactics. In hindsight, I probably should have been more on the ball as far as like being ready for like how they handle debates. They definitely are very controlling in debates, and I wish I did something to kind of counteract it in a way.
Yeah,
I was thrown off on how much he was defending the tariffs. I just wasn't expecting that, so that I guess I should have looked up like more counter arguments to that. I just kind of thought that was common sense. But...
Well, it's not. So the issue with tariffs is that when you don't have tariffs in place, you're giving the competitive advantage to foreign companies that will use, say, slave labor.
Well, so we're allowing ourselves to like specialize in like more productive labor instead of like making base materials, and you're just making everything expensive for like disproportionately like working class individuals who don't, No,
the corporate tax is definitely more disproportionately applied. Or I'm sorry, not
corporate tax has nothing to do with what working class people are paying.
Yes, it absolutely does.
Yeah, no, it's not. What are you talking about?
Hold on, you think that shareholders are going to just eat tax increases?
They're not eating tax increases. Like if they have a good tax planning strategy.
So if taxes raise, who ultimately holds the bag for it? It's always the end consumer.
So you know where that tax applies, right? It applies to profits and not revenue, right?
Yes.
Cool. And do you think like what corporate taxes mostly do is encourage businesses to reinvest in themselves?
Do you think that investors are going to accept lying down a revenue loss, a profit loss?
What are you talking about? A profit loss? Like, which one? Because those are two very different things.
A profit loss, a personal revenue loss and profit. No, they're not. They have a return on investment.
Okay. Shareholders, people who hold stocks. I don't know if you own any stocks, but most of them don't pay dividends anymore. So they're not like literally like paying you out like shares. So like I don't know like what you really mean by that.
They reinvest the dividends into the company. You expect to see your stock price increase.
And it will, like when they reinvest and like instead of like paying out a shit ton of profits, like they reinvest it and can write it off as just revenue.
I don't know why I'm debating this with you. Like it's even reasonable to think that the cost is not passed through to the end consumer. It obviously is. Obviously,
more or less than a 20% global tariff.
A 20% global only on imports. So how much of this lighter do you think is subject to tariff?
Okay, so you want to pay 20% more for that lighter?
No, I wouldn't pay 20%. There'd be 20% increase on, say, the steel. What I'm saying is not all the things we use are all produced overseas.
Okay, so you just want to like remove all that stuff from the stores? Like, what are you talking about, dog?
Like 10% of a product, for instance.
No, it's 20% like paid on all imported like parts, materials, and goods from like it's on everything. It's on the stuff we use to make stuff. Which means that our companies are also going to have to proportionately like increase their prices like 20%. Like, I don't know if you understand how.
Here's the flaw in their argument. Here's the flaw in their argument.
I understand perfectly how it works.
Yeah, but here's the flaw in their argument. They think that like if they jack up the corporate tax, that all these like big conglomerates like Apple and all this stuff are actually going to pay tax in the United States. Right. They're not. They're going to do transfer pricing and transfer all their IP to a country like Ireland, where it's only 15% corporate tax, and take the profit there. You actually lose taxes. That the government lose money.
Yeah, you're right. Which is why we should ban those tax havens, and your whole country can just like crumble, like because most of your GDP.
Yeah, that's still not answering the question because they're not going to do that.
How are we going to ban? Yeah, ban their tax havens.
So I don't know what you like think good economic policy is. I feel like you probably land in the protectionist realm. But yeah, like rather than like, you know, like companies taking their money like offshores into tax havens, wouldn't you want to bring that money home?
But if you put a tariff in, they can't afford it.
I would prefer not to make home a hostile tax environment.
Exactly.
So what do you mean? Like what? Like
lower the taxes, lower the fucking taxes across the board.
And Alex comes in with another big
what
five.
spending are we going to
cut? Pardon me for just a moment. Alex comes in with another big five. He says, wow, Dr. DH seems to think it's funny to say he's hearing the real voices on panel in his head compared to the voices some here not exist. Great work, Doc. And I kind of had a thank you, Alex. I kind of had a thought because, you know, if we're just circulating the money in just the United States, right, then it just stays here. We don't grow, but we also don't falter either. But then if we're importing goods, and essentially the money that we make here goes out while the goods come in, then essentially all of our money just goes outward, right? And nothing else is coming back in. And I think by the tariffs, this is just my elementary understanding, by the way, by the tariffs, we're ensuring that certainly those goods are coming in and the money's going out because we're purchasing those goods, but then there's still an undertow of money coming in still to, you know, based on the tariffs, right? So we're still recirculating the money back in.
Well, I mean, so the thing about US dollars is that you mostly use them to buy shit in like the US. So like, yeah, like a lot of the money that we, you know, dump into China, like China, you know, spends back in like on us, like they invest in treasury bonds and shit.
It's the reserve, it's the global reserve currency. So OPEC deals have to be done in dollars. So there is a demand for US dollars abroad. There's not a demand for like pesos or anything here, right? It doesn't work both ways. So we actually export a lot of our inflation.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing with Trump's policy is he wants to increase the tariffs, but then he wants to decrease the income tax, which means, yes, products may get more expensive, but the American consumer will have more money in their bank accounts to spend.
Okay,
so they're still getting the same amount of things.
He wants to deficit spend, and I think that's bad economic policy.
It is.
Because he just wants to spend. Like, you know, like we're gonna, you know, make the consumer pay more, and then we're gonna give him more money, and like, how are we gonna pair this? Like, you know, we're gonna make everything more expensive, but give you more money to pay for it with. I don't know. I don't know what inflation means, but it almost sounds like that, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, because we print the money to cover our deficits in spending. But the first with the Fed system, the U.S. dollar is temporary, and it was designed as such because the first dollar was lent into existence at interest. That interest doesn't exist, so there's more money owed back to the Fed than exists to be paid back.
And Alex comes in with another two. He says, perhaps not 3 long.
This is nonsense. You are schizophrenic.
I don't even know what this is. It things to browse, things to browse. I'm not sure, Alex, but thank you nonetheless. I tried.
Yeah.
But yeah, tariffs are a double-edged sword. Corporate tax is not. It's not really an increase in corporate tax is just not going to benefit anybody. Tariffs could be implemented in a way that could be beneficial, but they could also be harmful.
I don't think they can be implemented in a non-harmful way because, like, so if we place a tariff on a country, like they generally do retaliatory tariffs, and then we have to to get rid of those.
Ours are retaliatory, is my understanding.
No, Trump put a tariff on ship from China, and then Biden continued that tariff because China put a tariff on us. So like,
that's the other thing. It's hard to, once you have a tariff up, it's really hard to get rid of it. So yeah,
I've just never heard any liberal ever mention a tariff ever until now.
Because that's Trump's only talking point right now is tariffs.
I don't listen to him. I think the whole thing is bullshit on both sides anyway. It's just one's more bullshit than the other. Well, no.
I agree. I think they're both kind of bullshit too, but I think Trump's is a lot more bullshit.
And in hindsight, I think we should focus on this more. Go see. Sorry, it says Andrew's not here, but I think Andrew made a really good good case for tariffs. This is not the kind of what Trump's kind of saying. Usually when Trump talks about it, he's like a way more vague. He's not very specific, and I don't think he's really talking about necessarily the same thing Andrew was talking about.
Well, yeah, no, because they take Trump's idea and then like, you know, swap it out for theirs, and which is much more defensible. But it's not what Trump is talking about, because Trump is a dumb fuck who doesn't know anything about anything.
Okay, what is Trump's tariff plan then?
20% global tariff on everything.
I suggest everybody watch Trump's Bloomberg interview.
That's
the
a
Bloomberg
bludgeon of a
interview
policy.
he did was fucking insane.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the only other details I've gotten from him is semblances of a plan, because he doesn't want to give away the game too early.
And Trump has suggested, I've heard a couple times him suggest the death penalty for drug dealers or traffickers. Fuck that shit. Like
that's a little excessive, though, don't you?
It's a little excessive.
He also said he wanted to deport pro-Palestinian like protesters on U.S.
Yeah,
college
that's the
campuses.
RNC's like on their official platform in like their top 10 things.
Yeah,
it was like number 7.
which like you know, some of those people are a little over the top, but like deporting them. It's kind of
well, you have to understand
story.
the people who like Trump don't like freedom of speech. Like they want to deport and ban and, you know, lock up everyone who says stuff that they don't like, because they're un-American.
The amazing thing about this, about the political circus, is how effective it is at getting people to choose sides that are both stupid as shit.
Yeah, I don't like Russian propaganda, so I don't fall for the both sides nonsense.
The what nonsense?
The both sides nonsense.
How many boosters have you had?
I worked for Pfizer, all right? I've got all the boosters. I have a vial of fucking vaccine in the other room, all right?
Can you shoot it up
It's
for
that
us?
Russian propaganda.
I mean, no, that'd be weird.
And Alex comes in with another 2 to explain he's working brick shit, bricks. I don't know. Brick.
Yeah, we all understand what that means, Alex. Thank you. Sorry.
And then Michael comes in with a big 5. Tariffs give countries incentives to produce goods in the U.S. So if they build it here, we get the jobs that would go to other countries.
Bro, fuck you. No one wants those jobs, all right? Who wants to mine iron ore and turn it into fucking steel, okay? We want to build like Teslas and Fords and F-150s and like refined gas. Like this base material production is not as glorious as everyone makes it out to be, and I don't understand. Like we already
on top of all the
unemployment is
immigrants,
dangerously low.
On top of all the immigrants that we're trying to deport, that are the only people who even be willing to do those jobs, like.
Yeah, I think that illegal immigration is actually a good thing economically. I don't want to pay an extra $1 a taco to have lettuce put on them, you know.
Mm-hmm. And Alex says, "My apologies. I'm trying to type real fast. Don't worry, Alex. We got you. It's good. We're working."
She's all good with it.
Can you have an autocorrect issue again, please? Oh Lord. So what did everybody think about the debate tonight? From as a viewer standpoint.
I loved Andrew's energy. I think he came in hot, finished strong. I was a bit disappointed in the shots, though. I think he could have done better with the shots. But overall, I think it was good.
Fair. And how about Dr. Darko?
I hated everyone on the panel.
Oh, really?
No offense.
Wow.
None taken.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
I approve of the honesty.
All right. What makes you hate everyone on the panel? What was each person doing that you just didn't like?
Yeah, I mean, a mix of bad faith arguments with like half-cocked answers. Again, all with love, like whatever. Listen, debating is hard. Live conversation.
You can absolutely hate me and just own your shit. That's fine.
Yeah,
you can call me out too. There's definitely some stuff I was not prepared for. Though.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew's very talented at what he does, like 1000%. I do give him that respect.
Do you have a debate background, Dr. Darko?
I mean, yes. I lose a couple of friends a year. Half my family won't talk to me anymore. So yeah, kind of.
I don't know, like politics, I guess, like, I don't know, my heart's just like not fully in it, so I also didn't have a lot of time to prepare, and it's Andrew, but I don't know. I care about other things a lot more.
Like what?
I don't know, weird things like social things, like feminism things, religion, philosophy stuff, other social
Are you religious?
niches. I don't think I fit the definition of religious, but I have like my own I don't even know if they're beliefs. I have my own like thoughts on shit. But
What makes you? What about you as feminist? When I've heard you say feminism a couple times. What does that mean?
Equality, for gender equality, and kind of.
I mean, do you go to rallies? Do you? I don't know.
No.
Like,
no,
what's that? What's it mean functionally?
I fight against like gender, like super gender norms and gender roles. I think they're harmful in society and relationships and stuff.
You don't seem especially masculine.
Like all of them? Do you think all gender roles are harmful?
I think just some of the traditional ones, like you had to be like this way to be a man.
Like,
am I wrong?
So how do I explain this? I think implying them or enforcing them is harmful and not useful. Maybe like less so harmful, just like not useful. I think it holds people back more so. So like putting people into like boxes based on gender.
I love gender norms. I love my boxes.
Prevents people from
Fuck them.
getting places.
But I think from Grossy, I seem to agree with me. Where like they are kind of pragmatically, like they're kind of useful. The problem is like they don't apply to everyone, and that's where we should be more accepting. I think where not everyone's going to fall neatly into the box.
Sure. And I'm not suggesting to be unaccepting of people who are not don't meet that stereotype, right? I do think that I'd like to see more acceptance for the stereotypes, though. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's fine. I just don't like raising like girls to be a certain way or boys to be a specific way other than the way that's natural to them, I guess.
But what law or privilege does a man have that a woman doesn't have currently in the United States?
Again, like I'm not really
the right
fighting
to not get
for
pregnant.
Laws, but
women can not get pregnant.
Just because it's not like a legal issue doesn't mean it's not a problem, right?
So what would be an example?
Like social stigmas or sorry, I'm like really tired. I had a bad week.
It's been we've been streaming for 5 hours and 45 minutes. So
yeah, the expectation of any form of like major debating is incredibly low right now.
Tara's been sitting down there in the chat, probably chomping at the bit.
Teriyaki, you're gonna have to live without going into full combat mode. At this point, it is like 3 o'clock in the morning, so even I'm tired too. So
I heard that old Joe was trying to
for a fucking minute.
You're rambling.
So go. I'm okay with rambling. It's my show. I can ramble all the fuck I want.
That's why I be quiet.
So Ghosty, please don't feel the need to, if you're just answering questions and keeping it simple, don't feel the need to go into full combat mode. You've already done your job for the evening. It's okay. And Alex comes in with a big 5.
Filibustering.
He says, laughing my fucking ass off. You got it. BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. You tard. Y'all laughed at me saying you know when clearly y'all didn't know.
We knew what bricks was. We didn't know what the comment before said it because it didn't grammar.
You also censored brick for issuing a correction. I don't know. There's a lot of stars after it, so I thought
There was a lot. I thought it was an autocorrect or something. Yeah, bricks. But
So,
I thought
Doctor-
that it was like bricks and shit or.
Who did you hate the most? Can you rank us from most to least hated?
Who's hating us? Oh, Dr. Darko.
Do it.
Do a poll in chat too.
Yeah, that'd be good.
All right.
Can they do a ranked choice poll in chat?
Oh, by the way, I did do a poll on who people were voting for in the chat.
Yeah, 83%
and
Trump. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of proud of my chat. Like, I have a very right-leaning chat. I'm kind of proud of that.
Lame.
All right. So I want to ask, who was the worst panelist?
No, who do you hate the most? I like that phrase.
I'm sorry. Who do you hate the most from earlier's panel or from the current panel?
The four of us from earlier. Yeah.
All right.
I got a bunch of haters coming to my chat from a bunch of other people's chats.
Haters are your most loyal fans. Love those motherfuckers. And you know what?
incredibly
I'm
loyal.
in YouTube jail, but this is my handle. If anybody wants to hate on me, come on over. That's you, Dr. Darko.
Yo. Wait, where's you put it in the YouTube chat?
Yeah.
Can we get some donations to Flo? Because like he's been using a blowtorch to light cigarettes. He's in a bad place at the moment. He needs more donations, boys.
He can't do. He can't.
Dr.
do
Darko,
them
do you have a
now.
channel?
Yes. Dr. Darko. I mostly read science papers. I've been going through Terry carnivore video, which is very bad.
Oh, we want to carnivore. Let's debate. Let's debate. What's wrong with carnivore?
You're talking about like the all meat diet?
Yeah, boy.
I mean, so you're talking about the carnivore diet in general, or the carnivore diet that you recommend?
The one that you dislike.
Yeah, whichever you hate most.
Oh yeah,
And you got to answer who you hated on the panel question too. But go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. Listen, I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
All right. Listen, I hated Ghosty the least. I think Prawncess is second. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I hated you or Andrew the most. But the other one is third.
That's the order I would have guessed.
And Jujitsu comes in with the 279. Hate flies around like shit hitting the fan. LOL. And Alex gave his order. He says Flo, Sarah, Teriyaki, Princess, Ghost, Bello, all. Bello. B-E-L-O. Below. Oh, below all. Dr. DH. Thank you very much, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And Tara, did I see correctly? Are you trying to get on my top 5 enemies list?
Yeah, we need some more leprechaun representation. You know
I
what I'm
don't
saying?
even know who the fuck is on it. This is a creation of old Joe's mind, and I'm not sure who's where. I know that he moved Grid 1 off at some point, which Grid 1 probably should never really deserve to be on there. Anyways.
But like you said, haters are fans too, so you know I need to get on all these lists. You know what I'm saying? I need to get the view hours up.
I believe this is the only list that's going for me. Maybe.
Well, yeah, has Darko had enough time to formulate his argument?
What kind of porn do y'all watch?
What the fuck?
Vanilla.
Yeah, I mean, so a nose-tail carnivore diet is sustainable.
Let me tell you what, there's that shit exists and I didn't know it.
T-Rex sex. Yeah.
Why couldn't the whole debate just be about that?
Whether
Andrew
or not
wouldn't join such a degenerate debate, I don't think.
he started that one.
Oh, I was thinking about never mind, my question.
Nobody cares about your question. We care about T-Rex sex.
What type of porn do you watch, Sarah?
T-Rex sex.
Yeah.
Both the girls are into T-Rexes on the panel. I find that hard to believe.
They're the alpha of the dinosaurs.
They are the ultimate.
Unless it's an arm wrestling competition.
I don't know. They still probably got you beat on that one. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Size comparison. Yeah, they probably still could win.
So you're a size queen.
I'm sorry, I cut you off though. I cut Darko off.
Don't apologize.
To me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm barely people. Yeah, anyway.
Nice leopard print chair.
Thanks.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I'm very tired.
Kind of silly. Bad for your heart.
You seem cool.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's nice to meet you. You seem cool.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, sorry. You seem pretty alright yourself.
That's
Although
how
you
I
are a
would
ginger,
describe
which
him.
I
He's
think
alright.
means you don't have a soul.
Who doesn't? Him because he's got red hair?
Dude, I saw something really sad. I'm thinking about a T-Rex that wants to do the deed, but he can't because his arm is so short.
Maybe his dick is so long though, it can reach.
Oh man, it hurts.
That's what she said.
Well, if it was like a T-Rex dick, yeah, I'm sure it would.
Got that T-Rex dick.
Oh boy, ALC comes in with a 5. Is Dr.
Yeah, is Dr.
Darko-
Darko a tard? IDK, I just got here. Looks like he had some boosters. Yeah, dog. I got him straight off the fucking line. All right. I helped make them. I helped count how many microchips were in each of them to make sure the right amount was in there and they were equally distributed.
Very nice.
He
Very nice.
controls your brain now, dude.
How do you know which ones to put the cancer into? That's what I'm curious about.
I mean, I literally worked quality control like for Pfizer. So like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just some chemistry.
Just put it in all of them, you know?
Oh, Dr. DH and Prawncess, do you guys need to get a room, boys?
Do that T-Rex sex.
Why are you auto-correcting to DH? I need to know this. Like, why are you typing DH so much that your phone is like, the letter D? Oh, you mean the letter DH.
Also, I use this option to show for my channel. Dr. Darko, you should come on my channel to some debates. We won't get a room, but I'll have you on my panel. So there's that.
Oh, maybe you
For
should
sure.
get
Oh,
a
yeah,
room.
dude.
Look, you're already inviting each other over for a first date.
No shit. Should we leave?
I know.
Everyone, you guys have all been on before. You guys,
No, it's fine. I'll hop in his Discord later.
Eric's been there. Flow State's been there. Yeah, we had nothing to disagree upon. So you did vote me second, I guess. So fuck you for that.
Listen,
Hey,
all
can we
right.
not-
It
can we
was
not
just
do this,
about your
Sarah?
arguing abilities and just like
Oh yeah, I mean that wasn't my greatest showing. I'm glad I challenged myself, but I could have done better. There's room for improvement, but you can only get better by challenging yourself.
for sure.
Yeah, no, Sarah, I can't
Andrew is a tough dude.
take this. This is too cringe. I'm very tired. This is not the kind of speed that I easily partake in. I'm just gonna leave in a second. I was gonna do it now, but let me show my channel. Dr. Darko, just like everyone else in chat, go sub and be a sub to me by subscribing to my channel. The Prawncess, go over there. Debate content, comedy content, whatever fuck I want to do in the future, I don't know. My channel's a shit show. It's gonna keep being that way. Help make it to 500 subs. I'm almost monetized. Let's go. There we go. Can we end this now, Sarah?
I'm coming. Big
Wow.
baby.
You weren't even here for most of it.
Yeah. Ladies come first. There it is.
The sigh of disappointment. Look,
Heard
man,
that.
I saw the love. Did anybody else see the love? I thought it was gonna happen. I really thought it was.
Sorry,
gonna
Darko, you're not my type.
It's fine.
I don't believe that.
I'm an
I think
acquired
it's an
taste,
awkward
all right?
first introduction. We're pushing them too hard, guys.
Are we trying to force a square into a round peg, or
We're trying to just force that peg in somewhere.
Oh,
I mean, I'm a
peg.
dude. I'll beg anything.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
You hear that, Prawncess?
Despite my name, I exude white male cis privilege. So
Where did you come up with that name?
It's very random. It was one. It's not taken. It's just available on all like social media platforms. So you can look it up on like Flow State, which is like hard to look up and find your actual channel. But I do like.
Yeah, Flow
I do
State
like
was
Tramp.
a terrible decision, but Prawncess, I still don't understand that.
I do regret it sometimes, but also it's very memorable. I think everyone, when they hear it, they don't forget it. For better or for worse.
I just wasn't sure if there's a story behind it or something.
Do you know what shrimping is?
Oh, it's like when a cat crawls into
shrimp?
like a little ball.
No, never mind.
Like, do you mean like going on a boat and getting shrimp?
Shrimp gumbo, shrimp stew, shrimp mashed potato, shrimp and grits.
I've never done it, but I'm familiar with it. Yeah, I'm familiar with the
I knew that
concept of
was
shrimp.
coming.
Part of it is also. I'll be done real quick. I do like shrimp, and I am a little diva, so it is fitting that way also.
So what is shrimping? I don't want
I think
to
some
flop around like a shrimp.
It's some
like
gay
magic
shit.
carp.
And white wine.
Oh, is there a euphemism I don't know about?
I don't know. What I
Tim and
do
Eric?
know is we got up to 2,993 subscribers tonight. I need 7 more and we can have our 3K party.
Nice.
So, yeah, we started at like 2,800. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but it definitely moved in the last few hours. So I'm very excited. I can't show you that level of excitement because I'm very tired. But
Let's fucking go. I say
yeah.
with no enthusiasm.
oh, I got 2 more. So I just need 5 more. So there's 5 of you cloud watching right now. If you just hit the fucking button, you'll make me a happy girl, at least for the moment. So, anyways, but yes, back to the panel.
Hold
Oh,
on.
Flo.
What? Do you want my alts or what?
No, I don't want your alts because they are not going to watch me. I only want people that are watching. And if you're going to cloud watch, you might as well hit the button. But your alts are not going to do it. I don't want
No.
alts.
What is cloud
3 more.
watch? Are they watching from the clouds?
Cloud watching? It's when you.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Cloud watchers are usually people that like to hate watch, or they're too afraid to push that button and they just happen to come across and they're just kind of watching and watching and watching.
Shout out Snafu Snaps.
They can't commit, you know.
Shout out Paul Enslaved.
Yeah, I had to hit the button because I was super triggered. It was like all of these people
Man,
are dumb.
well, go
and I
off.
want to fight them all.
Let's go.
Oh, sure. I mean, hit me with something.
Well, no, you're the one that's triggered.
Also,
I'm
we're
not
still
triggered.
playing this like the music in the
smooth
background.
Jazz.
That's not jazz, but
Something like that.
It's like blues.
Blues Clues?
Folk blues or something. I don't know.
Oh, this is my sexy tomato voice music. My 1-900 fuck a lot. Yes, thank you. Come again.
Sounds like a robot.
I usually play this when I'm just having a 1-to-1 with my chat. But I figured the boys were, I thought they were going to get a little intimate, and I guess not.
whoa!
So here,
Did you just
have your
presume my
fucking-
gender?
Have it.
Would it be fun to
Sad
look at some
fucking music.
You got some funky songs back there. What was that?
I know. That's sad violin.
That was some like Titanic shit.
Actually, that's probably a pretty good song to have.
Yeah. We got that one when we were doing the bird fundraiser for Michelle, and I wanted her to tell the story about the
You
bird.
should have used that one on Grid. Come on.
I didn't have it then yet. Yeah, or else I probably would have. Now I'm getting better at having a few little different samples of different things, but yeah. Anyways. So, did anybody feel like they had their mind swayed or changed in any direction on maybe a particular position or thought process, or maybe had a new way of looking at something?
I honestly had no idea Andrew believed in dinosaurs. That one surprised me, to be honest. But
maybe second view my guess on tariffs. I was like, I gotta do more research.
No.
I will save the research. Every economist agrees the tariffs are bad.
I know.
I know that though.
He fucking was gaslighting us, bro.
No, not every economist agrees tariffs are bad.
Majority.
Oh my god, you guys are actually retarded. No, not majority.
Point me to a reputable economist who disagrees. Please, I would like to see the citations.
Functionally, I'm the economist on the panel.
Okay.
It's always
you have an undergrad in economics.
Hold on. It's an economic inefficiency. That's different from always being bad.
But tariffs across the board on every
Yeah,
US
that's
import.
too blunt of a tool. I don't like that either.
But that's what he said, though.
That's what
his
he's
plan.
doing.
That's what he keeps saying.
Literally, his solution is like tariffs.
I don't like Trump.
100%.
I don't like Trump. They're all fucking actors. It's all bullshit. None of them are representative of people.
That sounds like some Russian nonsense talking points, dog.
No, it's just reality.
No, it is Russian nonsense talking points. You've
You
fallen
can call
victim
it
to
Russia if you
propaganda.
want. No, I don't. Where would I get propagandized by Russians?
I don't know. The internet.
Okay. Well,
Like the
you're
Steele dossier?
regurgitating your school propaganda. You're gonna go. You're
My
gonna
school
vote.
propaganda? What have I regurgitated from school? This whole
I
conversation.
assume that you think voting matters, right?
I mean, of course it does.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Do you think your vote for city council
mathematically
doesn't matter?
Procedurally,
so are
it
you
doesn't matter.
Okay, so are you strictly talking about like voting for president
National
rather than like
election.
voting for? Okay, have you ever heard of this thing called swing states?
Yes.
Okay, so voting doesn't matter.
Who decides the president?
And swing states exist.
Whose vote decides the president?
The swing states, the electoral college, really.
Okay, there you go. Your vote doesn't matter.
But the
I mean, it
Electoral
does
College
because you know, like when we have like one president who like forges elector slates and tries to get Congress to accept him, and like pressures his vice president, leads a violent mob on the Capitol. You know,
that was a honeypot. Who decides the president? The popular vote or the electric college?
the
already
states
know.
actually. Yeah. The
fucking
states
tell
get
you
to
that your
decide
vote
how to
doesn't
choose
matter.
their electors. For sure, yeah. So like states, like you know, like any state tomorrow could say like we don't give a like you can all still vote, but we don't give a fuck. We're pledging all of our electoral votes to this party. And
Does the electric college wait for the popular vote to come in to cast their vote?
Yes. There's literally like very like strictly like lined out provisions for each of that's
think
why
it does.
like you can go look up the videos on YouTube of like the fake Trump electors like trying to get into the Michigan Capitol because it's a very specific date that they have to meet. That's why the Al Gore thing got shot down in like December because they couldn't meet the safe harbor date.
Man, maybe, I don't know. Me and Prawn were like, let's avoid January 6th going into this. I don't know. I feel like maybe. Do you think we would have done better if we would have focused more on January 6th?
No, I see when you're up against Andrew, like he just keeps asking
matter,
you to
right?
define stuff so that he can demonstrate a contradiction because like and he's very talented at that. But yeah, that's you know if you can't debate on substance, like that's the move is to just like oh well. Can you define whatever for me? Oh, actually, like let's check if you're consistent now, because actually, like I've led you down this dialogue tree that shows that actually you're contradicting yourself, and by the laws of logic, you know.
Yeah, it's
but
called
yeah,
the Socratic
it's
method.
a perversion.
For anyone who's wondering.
No, it's not called the Socratic method.
Yes, it is. To question
No, it's
definitions.
not. It's called being a bad faith hack.
The Socratic method.
I could be wrong, but yeah,
It's literally like that's what Socrates was famous for. It's
Correct,
the
'cause
Socratic
I was
method.
on the panel, I want to answer this
What
question.
science is developed.
It wasn't the Cave or the Republic or any of his other works.
That's Plato. Oh my fucking god, that's Plato. What the fuck?
Okay.
How? Wait,
I think,
what?
I think that would have been another rabbit hole we would have gone down and also just not gotten agreement. And that one we could have gone down for another hour and probably not gotten anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll keep asking for definitions, but he'll never give one himself. So like he's always on the offense and he's never on defense. Like that's his trick.
Called Socratic method.
Teriak is the same Andrew Wilson cum
Yeah,
guzzler
it's what
and does the
science
same
is
thing.
based
We're just
on.
like, oh, define it, and like actually, here's a bunch of bad faith questions, yes or no, yes or no. It's a simple question, just yes or no. The laws of logic, like the laws of deductive logic, are the same for the laws of inductive logic.
And Alex Jones comes in again with the clarification. He says DH equals dickhead, not autocorrect. Some high Q doc you are. So it's
Faith.
Dr. Dickhead going forward when he
Got 'em.
super chats. Understood. Thank you, Alex, for the clarification. And Jiu-Jitsu doesn't like the commercials. They're annoying. Get the YouTube premium. You will avoid all commercials for all shows. My recommendation. And
Do
we
they
have
lose ads if they get a
officially-
membership?
No, memberships don't block that. It's premium, YouTube premium.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Like, so
Sorry.
YouTube gets the money. Now I'll still, like, YouTube shares
Yeah, you
ad
get
revenue,
some.
but yeah.
But, like, not
and
enough. Like, fucked up.
It's not like
That's
Twitch. It's
kind
not
of
like
weird.
Twitch.
Like they should cut ads on your channel if someone gives you a membership. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt your shit.
that would make
Makes
sense. And shout out to all of you who ended up subscribing. We now went to 3,001. Thank you so much to all of the maters out there. We made it. We did it. On to the next level. Here we go. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, that's freaking awesome. I've never
Congrats.
expected to even hit 1,000, quite honestly.
Wow.
Holy shit. Here
What's
we
your next
go.
goal? 4K?
We're just moving on to the next one, 4K, and then 5 after that. And each time we'll have another little.
I'm sure with me paneling here, you'll hit there any day now.
I love my panelists. Like, that's the great thing about having so many different people with so many different directions and perspectives and all of these things. Is that's what makes it like everybody can like it and hate it all at the same time. You know, and that's what I love about it. I hate echo chambers. I hate
Me too.
Aw, thanks, EAE. Thank you. That's really kind of you to say that. Kind of makes me feel all warm and tingly inside. But I hate echo chambers. So
Oh, shit, is that a real video?
yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that actually you?
yeah, that's him.
Sorry,
That's-
Sarah.
it's okay.
Oh,
He's
wow.
trying to. He's mad right now because he's on a 2-week jail sentence with YouTube, and he's mad right now. That's why he's playing a stupid video. He's really secretly crying behind the video, and he knows I've
Shut
caught
up.
up to him. I'm almost there, and then I'm gonna pass you, Flo, and then you'll be mad. And then
I'm
you
already
have
mad.
then you have more reasons to cry. But yeah, I think it's very important to be able to host multiple people. People aren't afraid of me by way of, like, you know, people are willing to come on my panel when I host open panels, unless they can't handle a panel, then they're just vaginas. But
I was
outside of that-
literally just told earlier today by a dude that you were intimidating.
what?
Really?
I said, yeah, you can sense the crazy on her, can't you?
Oh, shut up.
She rules with an iron fist.
Those eyes.
This is eyes. But I don't think people are afraid to jump on the panel. I don't think they're afraid if I reach out and say hi, you know, like, would you like to do this topic or so? Like, people are very receptive to it and very excited to jump
Because they're
on.
scared to say no.
That's right.
Yeah.
I was not afraid to say no. I just wanted to humiliate myself.
I knew Prawn would want this. I knew you would want it. It was just a matter of, it was really hard putting together that left side. I'll tell you what. That was very difficult. So,
Well, if you need more lefty meat for the meat grinder, I got you, dog.
yeah, are you in our Discord yet?
No, I looked for a Discord and did not find one.
Discord is the scourge of the internet.
Well, this is where I gather all of my panelists. That's where I communicate with a lot of them, or on Twitter, Insta, whatever. But let me
Cool,
find
cool.
my.
I almost messaged you on Twitter, but then you opened the panel up, and I was like, all right, cool. That's a nice shortcut.
Yeah, definitely. Doing hitting me on Twitter is fine too. It doesn't matter.
For sure. I'm in
I
all the Discord servers, so I would
Oh,
prefer that one.
perfect. Yeah, if you're a Discord person, and I will drop the link right now into the chat, and then you guys can get it from there. But yeah, I'm very responsive. I'm pretty fast unless I'm obviously live. But most of the time I'm pretty responsive when people message me or looking for stuff or whatever the case may be. I'm totally down for being that way. That's how I run my show is we don't be late. We're very responsive and we show the fuck up. And Flo knows all about that.
I do.
Flo's never late.
He's not
Not
allowed
here,
to be
I'm
late.
not.
Prawncess was late once, and he paid the toll for that one.
I learned I'm better now.
Sarah jinxed the fuck out of me on Team Fatties though, because like I was supposed to be at Team Fatties the next day, and she's like, "Oh, Flo's always on time," and then I showed up to Team Fatties like an hour and 45 minutes late.
How that long though? I'm letting you guys all in the door on Discord too. By the way, just give me
I
a second.
entirely forgot.
Oh my god!
Harry,
Well,
text me from
that
this
wasn't-
Discord.
That's stupid.
Yeah, I'm curious.
yeah.
What do you think the Socratic method is?
Isn't she asking
I don't know how
questions?
that's relevant or what.
I'm
Why
easy
don't-
distracted. Go ahead, someone.
It's that techno band from the 90s.
Yep.
There,
Oh
you
wait,
guys
that was the crystal method.
You guys should all be in now. Everybody that just dropped in.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I have a question. Who here is doing any special coverage tomorrow, being election day?
I am going on Rachel's Ghost Show tomorrow morning. She kicks off at 9. And that's where I'm going to spend my morning is there. And then I'm going to go vote. And then I'm going to come home and go to sleep and take a nice long afternoon nap. But yeah, I'm not hosting anything. This was my big night. So that way let somebody else have the Jiu-Jitsu comes in with the 279 again. Rocky band kids, because hacked too much, no point to bother. What is with all of the like half-assery spelling and grammatical stuff going on here?
AI. Little pucker. No, I don't know. Actually,
Well,
that's probably human. I feel like humans probably spell worse than AI.
Well, I know that when I go to do a super chat on my phone, it likes to autofill on top of your autofill. And it's really weird. Like you have to be very careful how you have to read what it's typing in each time because it just likes to presume whatever words you're going to say.
I turned that shit off on my phone.
Well, it's in the YouTube super chat box though. And it's really annoying because you could just type 2 letters and then it just throws in a word and you're like, what the fuck? Like that wasn't even supposed to happen. So I always recommend before sending super chats, read the whole thing and go back and recheck it.
Right. I feel like they also like, I don't know, like if you spell the first 2/3 of a word right and the last like third is spelt wrong, like it'll replace the first 2/3 of the word with like the word and then it'll like keep the last third that like
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I don't know why they keep trying to force my words into ducking. Like literally nobody has ever used the word ducking in a sentence on purpose.
What about when we were talking about that limbo event?
Exactly. That's my point exactly.
I was ducking this chick last Friday. Bro.
That's ducking retarded.
Oh Lord have mercy. All right, what would you say would be the most contentious or most fought out part of this election, like the hardest dig for both sides?
Immigration's up there, I think.
Oh, when during that debate with Kamala and Trump, like before Trump refused to do any more debates, which she made fun of his rally sizes and how people like leave early and shit, and he like lost his shit, like
He fucking
like a maniac.
collapsed and started.
Yeah,
going,
no,
like,
he
"They're
just like
eating
couldn't shut the
cats."
fuck up. Like, yeah, no, he
They're
just
eating
spurged out
fucking
real hard
cats.
about it. Oh my god, that was so good.
My rallies. No, nobody leaves my rallies. You should see her rallies.
They're the best rallies.
I was live streaming that, and as soon as she said that, I was like, he's gonna lose his shit right now.
Right.
And then that was it. The debate was
I just
over
wanted
right
her
there.
to like say that he had small hands and her to just and him to just like use the hard R. Oh god, that would have been so amazing.
So you support use of the hard R, huh?
In certain contexts, yeah.
Like white men saying it.
What?
I mean, honestly, if Trump did that,
did
he'd
something
probably
about
just
that
get
communicate that I think that it's okay
The
for all
mask is
white men to
slipping,
say it?
Speaking of white men, I gotta go get some sleep. I met some coverage tomorrow also. Thanks for having me. It was fun. Hope you enjoyed the content. Please, it's not our last interaction. Of any of us, Dr. Darko, hope we interact again. Also,
He's
I'm sure
about to
Terry-
drop off right
I'll
after
see
you.
soon. That was hilarious. It was pretty funny. But hey, you
Wait
shoot your
just
shot.
long enough so it doesn't look like you're leaving together.
As Wayne Gretzky said, you miss 100% shots you don't take, something like that. I don't know. So hey,
Actually,
the money
money
shots,
shots at
100% of the money shots you don't take.
Got him.
a lot of money shots made tonight. Sub to my channel for more of the money shots. But I'm gonna head out. It's very late. Thanks for having me. Peace out.
Thanks,
Bye.
Ron. You did great.
Peace.
Hey, Town. Burr, 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 burr.
Actually,
Alright.
yeah, you both did like you were arguing positions that are basically pretty logically difficult to hold, but y'all's emotional fortitude was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I'm not getting, like, it takes a lot to fucking offend me or upset me or make me freak out or something. Like, I'll get heated into something where, like, I feel like tonight again, like, politics is just something where I don't have, like, my heart fully in it to, like, fully go all out like that. But on topics I care about, like, I'll get heated, but I'm never gonna get, like, personally, like, attacked or like upset or something.
Well, no, I wasn't thinking about the politics thing so much as like the occasional ad homs.
Oh yeah, no, none of that shit bothers me either.
Which is good because I mean that's the entire purpose of it. I think that's the entire purpose of it. I'm speaking.
All right, Alex is coming back again with another correction. Oh my fucking god! You ever heard of a character limit? Yes.
No.
But
Yeah, spend more money, you get more characters.
that's exactly what I was gonna say. If it doesn't
Someone asked for
fit,
the link in chat too.
the link for
I think the panel.
it's pinned at the top. Oh, I gotta end that poll, don't I? All right, who is hated the most? All right, Prawncess at 55%, Ghost at 16%, Andrew at 14%, and Flow State at 13%. How did you not get at least somewhere between third and fourth, Flo? A lot of people usually hate you.
I'm surprised Prawncess got so much hate.
Yeah,
Honestly.
that's a pretty.
You know what? It's because Crucible people are here still probably.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. I'm glad they're here.
Yeah, no, but I mean that's probably I don't know. I did underperform here.
Yeah.
You know, just
Yeah,
let
no,
Andrew do the performing, the same like brick
Well,
red lighted
Flo,
background.
Flo knew his role this evening.
Yeah.
Know your role and
Andrew's-
shut your mouth.
Andrew's left hand or right hand maybe.
Cute.
That way you kept going off cam just to crawl underneath his desk. Is he on the other side of that room?
Oh.
It looks like the same
You're
background.
gonna be under
Uh,
Prawncess's desk here in a minute.
It's kind of been recognized, especially when I've pieced these panels together, that whoever ends up being like on Andrew's team per se, I usually set them up as very 2v2 oriented, but those who have held that seat usually don't get as much talking space because Andrew will take a lot of it and he will make a lot of the points. So then at that by the time Andrew's made his points, there's almost like nothing left to argue. So it's just kind of come to that in terms of that position, which it's as long as you accept that stepping into it, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the hard part is like 2v2 only works if you're like lockstep in your position, because otherwise, like, yeah, like one person's taking the reins and arguing like, you know, one coherent thing while two other people are trying to argue like two like separate avenues to like respond to it, and it just, I don't know.
Yeah.
Unless you're lockstep, it's hard because you get committed to like everything that your debate partner says. It's just like a, you know, if they say anything where you're like, actually, that's kind of, I don't like that point.
And I didn't feel like that's the. I mean, I didn't treat it as that paradigm.
Yeah, the 4-person panel is the way I set them up. Usually, with most topics, with this one it was a little different because you were either one way or the other. But usually my panels are set up with 2 very, you know, polar opposites, and then 2 people that could shift somewhere in the middle. In this way, it helps keep the topic healthy and moving, because then, you know, if they are just, it's nice to see a 2v2 shift to 3v1, and then the 3v1 shift back to 2v2, and then, you know, the 3 switches again, and it's nice to see them kind of. It keeps everything fresh that way. It's you know, it's good stuff. I like it. So you can't always make it that way, but you try. I try to get different, either different perspectives or different experiences as to why they believe X, Y, or Z. So
right, it's like all their, you know, like forward samplings of the spectrum of like, you know, far right, center left, far left.
Yeah. I try to be mindful of the people I put on too. Do I have like nothing but a bunch of loud people? You know, if that's the case, it's not going to work. Hey, Snowman. Or, you know, if they're all fairly neutralized people where they just kind of don't really yell a whole lot, then it'll be kind of more intellectual. It just depends on the mood. But it's a lot of work. It's not just like point and pick.
How you doing tonight, Sarah?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh shit, Snowman's here.
I can't complain. Well, I was going to say I can't complain, and then Flow State had to open his fucking dick sucker.
I'm on a different tab. I just heard you.
What's up, Flo?
Same shit, new day. What's up with you?
So what'd you get banned for this time?
Fucking nudity.
Dude, you're not supposed to get on panels and teabag people with your dick actually out.
I thought that I had ended the stream before I started masturbating.
Oh, shit.
No, but for real, it hit me with the nudity and sexuality policy, and that makes no fucking sense at all. It also did not tell me what it took. I don't think it took anything down.
Sounds like a disgruntled listener.
But I think that they've ironed out that shit to where somebody can't just get mad and report and have it go through. Right.
Now, there's some people that are actually very, very meticulous about it, and they know exactly what to put in a complaint to get your shit taken down right now. My wife's good at that.
Well, but the stream that I was doing ended, but it's not deleted. There's nothing that got deleted.
So you can still actively go and view it.
Yeah, it's private, but I can see it.
Oh, so they privated it, right?
No, I did. Right because it ended, and I saw I got a strike, and I assumed it was something there. I don't know. I just instinctively moved it to private, and now that I'm in timeout, I can't move it back to public, right? But
interesting.
Yeah.
So who do you guys got for
the thing? They would have taken it down.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, God.
That's not true. There's all kinds of nudity on YouTube.
They didn't. I don't think they took anything down there.
They probably wouldn't, because, dude, you get on YouTube and watch softcore porn now.
Right, but if that's what I got to strike for, they would
instructional breastfeeding videos. Okay.
No, I mean, these are legit. No, these are legit softcore porn videos from back in the Skinamax days.
Right, they're getting past the thing, right? They're getting past the algorithm somehow. But I didn't. I got a strike on something.
That's why it sounds more like a disgruntled listener.
It's what I really think it is it's right before an election, and I addressed some political topics. The last time I had strikes was right before the last election, and then they all went away until like a month, it was like 3 months ago, and then poof, they're just fucking with me. So,
hey, real quick, EAE, we don't want to hear none of your comments. We all saw you simping for Sarah in the chat. You're lucky you were over there on Twitter. Otherwise, you would have saw my comment about you simping like a bitch in the chat.
I'm the simp for Sarah around here.
Don't think this ain't gonna get brought up at the next gulag meeting.
What's that? Is that like pasta goulash?
Gulag.
Mm.
Oh no!
What a gulag is, right? Do what?
Do we have a fucking commie here?
No, that'd be you, sir.
Oh, fuck you. Communism's stupid.
Why you gotta be so rude to people? That tells me you're a lefty.
I just like being honest, okay?
I mean, that tells me you're a lefty right off the rip.
All right, combativeness. Alex comes in with a big 5. He says, wow, I never thought of that. Perhaps I don't have the fucking money. I can't reply in this comment to a future one. Come on, mate. Tell him, Alex. Tell him.
Broke bitch. I'm looking for a drug lord. Fuck you, Alex.
I like Alex. Alex is making me chuckle.
I'm getting sick of Alex putting chemicals in the water to make the fucking frogs gay.
Is that a dog? I think that's a doggy.
So I'm curious, what do you guys think is going to happen? We going to have any actual election results tomorrow night?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like we do every year. Every 4
Depends
years.
if the pipe bursts again.
No, we don't always have the results of the election on the day of the election every year, ma'am.
Yeah, well, it's weird because like this Republican Party in America seem to have instituted a lot of laws that say you can't count any ballots until actually election day, in like a dozen or so states. So yeah, I mean we might, but we for some reason
did everything.
I don't know. I mean,
I think me personally, I think that regardless of who wins, there's going to be half the country that's pissed off and they're going to be ready to riot about it.
We always anticipate riots, but I doubt we'll have riots.
I'm pissed
I thought you people were supposed to go back to work. Like in 2016 when Homeboy won, like we got those videos.
What do you mean by you people, sir?
I mean traitors who are voting for Donald Trump and should be deported from my fucking country.
Oh yeah,
your Trump arrangement system is off the chain.
Makes him a traitor.
He tried to steal the 2020 election. He forged elector slates.
How did he try to steal or force anything?
He forged elector slates in 7 states and submitted them to Congress.
Personally forged them?
Oh, is that how crime works? You have to personally do everything? Like you can't orchestrate a fucking crime?
You're going to pin the crime on someone and say that he forged something. Most generally, common sense would tell you that.
Did Marilyn Manson go to prison for murder?
Marilyn Manson? No, he's a lead singer.
I'm sorry. Fucking Charles Manson. Jesus Christ. It's time.
No, he went to prison for conspiracy.
I don't think he should have gone to prison. I think he's just
and they got Capone for tax evasion. Yeah,
he didn't murder anybody. But
he absolutely didn't, and I disagree with that whole fucking premise with him.
So the law is injustice.
I'm trying to figure out how he can be considered a serial killer when he never killed anyone.
Somebody had him out.
Or wait, he's dead, isn't he?
Figures out your logic, I guess.
Oh. He had some dank memes though that like.
Did he?
Do you feel blamed? Yeah. No, I love those samples. They're great.
I was in jail with somebody who was part of the Charles Manson fan club, and that was just the cringiest fucking thing, I thought.
The other thing I think is I wonder is why is what Trump did any different than what Clinton did?
Did Clinton forge elector slates and then pressure his vice president into accepting like a false slate of electors?
She absolutely did.
I think Bush Jr. did a hell of a number on election integrity too.
I'm curious, what's your thoughts on the assassination attempt on Trump?
What do you mean? Political violence is bad. There's better ways to do that.
Like with poison?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do political violence, being so obnoxious about it is probably a bad idea. It is an even worse idea, but political violence is bad.
Do you believe that?
I don't feel like you believe that very strongly.
Well, I'm curious if he thinks the Summer of Love is considered political violence.
Why?
I mean, arguably, probably.
Do you think that any of that was wrong, or the people that propagated it should be held accountable?
I mean, like,
How is that
rioters
violent?
should be punished, and they have been. Like a lot of the, like right-wing extremists who went on trying to go spur on a civil war. Like many of them that have been prosecuted.
Well,
and arrested for it.
the Declaration of Independence gives us the right to spur on a civil war if we choose to.
Is that the governing document of the land? The Declaration of Independence?
Declaration of Independence and the Constitution actually work in tandem with each other, sir. If you actually study, you would know this.
He didn't even know what the Socratic method was.
Yeah, he didn't know who Plato was either. I caught that too.
For sure.
So if Trump didn't do anything illegal,
is the Declaration of Independence like it's at the same level of the Constitution, or is it above it? Is it below it?
Independence is a legally binding declaration that is accepted by all laws in the world court, sir.
Is it? I don't know what that means.
Yes,
really?
it is.
Can you
Can you call somebody sir with that tone of voice? You sound like such a Karen.
Do what?
You sound like a Karen when you say "sir" at the end of a statement with that inflection.
I know I'm doing it intentionally.
All right.
Hey, can I sit up here and do and be an asshole? I sat and listened to you.
I just was observing something.
You be an asshole for 5 hours, sir.
Huh? I was being an asshole for 5 hours? I thought I was quite gracious.
Dude, just your presence is asshole-y.
Do you agree with that, Dr. Dickhead, or whatever your name is?
Agree with what? Sorry, I'm
on the spectrum.
Yeah, or I'm sorry. What are you asking me? Do I agree with what?
Anything this fascist just said.
Oh.
Are conservatives fascists?
I think if you were to describe fascism to most conservatives without using the word fascism, they would like be into it.
A merger of business and state, basically. That's basically communism. You don't think
okay, so like, are we like going to Webster to like win our arguments now? Like do you think Mussolini's like prescription of fascism is the end all be all of like what fascism
is? Describe
the
fascism that you think that.
Yeah, can you define fascism?
Oh, are we doing this meme again? Define fascism.
Are we just gonna answer every question with a fucking sarcastic question? Go ahead, man. Let's play the game.
I can be sarcastic too. Alex comes in with a big two, and my apologies to you, Dr. Dickhead. He says, "Yo, Dr. Dickhead, mind the herp on your lip.
Derp.
Be gentle, Alex." And he comes in. Is that the good doc speaking or his pet herp? Okay. Thank you, Alex.
An apple a day keeps the doctor
to bed.
Oh, Alex. Be mindful. All right. Back to you, Dr. Dickhead.
I'm just trying to figure out when we stopped using definitions for words and when we just started making up definitions of our own because the dictionary just wasn't good enough.
Sure. So,
asking for a definition is bad for you.
Called working definitions.
I wasn't expecting to come up. Sorry, guys. I was not expecting to be like brought up right away.
How dare you?
Sorry. This is the problem with the left, man, that I find. See, most of us, we understand that as society evolves, so do definitions of words. But see, the thing is even though just because the definition evolves doesn't mean that it loses its original meaning as well. And a lot of the people on the left tend to forget that it does have a root meaning right along with the evolved meanings, and they all work together.
Are you mansplaining denotation and connotation to me?
Well, here's my question. Not that this is terrible. I'm jumping in. Sorry. Who does that convince? Just what you just said. I was actually just kind of gonna come in and hang out. But who does that argument convince? What you just said about?
I'm not trying to convince anyone to my side. I'm trying to.
No.
Oh.
With the liberal and this and all of that, and the guy.
But if facts don't convince you, then I'm sorry, you got issues. I mean, what I said was just a fact of life.
Oh. Wait.
What, asking for the definition of a fascist? than saying there's a law.
Actually, someone giving the textbook definition of a fascist and then getting called out because he gave the textbook definition of a fascist.
I'm sorry for using the textbook definition. Can we play the game though?
Let's play the game. What game are we playing?
Sure.
Just
Authoritarian ultranationalism. The definition of fascist.
Oh boy.
Okay, so let's apply the Socratic method. What do you mean by ultranationalism?
All right, I'm going.
Sure. So like,
I'm gonna go tinkle. Just behave, okay? I'll be right back. Behave.
Sure.
You have a tiny bladder.
How many racial slurs can I?
It's incredibly tiny. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's what she said. Oh wait. Damn. Yeah, hypernationalism, being like several steps beyond like patriotism and nationalism and like hyper protectionist populist policies.
So you don't? You
like,
think it's a
shutting
bad
out
thing
like
for-
the outside world and like
You think
we
it's a bad thing for people to prioritize their own country?
Is that what I said?
That's how I'm interpreting it.
Oh, okay, for sure. So I said it's a step beyond patriotism and nationalism, and it's like ultra nationalism.
What? Okay,
which is like
Combined with authoritarianism.
Where's the authoritarianism?
What is the state? What is the gate? What's the gate then to say, okay, this is going from an theoretical thing to, an insipid thing to like what is the for like what you guys are saying? It's like it's for the fascists or whatever. Then what is it that what's the gatekeeper? Like what am I making sense here? Probably not. I don't know. I'm pretty high, but
Yeah, basically to try to sum up the question, like what differentiates a nationalist to an ultranationalist? Because you use the same word in the definition.
a way better way to put it than I did. Thank you.
That's why we like Teriak.
For sure. The hyper protectionist policies, sometimes with an ethnic component, but yeah, just the idea of like shutting yourself out to the outside world and not being involved in the global stage at all, and like just kind of retreating into your own country.
Yeah, so
like, in the name of
is Trump
like doing
is
our own
Trump not
thing.
pro-Israel? Does Trump not want to end the wars? Is that like
What does that-
inward or is that outward?
What does that mean?
Yeah,
Or,
so
like, I don't understand what you're asking here.
being involved in global conflicts. That's
Yeah,
not
he
an
wants to
inward, that's-
withdraw from all of the things, right? Like
Not
he
withdraw,
wants to make
no.
everything like that's imported more expensive. He wants to like kick out the immigrants and like
tariffs.
deport the illegals.
Before you keep gish galloping, okay? So
Gish galloping. That's what I call arguments.
So
that I don't like.
tariffs. So tariffs would meet your definition of fascism.
No.
So why bring up
It's
protection?
hyper protectionist policies, so it's like a
Yes,
20%
so
global
ending global
terror-
wars is that's not
ending global
isolationism.
wars. Like what do you mean ending global wars? Because I don't
To
think
end
Trump
the
wants to
Ukraine
end global
war,
wars.
to
Like
end the Israel war.
Well, if he didn't want
so-
to end
so-
global
so to
wars,
just end it? How do we just end it?
Sir, if he doesn't want to end global wars, why did he get impeached for withholding money, specifically military aid from Ukraine when he was in office? Why did he get impeached for that? If he,
Because he was withholding military aid, like to try to get information on his political opponent.
Oh, okay. You believe that?
Is this a Steele dossier? Is that what we're referring to? I was zoned out.
No,
for a
I'm
second.
referring to the Mueller report that's turned out
He's
many
actually-
credible
I mean,
indictments.
To be honest, he's
Many
he's
credible
right.
indictments. It's funny. All those people that got indictment did less time than the people that were at January 6th.
No, but let's hold on. Let's go back here for a second, though. But what he's talking about the Ukraine thing and Darko. I'm sorry, I can't. I don't make glasses. But no. He's kind of right a bit on it. Like Biden and Trump did the same thing for Ukraine, which is different than January 6th. They both went and looked.
The only difference is Biden actually said a quid pro quo on national TV and got away with it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But I mean, geopolitical shit gets messy. But no, I would agree with you too. I would agree with that too.
Yeah, so Darko, what is a Trump policy that is fascist or that is ultranationalist?
Grab her by the pussy. That's it. It's got
The global tariffs combined with the deporting a bunch of people, combined with just the
Obama
we can make
deported
everything
more
here
people
and
than
we
any
don't need to be
president
involved in any foreign things. And
Yes, so wanting borders and tariffs that That's what you're calling ultranationalist.
Borders, tariffs, like draconian
Is Ukraine
deportation policies. Yes, all those in combination.
Yeah,
I know,
so-
Teriak,
Trying
like
to steal
it's
an
hard to keep more than
election?
one
Yeah,
thing in your head at once,
basically-
but like yeah, like this is a multi-part
Again,
thing.
we're
of,
trying
like-
to get a definition, but you keep just doing sarcastic questions and stuff. This is what we're.
How about
no,
trying to
no,
steal an
no, I'm sorry.
election?
We're trying
Do you
to
strictly
identify
want
what
like
your
a
logic here is.
3-word like I can only
I'm
respond
asking
to you
you-
in 3 words?
That's why I've said, like, I asked you, does
If you
tariffs
could do it in 3
necessitate
words, I'd
ultranationalism?
appreciate that. Yes.
So I listed off 3 policies for you.
There you go. There's your
that
3
are
words.
ultranationalist. Like you're
Yeah,
asking
so
for
by your
examples, I'm giving
definition,
you examples.
by your definition, tariffs makes you fascist.
No.
You do realize that?
I'm sorry. Like I know you're very confused about logic. Do you know the difference between like necessary
Okay,
and sufficient?
what's the 3 laws of logic? What's the 3 laws of logic?
The 3 laws of logic? What kind of logic? Do you mean deductive logic or inductive logic?
So you don't even know what logic is.
There's objective logic. It might be that one too.
Objective
Or
logic.
projective.
Yeah,
It might be
that's the one.
projective logic.
Maybe it's.
I'm
Mabel
sorry.
Lee.
Do you think that all the laws of logic are just universal? That there's no such thing as like inductive logic?
There's
Like,
3
do you
laws
think
of
that the
logic. Can you
3
list them,
laws of
please?
logic? Yes,
Yes.
the 3 laws of deductive logic. Go
Yes,
look
there's
them
3
up.
laws of logic.
Go look them up.
Can you?
Go
Yeah,
look up the 3 laws of deductive logic.
I asked you for the 3 laws of logic.
Isn't it funny how now definitions matter?
Yeah.
No, because he's trying to weaponize them because he's like, oh, I'm the most logical one, and the laws of deductive logic are the same as the laws of inductive logic.
Yeah. So you say that you know them. So what are the 3 laws of logic?
I claim you know them, but again, I'm asking about what flavor of logic
You're the
are you
one-
talking about?
You're
You know,
the
there's like
one
3
who-
types of
yeah,
logic, right?
So you're the one who brought up logic.
Can you name the 3
and
types
knowing
of logic?
So what's the 3 laws of
Okay,
logic?
can you name the 3 types of logic?
Can you answer my question? You can
Can
just say
you
I don't
name
know.
the 3 types of logic?
You can just say I don't know.
Can you name the 3 types of logic?
Well, why don't you
I asked you a question.
first?
Can you name the 3 types of logic?
I think he's on a P. I think I broke him, boys. Bugged
Yeah.
boys.
He's spurging out.
Yeah, no,
It's all right. He was
doesn't
already
distinguish
Trump-
between
Trump
formal
arrangement
deductive logic and like inductive logic. And,
Sir,
yeah,
that is
no,
not a
the thing
thing.
is-
You're just making up words now at this
Yeah,
point.
so why do you?
Oh, I'm
refuse-
sorry. So inductive logic does not exist.
No. Why do you refuse to answer questions?
He's too afraid to say I don't know.
Because he's talking about prop logic and trying to
It's-
apply
it
it
doesn't
to like,
matter. He
you know,
had-
like our real
respectfully-
world, like outside of math.
Respectfully, the man asked you a question, and you did everything. You've done everything you can to dodge telling him I don't know. And it's really
No, I'm
simple.
asking for
And
specifics, and you can't respond.
Most men would respect you more just simply saying I don't know.
I
rather
don't care about your respect.
rather than
I don't
doing the
need your
self-test
respect.
that you're
I
doing.
feel fine on my own. So I don't know why you think
You
I
have
need
some of
your
mine
respect.
anyways. I respect
Darko-
and care for you, Dr. Darko.
Yeah, I'm
you
gonna extend the olive branch here, right? There's the first rule of logic, which is the law of identity. There's the second
Sure,
rule
an
of logic,
excluded
which
middle.
is the law of non-contradiction. And then there's the third law, which is what you said there, excluded middle. So again, it was a simple
Wait,
question.
and is that
You're the one who
all-
brought up
is
like,
it-
do you not know logic? I was able to list the 3 laws. You weren't able to list the 3 laws. So it
Oh,
seems
okay.
like
So,
you're the one
so
that
does
has
that
the
mean
problem
okay?
or
So,
the issue
so
with
can
logic.
okay. So since you answered the question you asked, can you now explain to me the difference between deductive and inductive logic?
Well, no, because again, this
No, you can't.
kickstarted-
No, you can't. No, you
this-
can't. Like,
this-
look at you dodging.
this-
Like, if you want my respect, just answer the fucking question, dog.
I don't
Define
want your
deductive
respect.
and inductive logic
I don't
now.
need your
And
respect.
when you
sir.
asked him,
Sir.
hold on, Terry, if you can, when you asked him if he can to define the difference between the two, he literally said no. So how is
Okay.
he doing anything other than answering your
Sure.
question?
He doesn't know. Oh, okay, so he doesn't know like that the 3 laws of logic are strictly deductive logic laws. They don't apply outside of deductive logic and mathematics.
But if you know so much about logic, why weren't you able to answer the question?
Why is that? What determines who knows what about logic?
It's a simple question, sir.
What's a simple question? That like I
You
don't know,
said-
or
you said I struggled with logic.
Terry,
yes,
again,
because you don't know what inductive logic is. You don't know that
Do
the
you
3
think
laws of
different
logic
types
don't
of
apply to
logic have
inductive
different
logic.
laws?
All
Different
we're
types of
doing
logic
is
have different
applying
laws,
the
so he's
Socratic
asking
method. So
specifically.
let me repeat how or show how we got here. So I was asking for definitions of fascism. You led on to ultranationalism. I then asked what separates the difference between ultranationalism and just nationalism. And then, like we said, you gave the I think you only listed two technically, which was the border and tariffs. So then I said, are you saying that tariffs are fascist? And then, but that was my question. And then you said you seem to struggle with logic. And then I asked you the 3 rules of logic, which you weren't able to answer. So now we're in a pissing
and you don't know what inductive logic is. So like,
none of us do because you made it up.
I'm a stupid Republican
know what induction
or
is?
A stupid conservative. Please teach me.
Induction is what happens to electricity.
All I got to say is at least you could admit you didn't know it. We couldn't even get this guy to admit that he didn't know the 3 laws of logic.
Induction is when electricity can go through a thing.
You know, and that's the thing. That's why
electricity can't go through a thing. It's non-inductive.
That's why no real conversations happen when it comes on to anything on a political scale, because you're trying to win and not trying to have a real conversation.
You guys got him.
I'm not even trying to win. I don't even know what I'm doing.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, induction is when electricity travels through a thing really well. Yeah. I actually now that you say that, you're totally right. I
knew that you'd come around.
I was confused.
Did you just
Ben Franklin?
Benedict comes up with the big 10. He says, question for the panel. Other than fraud, is there any reason to not require voter ID to vote in our national election?
And give a reason that's not racist.
I know one. My ID expired recently, and I'm voting.
You're supposed to get that renewed.
I know. I used to
You're
get
also
the whole
supposed to talk with your
picture
mouth
taken and everything.
with your food with your mouth closed, not talk in the middle of it.
I am having my mouth full. I want.
I baited you to do. I love the way you talk with your mouth full.
As far as your renewing of
4
license,
o'clock in the fucking morning,
notifications for
and
that.
old Sarge Finkel is not here to tell me I can't.
Banana time, full
fucking
screen
around.
yourself. Everybody shut up.
I know. I went to renew it, and then they sent me in the mail like literally 3 days ago, and they were like, "You have to go to PennDOT and get a picture taken, and it's not going to get processed in time." So
they'll actually give you a temporary one that they print off of the computer for you to use just for that case. And I know this because I had to have one in order to get on a plane.
I think it's personally, I think it's stupid that you're required to present ID to buy alcohol.
Dude, you gotta have an ID for
fair game.
everything, bro. You gotta have an ID for a bank account. You gotta have an ID to get a
I
job.
had to give my social security number instead. So, oh well. And my address.
I
and my
think
name
voter
and
ID is
date
fine
of
as
birth
long as
and
you
everything.
provide it.
I mean, I agree, but I was just giving a reason. You guys asked, so.
I feel like
At least they go ahead.
getting your ID renewed, though. I mean, like that's just kind of an accountability, responsibility kind of concept, unless you actually run into issues or something like that. I think
my issue is I've been to the DMV and it makes me want to jump into a ceiling fan.
Mine was really easy. Now mine was so easy.
That's
I made
great
an
for you,
appointment.
Sarah.
Most
But I have autism, okay?
Most DMVs have kiosks now, to where if you're just going there to get your ID renewed, you can do it at the kiosk.
Yeah, if they fucking work. Sometimes they're just like, nah, eat a dick, fuck you. You have to go talk to someone.
Pretty sure that's not what they'd say.
I'm pretty sure they don't say anything at all, man. They type shit out for you to read.
Oh.
But
And since he's here, generally specific, let me just make this publicly known. You are no longer allowed on any of my panels ever again.
Damn, what do
you dropped the F word, and not that F word, but the one that will get you fucked up on TOS. And my Instagram got it used to be branded, and now it is no longer branded because I was live over there while you were dropping those words.
Are you talking about the one that they call a cigarette over on the other side of the pond?
Correct.
Yeah.
Wow.
With the meatball meal.
I would expect Tariffs to say that, not somebody from America.
And it actually like messed up my Instagram account because of that, even though I tried to appeal it. And most importantly, the reason why you're no longer allowed is because, like, I specifically said, do not say TOS words. like not even 5 minutes before you did that. And that pissed me off. And not only that, but you fucking know better. You are a streamer. And not only that, but you are willing to risk losing my shit. And I don't appreciate that. You're willing to fuck my shit up just because you have a really shitty temper. So fuck you, generally specific. Fuck you right to hell. I don't appreciate the disrespect and the lack of care for all of this stuff.
That sounded like that came from your heart, Sarah.
I'm too tired to put it out from my heart, but yeah, it should be coming from that place.
No, that legit sounded like it was coming right from
Dumbass. Sorry, you're not listening. It wasn't my YouTube. I restreamed to several other locations. So when I say mind the fucking TOS, it's because I'm restreaming on other places that don't always allow that kind of shit. And I can't tuck it away like I do with these sometimes. So fuck you. That was just a dick move, especially
I don't know
after
if I've heard him say it on his panel or on his channel.
Whether he did or not doesn't even matter on his own channel. That's your own channel, right?
Yeah, I bring the TOS all the time on my channel.
Calm down and keep eating your banana.
I'm eating my fucking banana.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that generally specific, you're really taking away from the ambiance of us all getting to watch her eat her banana. We all enjoy.
Do you have a banana as well that you could grab?
I have a whole bushel of bananas upstairs. You'll be fine, and I'm really hungry, so.
Damn it! I don't know if I have any food to eat.
Hey Flo, how many bites do you think she can eat a banana in?
Hey, what happened to the other dude that was hot on here?
With the leopard print?
No.
He probably went to get a banana to see if he could eat it in less bites than you.
It was
the stone dude.
The stoned guy.
Did he leave at some point? I don't remember seeing him leave. Did he leave while I walked away?
Who is it?
Stoned vet.
I do agree with that, Alpha Omega, 100%.
What a brave take.
What about predictions for tomorrow?
Kamala's going to win because it's the most emotionally compelling outcome.
I think she's going to win either way. Think about it. She's the president of Congress. She gets to certify the election, so she gets to certify her win.
True.
Oh, really?
It's solely up to her. Yeah, she gets to pick who's president. Did you know that the vice president solely gets to pick who wins the election? Despite the Electoral Count Act and all the votes and all that stuff.
Wouldn't that be like a conflict of interest then for her to be running?
You would think so.
Gets to do that? It's kind of weird.
Well, Trump decided this was legal last year, so
what are you talking
it's
about
legal now.
What are you talking about? You decided it was legal last year.
Trump decided, it was.
Trump didn't decide anything.
Who got to? Oh, I'm sorry. He hired
obviously
Eastman
Trump didn't decide anything
to make that decision for him.
Is Trump not allowed to sit and disagree with the results of an election, just like every other losing president?
It's all fake. Trump's an actor. He was in on it. He honeypotted people January 6th.
Every single president in America or every person that ran for president in America throughout the entire history of this country, when they lost, they all
understand the big
questioned whether or not the election was rigged or not. Every single one of them.
Yeah, there's a big difference. It's
yeah,
okay.
Oh, really? One of them is schizo enough to try to overturn the results and delay the certification vote for the first time in our country's history.
You're really mad at Trump.
Yeah, he's an anti-American piece of shit.
It's funny how vent it out, Darko. That's why we're here. Just vent out all this tedious.
What's interesting, guys, is that they all forget about Gore. And Gore literally going to court in Florida.
Yeah, because Gore got shut down by the Supreme Court to meet the safe harbor deadline for a recount in Florida. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Are you sure that you're not projecting extra hatred onto Trump that's misplaced from your own personal life?
And you know what's even extra funny?
I think he just loves America more than anybody else.
I think he had a bad childhood, and now he's displacing his.
He loves America more.
Mostly, I refute that. I'm an Irishman wearing a MAGA hat, so I clearly love America the most.
Hey, salute to my Irish.
Because your whole country is supported by American businesses.
In the background of Dr. Darko's house.
Can I ask about that, Teriak? Like in
Yeah, go
terms of not being an American, but you are very strongly positioned in your stance for the American politics. Like what incentivizes you to do that?
Oh, because you're seeing like a lot of stuff from America like creeps over across the West, and I think Andrew makes like a kind of detail that like pretty well when he was kind of saying that like all across the West, it's basically like just an extension of what the American empire, quote unquote, is. But yeah, like we got Antifa over here now. We've got like all our politicians like basically mirroring the same things from like the Democrats and all that kind of stuff.
Too, right?
Yeah. Oh man, it's getting crazy with that kind of stuff because it's like the Irish have always been here, so like they're trying to do this whole thing. Like there was an article.
The Moors were there before the Irish were, dude. Just ask a Hotep.
But like in terms of the like, there was an article printed in the Irish Times. Like that's like one of the big newspapers that apparently the original Irish were black and blue-eyed.
Yeah,
and I was like, well, this is news to us.
That's the new history I've been hearing too. It's wild, man.
Mm-hmm. So it's like this whole thing of
the tastiest, palest, see-through complexion people on the planet always came from up north.
Exactly, you know what I'm saying? I'm pasty as fuck. But this is what I'm saying. It's like basically like we're all in the same pond, and if a rock gets dropped into the river, there's going to be ripple effects across the whole thing. I think like in terms of like icons, like Trump is like that major icon that you're seeing all across the West, where like any kind of conservatives, even like European, even like South American, you're seeing it with the Madero, man as well. Like he's basically it's this kind of like figure, this icon that like all these kind of conservatives that want to push back against all these lefty crazy policies. That's the main thing to it. Do you know what I mean? But even like just America in general, like it's like goes back to the Kennedys as well. Like Kennedy was the first Irish Catholic president, all that kind of stuff. So there's always been kind of influence both ways, I guess you could say.
That's fair. So, and do you feel very affected then by American politics by way of like, does it mess with your like how your country runs, or is it more or less just you align with it?
It's made for TV drama worldwide.
It's a brand.
But yeah, like 26% of Ireland's GDP growth is like Apple moving their intellectual property to Ireland instead of America. So yeah, I mean, obviously,
great being a tax haven. It's amazing being a tax haven. And like, if you guys want to increase your corporate tax, go right ahead. Like, there's plenty of Irish people that love that. But in terms of like I was saying there, it's kind of like the ripple effect that you get. But like just across the board as well, it's kind of one of those things where, like, if America falls, then we're all fucked essentially. Do you know what I mean? Like what's one state, like a little island with like 7 million people on it, like that ain't going to be able to push back against this nonsense. Whereas at least if Trump gets it back into office, and then from there it's like you're hoping that because Kennedy's moved Republican, Tulsi Gabbard, all that kind of stuff, that would be a very nice ticket, I think, in 2028 to have Kennedy and Tulsi run. You're hoping that like that'll kind of carry over with a nice kind of decade of kind of like what one could say like normal policies, essentially. You know?
I'll be honest with you, I would actually vote for a Kennedy Tulsi Gabbard ticket for real. That'd be perfect for America right there.
It's because you're gay. That's why you
not anymore, dude. You're the one that puts your nuts willingly on top of people's faces, and it doesn't matter if they're male or female to you. So I don't want to hear it.
I've teabagged more men than women. I'm not gonna lie.
There's your opportunity, Flo.
I've already got him.
No, you don't.
Oh no.
No,
no, I do. I think I got some raw footage of you somewhere.
Pull it up. You're the one that loves having receipts. So if you got receipts of you teabagging me, I want to see that shit now.
Well, I don't know where it is.
Why so
you got 10 days to provide that shit. Otherwise, it didn't happen.
Got shit to do.
Otherwise, it didn't happen, sir.
I am not accepting homework from you. Besides, I'd rather teabag Terry out because I want to hear him whine in his Irish accent.
No, leave me Lucky Charms alone. Me pot of gold.
Pretty good. I'll drop my teabag.
Never get me Lucky Charms.
If anybody wants to watch it.
The teabag thing's pretty funny, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I enjoy watching you.
It is
randomly jump up on your chair and start, teabagging.
You just got to make him pay for it if he does it on your channel.
Jujitsu.
You know what? You're the only one who ever did that, but it was worth it to get that dude.
I did. I made him pay me.
And he was never seen again.
Ever.
I teabagged him to death.
He like disappeared into the YouTube ether just as quickly as he appeared.
Jiu-jitsu comes in. I'm Irish mixed with Scottish. Ugly orange-haired man. LOL.
Who gives a fuck?
I don't know.
You're supposed to give a fuck. You play it off better. You get your money.
Me?
Yes, get your money, banana eater.
Oh, I just eat a banana and
You should do the oil on the hand
Trust
thing.
me, we all enjoy when you eat your banana.
this one, like that.
That
the
way,
oil.
yeah.
We'll
What
see.
kind of channel is this? What the fuck?
This is late night with the Raging Tomato.
Went to the dark hour.
It's easier to steal your soul if it's a little bit lubricated. Pops right out better.
Late night confessions of a raging succubi.
Oh my God. Oh Lord have mercy. I don't have much energy left. I'm gonna go get my cup of coffee and I'll let you guys keep going.
Yeah, the way you ate that other banana, I'm sure it took a lot out of you.
Yeah, it did.
That was some low grade flirting right there.
It's funny, dude. I don't.
That was.
Dude, I don't flirt. That's you, motherfucker.
You can do better than
You
that.
flirt so fucking whatever, man.
I'm just saying, like I expect more.
I mute my mic respectfully.
Mine's still on disrespectfully because I disrespect that game you were running. That was some trash.
Oh my God. Oh my God, you're such a homo.
Terry, tell him how bad that was.
Well, I think, guys do need to elevate their game to a bit. That's why, like, you've seen so much from the Red Pills, like Frame Game, and I get the third one. But, yeah, I mean, like, it is kind of like, was it low-wit humor to, like, make the sexual jokes. You got to get creative with it, you know what I mean? But it's a special individual.
Dude, I can talk about however. I can talk. Never, dude.
You can't.
Not even going there. Pause.
Well, talking is hard. You'll get it.
I can't believe I almost let you motherfuckers suck me into that shit.
No one's sucking you into anything. Ghost, do you have a banana or something you can grab too?
Nope.
No, it's not your lucky day.
No, all I got's my meth pipe.
He said, joking, non-joking.
I wish. Just kidding.
Wow. She said, joking, non-joking.
Definitely not my drug of choice.
It was mine.
You like PCP? PCP?
No.
Stop. That will TOS my show too.
Oh, really? I'm sorry.
Yes, especially talking about specific ones. My goodness, it was such a great topic.
Drugs are bad, okay?
See, this is why I don't like the direction America's going. Because when it gets to a point that you can't just have a general conversation about anything.
You can.
No,
just not on YouTube.
Sarah, you really can't.
Is that a Fig Newton?
Yeah.
I mean, would YouTube even be anything if it wasn't for the content creators?
You just have to play by the rules. That would be like if you and I were playing a game of poker and I just was playing it however I felt like, and you'd be like, "Well, that's not how the game's played."
But then shouldn't YouTube have to play by the same rules?
No, for private companies.
Shouldn't all the big legacy media companies have to play by the same rules too? We're all using the same platform. Why do one group of people get different rules than the rest of everyone else?
Because they own the motherfucker.
They set the rules.
Yeah.
But they only
because conservatives have been telling people that liberal arts and like making content is gay for like 40 years, and
it is gay.
All I'm doing is arguing free speech and the fact that we really don't have it anymore.
It's a private company.
You do. You just need in real life friends.
No, you.
You need to have in-person conversations.
Because everybody's doing that nowadays, aren't they?
I don't know. I am.
You know, you can sit down, you can have in-person conversations and actually talk about social issues that are going on in the nation with people from all over the nation on platforms like this, and we really should be allowed to have real, honest
Well,
conversations
you
about it.
also have the right to assemble, so go assemble on a sidewalk
I have,
somewhere.
I have,
Okay, then why are you complaining?
because it's my right to do so.
You just have to play by the rules. You can say what you want.
If
You
the
just have
left
to
can
play by
complain
the
about January 6th and say it was an insurrection, then I can sit and complain about the fact that I don't get to speak freely on a platform that the people actually created and made valuable.
So how long have you been in QAnon?
Good
Since the day I came out of my mom's vagina.
Base. And 4chan. 8chan, whatever the fuck.
So, how much of the population do you think is not going to vote tomorrow?
A good, probably, I'd say a quarter of it.
Really? That many?
Yeah.
Yeah, like 20,
Wow.
30%.
I think
It's definitely more than that.
I was going to say, isn't it close to a third that doesn't vote every year?
Wow.
Yeah,
No,
I
close to
think
50.
like 2020 was like the biggest turnout, and it was like 70-ish%. I mean, that's to say nothing about like the midterms, which is like a 20% fucking rate for turnout.
Okay, so how much of that population that is not voting do you think is not voting because they don't want to pick either person, or they don't believe in voting, or they don't have the
They don't
means
care.
to vote?
I think it's
Right.
a
They
mixed
don't
bag.
care.
I think it's a mixed bag, honestly. But I do believe that when it comes to that situation nowadays, because I guess it seems like the lack of people wanting to partake in it is getting bigger now, and I think a lot of that has to do with the candidates we're being given. Because look, personally, I'm sitting here thinking the whole time, really, this is all we have to offer the people to vote for is Kamala Harris and Trump. Seriously,
It's a scam. And besides, election day is the best time to rob houses because people over their lunch break are not going home; they're going to the polls. So
that's not true, sir.
Kick some
Every day
doors.
is a good day to rob someone's house.
Actually, the best day
You're
to
not
rob
wrong.
best day to rob someone's house is Black Friday. Is that what you just said?
It's before Christmas.
I was gonna say
For sure.
Christmas.
Not Black Friday, man. Most people are out at the stores. And, well,
Yeah, they don't have the shit in their house
I
yet.
was gonna say.
No, they do have a lot of other shit in their house though that you might want.
They have their old shit.
Look, not everybody goes to Black Friday. I hate Black Friday. I've been one time.
Me too.
I won't ever.
Well, I will say that now that we have the digital age, yes, Black Friday has started becoming more and more irrelevant. But there was a time before all this where Black Friday was the biggest day of the fucking year.
Also, church people are pretty predictable.
And lots of people are on vacation or at other people's houses and whatever.
We always went to the movies. That's what we always did.
For what?
Thanksgiving Day.
Oh. You didn't like eat a shitload of food and fall asleep? That's what.
Oh yeah, that's the whole point. Is because you eat a shitload of food at like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, then you take an old man nap, and then you wake up. It's like 5 o'clock, and you're like, "Oh crap! Like now what? I'm gonna be up all night." So you go find something to do.
Yeah,
you know
if
that
you
last
only
year
eat meat-
nobody made green bean casserole or my family get together. That shit was fucking retarded.
Sarah, you remember when around what was it? Thanksgiving, they always had that new big movie release that would come out Thanksgiving evening. Because I remember that what you're saying, you'd eat dinner, you'd watch the football game, you'd take a nap, and then everybody go watch the movie that they've been waiting 2 months to see in the theater.
Yep. It was like a thing to do. I mean,
And then you do Black Friday shopping afterwards.
oh God. Hell no. I
did that Black Friday one time, waited in line to get a discounted Xbox, and it was the biggest mistake I ever made in my life.
Oh my God, it's a nightmare.
I hate shopping to the utmost degree. Like
And I hate lines.
I hate grocery shopping. I hate clothing shopping. I hate it. Like I'm a get in, get what I need, get out. Like my mom's the browsing type. She just wants to walk through stores, and I'm like, why? There's no purpose here. Like you're looking at shit. You're not planning on buying it. Like why are we here? You know.
I like the hardware store though. I can browse around.
Oh yeah, Home Depot. Like that might actually get me excited. But yeah, like for clothes, like I don't know. To me, I'm just I don't know. I look at clothes as well. Do I need to go get something for a very
Do I
specific
have to wear clothes?
occasion? I have to wear clothes. I like to wear clothes, but do I have to get something? And like, do I need new socks? Okay, I go into Target. I go straight for the sock department. I get the socks and I go check out and I go home and I'm done. Like that's it. We're not browsing.
Well, I look for the best deal at least. I go for what I'm there for, but I at least look for the best deal.
Like you go.
Do you wait to get socks until you need socks?
Do what?
Do you choose which store you go to based on their prices?
Absolutely.
Oh, I don't.
I look at it as time is also money. Money is time. So I could, like, if you wanted to go hunting for the cheapest price, like that same amount of, I don't know, $1.50 that you saved on that item, you just spent in time.
Stop thinking my thoughts, Sarah.
I told you met some slime.
Wait, if time is money, theoretically you could save enough money to make up for the amount of time that you spent.
Save up enough money.
Yeah, theoretically, like I would
take a lot of time to make up for that time.
Wait,
It's a lot of money to make up.
If
for
you're
that.
if you can Google something and find it 20% off, like, aren't you? I mean, you're spending some time, but you're gaining an amount of money in return.
But if you're always spending that time looking for the bargain, then every time you're net zeroing back to where you started, because then the next round you're spending more time looking for another discount. So
it's only worth it on big items.
Right. Yeah. If I was shopping for like a stove or a washer and dryer, a new bed set or something, then maybe, yeah, that would be worth it because that could be a $100 to $200 difference. But for fucking socks, no, I'm just going in looking for the one that has the most.
Have you seen how expensive 2 pair of Dickie socks are nowadays?
Well, I don't buy name brand socks of anything. I don't buy a lot of name brand of anything to begin with. So
you might as well go right to the generic brand then.
Yeah, don't get Temu socks. Those shits are like disposable.
No, go get some Louis Vuitton jeans. You get a lifetime warranty or some shit. And like throw them through a wood chipper and bring them in a pile and be like, yeah, we
Red
can
Wings
back
wear
together.
Temu socks.
You wear Temu socks? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Hey,
man, okay, maybe you got girl feet. I don't know that shit. I'd wear 2 pairs of them like at the same time and then just toss them. Those things were like.
If they're from Temu, I don't even think they could be considered foot condoms. I mean, they're that.
They didn't work as real condoms either, or as actual condoms either. Temu brand condoms. Guaranteed.
No, that's a bad investment.
They're self-destructing condoms.
How many strokes do you get until it goes?
The
feels like raw because it is.
Oh my goodness. Well, anybody else have anything to add to the topic this evening, or any last thoughts?
Yeah, I do.
You want to?
I'm leaving. I'm going to. Shit. I don't even know how do I do. I'm gonna put a link backstage. You can drop it in the main chat. There's a premiere going on somewhere soon.
Oh yeah.
I'm probably going to stream some of the, election results and stuff tomorrow. Man, you ought to come over and talk your shit, Flo.
I could probably do that. Who else?
I ain't streamed in about a month.
Yeah,
now.
I'll bounce around. I got an invitation somewhere else too. That I haven't. Yeah, but yeah, what? Yeah, I'll look out for you.
Right on. It probably won't be till probably mid-afternoon, anyhow. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't going to get anything rolling until mid-afternoon is going to be the earliest.
Right on.
I know this year Indiana's governor, he decided he didn't want to run as the incumbent governor. He actually dropped out of the race willingly, which was wild. Because what was it, 2020? This is the wildest shit I've ever seen in my life. In 2020, the Indiana governor, there was it's Corey Holcomb or Tony Holcomb. I can't remember his first name for the love of
cool story, bro. That's all.
Whatever. But anyhow, there's Holcomb, who was our incumbent governor. He was running. Then there was another Democrat that was running, and then there was this guy Donald Rainwater, who was a independent. He was running on the the Libertarian ticket, and he was actually like gaining serious traction here in Indiana. So much he was getting so much support that people actually like thought for sure, and it was looking like he was going to beat Holcomb. Well, what's wild about this is when that shit, when the election, when they finally called the election, there was still 2 hours left in the fucking time at the polls yet. So there's still 2 hours left for people to go and vote, and only 13% of the fucking ballot had been counted, and they gave it to someone off of 13% of the ballot being counted, and 2 hours left in the polls. Isn't that wild?
That's kind of weird.
But
all right. Good night, everybody.
Good night to you, Ghosty. Thanks for coming on tonight. I'm glad you were able to have some fun. And if you message me on like the certain topics you really are passionate about, and I'll be sure to find the right panel for you to throw you in.
Okay, cool.
We do these every week, and the topic is always ever changing into different arenas completely.
All right, sick. Yeah, I have some ideas, so I'll message you. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. All right.
And,
Sleep well, my darling.
Yep. Night, everybody.
Night.
Night.
Oops. And all right, let's just go around and we'll go ahead and get everybody's final thoughts, and then Mama's gonna go to bed. I'm tired too, even though I just had coffee. Teriak, how about we start with you, my friend?
Yeah, so it was a good debate. I think Andrew was able to shine 1v3. I think Flo was about as useful as tits on a bull, as the saying goes. But yeah, it was good energy from Andrew. Again, I'm disappointed in the shots. Gonna have to make that up. But it is what it is. Like I said, in terms of the whole kind of like dynamic going into tomorrow as well, I'm gonna be popping on to I think a couple of streams at least. Again, just giving an Irish man's opinion on the way I view politics in America, at least. But yeah, other than that, find me on Teriak on YouTube and all that kind of shit.
Perfect. Thanks for stopping by, Teriak. We appreciate you. Angry Snowman, to you. Final thoughts?
yeah, I thought it was a good show too, man. Good debate. I mean, it was basically like watching Andrew. Other time you watch Andrew do what Andrew does, and that's, make people look like fools and make them feel stupid. He's pretty good at it. I'll give him that. But as far as that goes, I think I'm ready to see what the shit show is going to bring tomorrow. I really am. I'm curious to see how this is going to turn. Because there's been a lot of accusations being thrown both ways from both sides for the better part of a year now to try and, in my opinion, lead emotions one way or the other and get their subordinates or followers to believe or agree with whatever determination they come up with. The one thing I do agree with Flo on is I don't think the American people have really chosen the president in this country in a long time. And it shows because the government that we have does not represent us at all, or any of the things that I think real Americans want in this country. With that, keep doing what you're doing, Sarah. Congratulations on getting that extra 500 subs tonight.
I think it was like maybe just under 200 extra.
Congratulations, man. That's hard to do in one stream. So salute to you. You're working hard. You're putting it out there. You're giving people as free a platform as you can to speak on and get their voices and opinions heard. It's appreciated.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And Dr. Darko.
Yeah, I think tariffs are dumb. I think Trump is an anti-American traitor who hates his country and everything that it stands for. I think sex is a social construct or a spectrum. Yeah, and I think if you vote for Trump, you should be deported.
Can you come over to my stream tomorrow too and talk about that, please?
Absolutely.
You too, Teriak.
I'll give it a look.
Yes, because we get a pretty diverse crowd over there when I do go live. So I'm curious to see what some of the other guys would say to Mr. Dr. Dickhead up there.
For sure. Are you Angry Snowman, or what is your handle? I see 4 names.
Angry Snowman.
Angry Snowman. All right.
Cool. I. So Roman numeral 2.
Word. Yeah. I'll hit you with a sub. I work a lot, so I might be there late, but yeah, definitely down to come.
Yeah, I'm a late streamer, so it's cool.
Yep.
Fair enough. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for hanging out in the after effect. What have we learned today? Well, what I have learned is absolutely nothing. All it did was solidify my thoughts even more. Anyways, outside of that, I hope you all have a wonderful evening. I definitely hope everybody gets their butts out there. Go vote. Go let your voice at least pretend to be heard if we think it's not heard, but at least you can say you did it. And if those efforts truly are counted, then there you go, you did it. And even if they're not, you can at least presume that they were. Outside of that, everybody, I hope you enjoyed the show, and fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.